Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today.
Chapter 301, Force me to abdicate? Then you won't have an easy life either. As a daimyo, he was a man who cared about his reputation. Even if he was furious, he would never say that it was his fault. Since that is not possible, then just push the problem to the staff. After all, the daimyo chose not to pay Konoha's money in order to vent his anger, and it was thanks to the advice of his staff that the daimyo decided to do so. So when Konoha hit rock bottom and rebounded, the first to suffer and be dragged out as a sacrifice were the staff. Moreover, the daimyo has many aides around him, so he would not feel any pain at all if he killed two of them. "Daimyo, please spare me, please spare me." The shrill plea for mercy ended with a scream, and the poor and miserable aide lost his head, chopped off by the palace guards of the daimyo prefecture, became the first victim of the clash between Daimyo and Konoha. Send someone to Konoha right now to deliver the money. Write a letter to the Hokage in my name. In view of Konoha's difficult financial situation, I cannot bear to let the civilians of Konoha live a difficult life. Therefore, the daimyo is willing to directly send 2 years of development funds over there. Is daimyo angry? Definitely angry. Does he want to give money? In no mood. But he didn't dare to gamble, because it was clearly written in the letter that in Konoha, the third Hokage had already issued a similar announcement, which meant that everyone in Konoha knew that the third Hokage was reducing the military, reduce the size of Konoha's ninjas. It won't be long before this news spreads throughout the ninja world. Even the daimyo didn't dare to gamble whether the third Hokage was serious. It would be fine if it was just to vent anger, but the announcement has already been released, and even the ninjas in several border camps have been withdrawn. What does this mean? This means that Sarutobi Hiruzen is serious. He was not joking, nor was he just pretending to force the emperor to abdicate and calling it a day. This guy really wanted to call the people back. There weren't enough ninjas guarding the border camp, and there was no telling when the enemy would come running to our house. Without anyone to guard it, the disaster that happened 2 years ago could break out at any time. The daimyo didn't want to see the fire country in chaos again, nor did he want to see his wealth being plundered by people from other villages, or his own people being killed and robbed. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you deserve to die. How dare you threaten me like this? There is no doubt that the third Hokage's move of forcing the daimyo to abdicate directly hit the daimyo's weak spot. If the ninjas in the border camp had not withdrawn, and if Konoha had not issued a similar announcement, the daimyo would at most have cursed a few words and then ignored the third Hokage. In this case, the only explanation is that the third Hokage was anxious. But at the moment it's no longer a matter of urgency or not. Konoha issued a disarmament announcement, and many ninjas in the border camps have been withdrawn. Such behavior is no less than sticking a knife in the daimyo's kidney. So daimyo immediately became timid. Give money, give money. Isn't there a problem with Konoha's finances? I will give you the money right away. And he gave her 2 years at a time. Now you, the third Hokage, will have nothing to say, right? If you still use finance as an excuse and initiate disarmament, then you are wrong. In the future, the daimyo of Wind Country will dare to force the Sand Village to disarm and force it to take the elite route. That's because the daimyo of Wind Country knows that if he does so, no one in the Sand Village will dare to offend him. Besides, there aren't that many things in the Land of Wind for the Sand Village to protect. On the other hand, the Fire Nation is not doing well. The Fire Kingdom is a rich place, which cannot be compared with a harsh and terrible place like the Wind Kingdom. Not to mention enemies sneaking in to cause trouble. Even if it was just a group of bandits running to the Land of Fire to cause chaos, it would cause the daimyo to feel pain for a while. Therefore, even though the daimyo was furious, he still gritted his teeth and paid the money. Let's solve the current problem first. As for the future, Sarutobi Hiruzen, we'll see. You're just shouting about disarmament, aren't you? I don't believe you can always sit on the throne of Hokage. If you force me, you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, will not have an easy life either. Go and invite the other staff over. The staff who accompanied him today have become punching bags and victims. They have been bullied. The daimyo needs to summon other staff to give him advice. Since the third Hokage chose to force the emperor to abdicate in order to get money, the daimyo had no choice but to cooperate. I will give you the money, but you, the third Hokage, will never get a good reputation. I will help you promote yourself so that everyone in the ninja world can see the true face of you, the third Hokage. Konoha was already in chaos at this time. That's right, it's a mess. I don't mean it literally, but it's really a mess. As the third Hokage's announcement came out, the civilians of Konoha hadn't even reacted yet, but a large number of genin were already furious. In the ninja world, although Konoha has the largest number of ninjas, genin accounts for a large proportion of them, and most of these genin are the kind of genin who have no upper limit but are stuck at the lower limit. I can only make ends meet by taking on some low-level tasks. Unfortunately, ninja is a full-time profession, and once these ninjas are laid off, they will face the situation of having no food to eat. Therefore, within just 2 hours after the announcement was released, the village was in chaos. The police department had to send in additional personnel to maintain public order to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the opportunity to cause trouble and thus drag down the Uchiha. The Uchiha didn't care whether those genin in the village, who were like consumables, would be laid off or have no food to eat. They only cared about themselves. You can go without food, but please don't cause trouble at this time, causing us Uchiha to suffer as well. Then, a spectacular scene happened. A large number of ninjas ran to the Hokage's office building to protest, hoping that the Hokage's office would revoke the announcement and give up the idea of disarmament. If they really choose to lay off the troops, at least several thousand ninjas and their families will face the situation of having no income and being unable to make ends meet. Don't we need to maintain order? Standing on the hillside outside the Umbu base, looking at the densely packed figures standing in front of the Hokage's office building, Tsunade couldn't help but begin to worry about the third Hokage. Even if this matter can be resolved, the reputation of the third Hokage will be greatly affected. The Umbu is responsible for maintaining law and order? What do you think? This is the job of the police department, and aren't the Hokage guards helping out as well? It would be better for the Umbu not to interfere in such rough work as maintaining law and order. Besides, the person affected is the third Hokage, not Hinata Shizuka, so he is not in a hurry. You really made a good suggestion. Tsunade tilted her head to glance at Shizuka's profile and found that she didn't know how to complain. The suggestion is good, but it may cost you your reputation and may offend people. Not to mention these angry ninjas, I'm afraid the daimyo must hate the old man to death by now. As a blood relative, Tsunade knew very well what kind of person the daimyo was. Chapter 302 Hokage? Not even a dog. You can find all these flaws in daiming, such as being petty and narrow-minded. But others are daimyo, even if they have many shortcomings, as long as they do not harm the citizens of their own country, they are good daimyo. Even though he liked to enjoy life, even though he liked beautiful women, there were plenty of beautiful women in the Damingfu Palace. But compared with the daimyo of the 5 major countries, the daimyo of the Fire Country is still a good daimyo. As long as you don't bring harm to the people, as long as you don't interfere in military and political affairs, you can eat, drink and have fun as you please, and you are a good leader. If the pleasure-seeking emperors of previous lives saw this, they would surely cry and die in the toilet. When does the old man plan to remove the notice? Tsunade couldn't help but ask this question. She hadn't attended a high-level meeting for a long time, and hadn't communicated with the third Hokage for some time. She learned about some major events in the village from Jing'ai. Therefore, Tsunade really had no idea when the third Hokage would withdraw the announcement. Maybe only 2 or 3 days? Jing'ai raised his hand and calculated the time. The purpose of doing this is nothing more than to force the daimyo to hand over his army and tell him clearly that if you don't pay, Konoha will have to cut its army when the village finances are in trouble. A large number of ninjas stationed at the border have also been transferred away. You can imagine the consequences yourself. As long as the daimyo senses the crisis, he will definitely send the money in time. As long as the money is in hand, the village finances will be solved and the announcement will naturally be revoked. As for what price the Hokage needs to pay to win back the hearts of the village ninjas, it depends on his courage. Anyway, this time, the third Hokage will completely offend the daimyo and will also chill the hearts of many village ninjas. Even if it could be salvaged afterwards, it would deal a serious blow to the reputation of the third Hokage. This is a big deal. Tsunade was simply speechless. To be honest, judging from Konoha's fiscal revenue and the amount of funding from the daimyo prefecture, Konoha's finances are really healthy. Let alone 3 years of war, even if it fights for another 3 years, Konoha's finances will not be in a state of being penniless. But some people were too selfish and moved the money too much, and after 3 years of war, problems began to emerge. I'm afraid that in the future, families like Sarutobi and Shimura will have a hard time. After this happened, the third Hokage could no longer easily subsidize these families or give them money, otherwise the finances would still be in trouble. Then these families need to rely on themselves to be self-sufficient. However, all these families supported by the third Hokage had a common problem, that is, they did not have sufficient family assets and stable income, and could only rely on carrying out mission commissions, relying on the wages paid by village positions, and other means to make money. Now that the financial subsidies have been cut off, these families will face the situation of tightening their belts. Are you still worried about their hard life? Jingai opened his eyes wide in surprise. You are so good, Tsunade. There are many people in Konoha who are having a hard time, why don't you seem to be worried about them? Instead, he began to worry about the arrival of the vampire families like Sarutobi and Shimura. Tsunade rolled her eyes at Shizuka. I'm not worried about Sarutobi Shimura, but the subsequent impact. Just think about it, without the old man's financial support, these families will face the situation of working hard to make money. Without sufficient family industry support, they will have to rob for income. If they start snatching, other ninjas in Konoha will be affected, such as those who are protesting in front of us. Except for very few exceptions, among ninjas of the same level, family ninjas are often stronger and have better abilities in all aspects than civilian ninjas. Once a large number of family ninjas come out to grab mission commissions, those civilian ninjas who are not very strong but can only rely on mission commissions will be miserable. High-level missions will certainly not be affected, as there aren't many ninjas who can perform them, but low and mid-end mission commissions will be snapped up. Once it starts to roll up, the price of task commissions may fall. That depends on how our Hokage solves it. Jingai expressed that he was looking forward to the performance of the third Hokage. It's not that there is no way to solve this problem, but just like Jingai's previous suggestion, there are solutions, but they are rather tricky. Either take on more task commissions and hold on to the price of the task commissions, and do not let the remuneration drop due to the rolls. Either the Hokage office building will issue subsidies. No matter what choice is made, it will be enough to give the third Hokage a headache. Whether the Ministry of Finance can afford to issue such a large amount of subsidies is a question. To seize more mission commissions means to snatch meat from other villages, which others will definitely not be happy about, and it may even trigger a new round of war. Ha ha ha, this is becoming more and more interesting. Hokage? Not even a dog. Not only is it exhausting, but it's also totally thankless. Thinking of those people who aspired to become Hokage, Jingai couldn't help but laugh. If it were you, how would you handle this situation? Tsunade suddenly asked. He calmed down and opened his mouth, then he came to his senses. This woman is not a good person. I don't know, and I'm not interested. Stop digging holes for me. Tsunade smiled awkwardly and said, I was just asking casually, why are you reacting so strongly? As to whether it was just a casual question, only Tsunade herself knew. Because she thinks more and further than Jingai. For example, if the reputation of the third Hokage is damaged too badly and the opposition in the village is too loud, the third Hokage might be kicked down. No, he might give up his position voluntarily. At that time, Tsunade would have no room to retreat, because she is the candidate for Hokage of the village. Once this happens, all the affairs of the village will fall on her shoulders. This was not what Tsunade wanted. Hokage? Not even a dog. So she asked tentatively, and Jingai's reaction was greater than she expected. Tsunade and Shizuichi were watching the show, and the Hokage's office was filled with an oppressive atmosphere. Yutain Koharu had forgotten how many times she had stood up and looked out the window. Seeing the streets outside the Hokage's office building crowded with people, Yutain Koharu said worriedly, Hiruzen, are you really not going to come out and explain? Who? The third Hokage smoked calmly. Although he seemed calm, the worry between his brows could not be dispelled at all. What's the point of explaining? Once our goal is achieved, we will directly revoke the announcement, rotate the ninjas at the border in advance, and issue some subsidies later. I believe that everything will be over. After a while, everyone will understand my good intentions. Explanation? Any explanation is unnecessary at this time unless the announcement is revoked immediately. But can the third Hokage retreat? No, at least not now. At least we have to wait for the money to be sent over from Daming Prefecture. Chapter 303, Can I drink the tea made by Tsunade herself? Before that, anything you do is redundant. Rather than causing trouble for yourself, it is better to do nothing. The protests of a large number of Konoha ninjas might add some pressure to the daimyo's mansion, which could be considered as good news in disguise. Now that things have come to this, the third Hokage could only comfort himself in this way. Daming Prefecture has an office in the village. Everything that happens in the village will be sent to Daming Prefecture quickly. By then, Daming Prefecture will have no choice but to be anxious. The disarmament announcement has been released, and a large number of frontline ninjas have been transferred back. A large number of ninjas are protesting. I wonder if you, daimyo, are worried. I'm worried that your reputation will be damaged beyond repair. Koharu Yutane was so anxious that she couldn't help but raise her voice. At this moment, the calmer the third Hokage appeared, the more the nameless anger in her heart rose. It would be fine if he was just the third Hokage. Mizuto Minion was still sitting there calmly drinking tea, and she was the only one who was worried. Shao-chun, it will be fine. The third Hokage casually said a few words of comfort, then stopped talking and continued smoking. Mizuto Minion glanced at the anxious and angry Yutane Koharu, and couldn't help shaking his head, focusing his attention on the hot tea. Look at this woman, she might as well drink a few more sips of tea. I really don't know what I was thinking before. I actually treated this old woman who was more likely to cause trouble than to help him as his white moonlight. It's simply weird. After the white moonlight filter fell off, Midomanen looked at Yutane Koharu with the most disgust in his eyes. It's totally bad in every aspect. There are problems everywhere. Noticing that there was something strange in the way Mizutomen looked at her, Yutane Koharu was sure that Mizutomen was hinting at her, but she had no evidence. Get off work on time. Shizuka and Tsunade also went to the market and bought a lot of things before going home. As for the mass protests by ninjas, what the third Hokage is worried about is none of my business. This is Jingai's idea. And Tsunade, even Shizuichi doesn't want to care about it, so why should I, Tsunade, care about it? It's better to let the old man solve it himself, after all, he is the Hokage. Wow, it's so lively. As soon as I walked to the door of my house, I saw a lot of people standing at the door from afar. The Uchiha, Hinata, and Inoshikacho have all arrived. Wait, who are these people following Zhulu Dai? They look unfamiliar. Grown-ups. Seeing Shizuichi and Tsunade coming back, everyone else bowed and greeted them respectfully, except Nara Shikashin, who looked unhappy. I'm just wondering where you guys have been. The village is in such a mess, how can you still have the energy to go shopping? Whether the village is in chaos or not is up to the Hokage-sama to decide. Jingai grinned, revealing 2 rows of big white teeth. Tsunade, Nara Shikashin, others, everyone looked confused. Why are you still telling jokes? You know what, it's quite smooth. It's boring. If someone were to say, you are full of jingles, you want to take the postgraduate entrance examination, that would be interesting. Damn, boring. Jingai stepped forward, opened the door, and said to everyone, let's talk after we come in first. Pushing open the door, a group of people walked in one after another, led by Tsunade and Nara Shikashin. Jingai handed the things to Tsunade, then sat on the sofa and motioned for everyone to feel free. Tsunade walked towards the kitchen out of habit to help make tea. Nara Shikashin was used to it. Hyaga Hayashi and Uchiha Fugaka sat steadily, but the others felt a little uncomfortable. Princess Tsunade personally made tea for us. Is this tea drinkable? After sitting down, Nara Shikaksen took the initiative to help introduce their identities, and Jingai realized that they were actually a few small families dependent on Jushikacha. These small families are really miserable. The pressure of life is getting greater and greater, and development is even more difficult. Dependence on the big families has become their only option. Otherwise, it is a question of when the family will be gone and the inheritance will be interrupted. In Konoha, too many ninja families disappeared because of this. Many are gradually disappearing. Nara Shikashin originally didn't want to come, but the Ino, Shika and Cho families were worried, as were the small families that depended on them. Helplessly, this old man had to take his people and go there in person. I happened to meet Uchiha Fugaku and Hyaga Hayashi at the door. Although the village's military reduction will not affect the family ninjas, it will inevitably affect the village situation, so they want to sound out the situation from Jingai. Nara Shikashin, who knew the truth, deliberately asked. Jingai, tell me the truth, Lord Hokage is not planning to do this for real, right? How can it be? Jingai was amused by this. Senior, you are really interesting. Even if it is just a tentative inquiry, there is no need to be so direct to reassure people. Seeing that everyone was staring at him nervously, Jingai had no choice but to put away the smile on his face and solemnly promised. Everyone can put aside their worries. The disarmament notice is only issued to the daimyo government. As long as the matter between the village and the daimyo government is settled, everything will return to normal. It's just that in the next period of time, no, in the next 5 years at least, the jobs in various departments of the village and the acceptance of mission commissions will be severely impacted. Everyone should be prepared in advance. Don't throw away the family's assets under any circumstances. For a long time to come, it will be more difficult for the village's ninja to make money than before. According to Jingai's calculations, it will take at least 5 years for things to return to normal. Because the war lasted for more than 3 years, Konoha would need at least 5 years to recover from the aftermath of the war. During this period, it is particularly important to keep an eye on your own wallet and manage the family business well. If handled improperly, the family may face huge losses. Grown-ups. Tsunade came over with the teapot and everyone stood up immediately. Looking at the group of people who were getting up, Tsunade waved her hand helplessly. Just pretend I don't exist, you guys continue, I'm going to sleep. Sometimes, if your status is too high, you will face a lot of troubles. So there will be a lot of family ninjas popping up, snatching up missions and commissions, as well as possible vacant jobs. Nara Shikashin asked this question on behalf of his ally. Given the size of Zhu, Lu, and Dian with Jingai's help, it is impossible for these three companies to have to tighten their belts. The Uchiha and Hinata don't need to worry about this. On the contrary, the small families need to be more vigilant. Correct. Jingai also confessed, in addition to ourselves, the ninja families behind the high-level circles will become the main force in this wave of grabbing resources and money. Chapter 304. If the father runs away, then the son will take over. We are running out of food. Nara Shikashin looked solemn, but he was actually laughing inside. He had long been dissatisfied with the people of these families. He gave them priority in good jobs, and their subsidies were the highest in the village. There are many ninjas in the family, but not many of them leave the family and work independently. Now, just chop them with a knife. Let them have a taste of self-sufficiency. After some communication, several people from the small families, Hayaga Hayashi, and Uchiha Fugaka left first. After all the strangers had left, Nara Shikashin slowly put down the teacup in his hand. Well, the tea made by Princess Tsunade herself tastes so good. This is a treatment that ordinary people cannot enjoy. Senior, don't make your business too big, otherwise the Hokage's office will take notice of you sooner or later. Jingai reminded Nara Shikaksen. It's okay to accept the dependence of some small families, but they cannot be too big. Otherwise it would irritate the sensitive nerves of the third Hokage. Shizuka has a pretty good relationship with Hayaga Hayashi and Uchiha Fugaku. These two like to come to him whenever they have time, so the third Hokage can pretend not to see them. Because Jingai only interacted with them as an individual, not as a family. But when a small family depends on pig, deer and butterfly, that is a different matter. I know. Nara Shikashin smiled confidently and gave Jingai a reassuring look. In the entire Konoha, he can be said to be one of the people who knows the third Hokage best. He knew the third Hokage's bottom line, and he also knew what to do to irritate the third Hokage. Therefore, becoming bigger and stronger, that is impossible. The small families that Zhu Ludi has taken over are those that can help the family business, or those that have business connections with the family. For the rest, no matter how sincere they are, Zhu Ludi will not accept their kindness. As long as the senior has made the decision, that's fine. Everyone in the Nara clan is very rational, including Nara Shikashin, but rational people are sometimes influenced by family interests. That's why Jingai deliberately kept Nara Shikashin and reminded him to be careful. After chatting for a few words, Nara Shikashin began to change the subject. Jingai, regarding the vacant position in the Umbu. Jingai used puppets to replace a group of low-loyal Umbu ninjas. These positions have been vacant all the time. Judging from the current situation in the village, these vacant positions are all popular. You old man, you're still planning on hitting on me. Jingai started cursing directly. Nara Shikashin coughed awkwardly. What do you mean the old man is targeting you? Can you talk? I am trying to appease people. These vacancies will be filled sooner or later, so why not make arrangements early? Stop it. Jingai rolled her eyes. I'll give you vacancies for 2 squads, 1 combat squad and 1 civilian squad. This is the maximum number I can give to Ino Shikacho. It is good. Nara Shikashin slapped his thigh happily. To him, there is actually not much difference between a civilian team or a combat unit. First of all, Jingai will let the puppets perform dangerous tasks. In this way, the casualty rate of the Umbu will drop sharply. In the past, it was common for members of the Umbu to die or get injured while on missions. Sometimes, several teams or even an entire squadron would be wiped out. Ever since Shizuka entered the Umbu, there has been no such casualty rate. All dangerous missions are carried out by puppets. For missions with average danger level, if puppets are not suitable for deployment, the Umbu team will be dispatched. After all this, it would be strange if the casualty rate was high. Secondly, the Umbu has strict selection procedures, and any ninja who can enter the Umbu, whether they are civilians or join combat teams, are all very capable. Ninjas have high quality, solid foundation, and strong strength, which naturally reduces casualties. Another point is that even if Jingai gave 2 teams vacant positions, Nara Shikashin would not stuff some people with insufficient strength and ability in them, because to do so would be a slap in his own face. All gone? Hearing no sound downstairs, Tsunade walked down from upstairs. Jing'ai stood up and walked towards the kitchen, complaining on the way. They were waiting for benefits, and now that they have received the benefits, they will definitely leave. They also said that they are old, but in the end they ran faster than a rabbit. Walking to the kitchen door, Tsunade leaned against the door frame and looked at Shizuka, who started to get busy in the kitchen. Shikashin Senpai will be moving to the Hokuge's office soon and will be promoted to leader of the Jonin squad. Who are you going to give the assistant position in the Umbu office to? Narashika-sa. Jing said without turning around. The father is leaving and the son is taking over? Tsunade said speechlessly. I remember Narashikaka seemed to be a classmate of Kushina and Minato. Can he do it? Will the seniors agree? No matter how smart the Nara people are, they still need to grow up. It is not good for their growth if they start working too early. At least that's what Narashikashin himself thinks. I don't care whether he agrees or not. Let the puppet go to the school to arrest people tomorrow. Since he has left, let his son take his place. It can be considered as early training. You've taken advantage of me, so why don't you show some appreciation? I don't want anything else, just give your son to me. Then senior might be very angry. There's no point in getting angry. Starting tomorrow he won't be able to enter the Umbu base. His son will be staying at the base for a while until he can handle things more stably, then he can go home. Jing'ai laughed cunningly. Tsunade. The next morning, Narashikaku, with a look of despair on his face, yawned and walked towards the ninja school accompanied by his friends. I played chess too late last night, so I feel tired today. Besides, classes at school are boring, but I have to go. Do you want to apply for graduation? Thinking of Minato Namikaze who had already run away, and then thinking of Kushina who had been skipping classes to train, Narashikaka felt that applying for graduation was a reasonable choice. I can no longer learn any useful knowledge in school. I can only doze off in class every day. My classmates are a bunch of childish little kids. It's boring to look at them. Holding the seaweed rice roll made by his mother in his hand and eating it bite by bite, Narashikaku walked into the familiar alley without knowing anything. After passing through the alley, he would soon reach the ninja school. Shoo! As soon as he walked into the alley, Narashikaku noticed that there was an extra person in the alley. Dark part? Looking at the other party's equipment, this word popped into Narashikaku's little head. He was no stranger to the attire of the Umbu. Narashikaku? It's me. Putting down the rice ball in his hand, Narashikaku glanced at his frightened friend. Just as he was about to ask what the other party wanted from him, he found that he had already started to fly into the air. Chapter 305. Is your face valuable to Jingwon? Hey, take it. Controlling the puppet and carrying Narashikaku's clothes, Shizue laughed maliciously towards the Umbu. Haha, if Narashikaku knew this, he would probably be furious. Sorry to be late. I have accepted your son with pleasure. I will help you train him for a period of time. During this period, let him live in the base. After he has passed the training and signed the indenture contract, he will be sent home. Oh no, Shikaku has been captured. It's someone from the Umbu. Go home and inform them. Narashikaku was taken away by the puppet like a chicken. His little friend was so scared that he dropped his school bag and ran towards home. 10 minutes later, Narashikashin, who was already dressed and eating breakfast, was a little absent-minded because he was going to the Hokuge's office to take up his post. He was worried that his predecessor had left him with a huge mess that he would not be able to clean up. Bump! At this moment, the door was pushed open forcefully, and a group of people ran in anxiously. His thoughts were interrupted. Narashikashin put down his chopsticks, frowned and asked, "What happened?" "Chief, Shikaku was kidnapped on his way to school." "What the hell? My son was taken away?" "I am an old man who had a son in my old age. He was about to grow up, but something like this happened?" Bang! "What kind of bastard is this? How dare he arrest people in the village?" Narashikashin slammed the table angrily. It looks like someone from the Umbu. Why do the Umbu people arrest?" "Wait, who did you say caught him?" Narashikaksen felt something was wrong. When he came to his senses, his heart skipped a beat and he realized that something was wrong. "Depend on Hinata Shizuka, you have no moral principles. I have left someone to handle the official business. Why are you arresting my son? He is still a child. If you have the guts, come at me." "Okay, I got it. I'll bring the person back later." Since we know that the person was captured by the Umbu, it must have been Jing'ai's doing. There is no need to doubt it. Since it was Jing'ai's good deed, it means that his son is fine, but he was just drafted into the army. Narashikahin felt relieved and continued to eat breakfast. After eating and drinking his fill, he got up and left, heading for the Hokuge's office building. After finishing his appointment, Narashikashin rushed to the Umbu base without stopping. What Narashikaku didn't expect was that the base that he could easily enter in the past was now completely inaccessible today. A team of puppets blocked the door, with no intention of letting anyone in. Jing'ai, you bastard, let my son out. Hurry up and get these puppets out of the way. It wasn't working anyway. Narashika was so angry that he cursed. At this moment, Jing'ai, who was sitting in the minister's office, was laughing loudly, holding her stomach. You old man, have you come to this day? As for your son, I won't let him go. If you have the guts, come in. Looking at Jing'ai who was laughing, and then looking at the table full of documents and scrolls, Narashikaku's smiling face wrinkled. Is this something a kid like me should watch? Please let me go back to school. I suddenly feel that classes in school are still interesting and I don't want to graduate early. Don't worry, kid, take your time, I believe you can do it. After all, your father said that he started training you a long time ago. These are just simple chores and miscellaneous tasks. I feel relieved to leave them to you. Patting Narashikaku on the shoulder, Jing said earnestly. Don't let me down, come on, you have to believe in yourself. By the way, you can't leave this base without my permission. From now on, the Umbu base is where you will work. Can I say no? I was just a kid and this was child labor. Ha ha ha. Narashika cursed angrily, but unfortunately the puppet refused to let him in. Jing Yuxiao felt a stomachache. After all, there aren't many things that can make this old guy so angry that he breaks down. It's very rare to see one once in a while. Jing'ai decided that he would not go home for a while and would live in the base. I'll see where you can find someone. As expected, Narashika would definitely run to his house and wait there, so Jing'ai decided not to go home. As someone who loves his job, I like to work overtime. I will live in the base and see what you can do. Just as Jing'ai guessed. Unable to enter the base, Narashika had no choice but to run to Shizuka's house and wait there. He also went to Tsunade to complain, accusing Shizuka of kidnapping his son and exploiting child labor. I really don't know what to say about you. The old ones are not serious, and the young ones are not serious either. So Tsunade chose to ignore it. Do whatever you want, just don't look for me. Seeing that he couldn't get into the Umbu base to find the real boss, he went to Tsunade to complain, but Tsunade didn't care about it. Narashika had no choice but to accept the matter. Lu Xian, you will have to work hard in the future. Narashika became the squad leader of the Jonin squad again, and his communications with the third Hokage began to increase. After all, when it came to work issues, Narashika needed to report to the third Hokage at any time. By the way, I heard that your son was captured by the Umbu. Hokage-sama, can we not talk about this? Speaking of this, Narashika face turned dark. Hinata Shizuka, you are a bastard, you even don't let the child go. Facing the third Hokage, who certainly couldn't say anything about being captured, Narashika could only laugh dryly. It was just a joke. Jing'ai wanted to train this kid named Shikaku to take over my position, but I thought the kid should go to school first, at least until he graduates. But the kid just took him back to the base. That's it. The third Hokage nodded in understanding. I thought there was a conflict between you two. Do you need my help? Unnecessary. Narashika had a smile on his face, but he was miserable inside. Will you come out and help? Goodbye, it would be fine if you didn't show up, but if you did, something real would happen. Besides, your face is worthless to Jing'ai. After reporting all the work for the day, Narashika left with the documents. He had no intention of chatting with the third Hokage. We used to sit together and chat often, that's because we all belonged to the same faction. Now we have split up, so what is there to talk about? It's almost like just causing trouble for yourself. Is Konoha crazy? As the news of Konoha's announcement to downsize spread, everyone who learned the news was stunned. Even the third Kazekage, who was his enemy, found it incredible. What does this old man Sarutobi Hiruzen want to do? Is he really planning to cut down the army? Chapter 306, Dai, you are not crazy about gains and losses, right? If we were to say which of the 5 major ninja villages is most likely to choose to disarm, it would definitely be the Sand Village. Even though the third Kazekage was the leader of the Sand Village, he had to admit that compared to the other 4 villages, the Sand Village's financial resources were really too poor. I think the Hokage's purpose in doing this is to target the daimyo's mansion. Cho thought for a moment and said, the village's previous efforts have not been in vain. There has been a rift in the relationship between the Fire Country daimyo and Konoha, which has also caused problems for Konoha's finances. Sarutobi Hiruzen, this is forcing the emperor to abdicate. It seems that Konoha's finances are indeed not optimistic. After the third Kazekage said this, he couldn't help but reveal a self-deprecating look. Konoha's finances were not optimistic, so how could the Sand Village be much better? The reality is that the Sand Village is even worse off than Konoha. Okay, Konoha still dares to force the emperor to abdicate. Does the Sand Village dare to play the same trick? Dare not. Although the third Kazekage would not bow down to the daimyo of the Wind Country, he would not dare to force the daimyo. Cho, can we still hold on? Cho glanced at the third Kazekage and chose to remain silent. She couldn't answer this question, because the Sand Village really can't hold on any longer. Even with the support of the daimyo prefecture, it could only hold out for a little longer, as Konoha's front line was still advancing into the interior of the Wind Country. At this time, it was difficult for the Sand Village to organize an effective defense. Ultimately, it's all about money. The Sand Village is not without ninjas who can fight. Even if the casualties are heavy, it is still one of the 5 major ninja villages and it is impossible for it to be reduced to having no ninjas to fight. What the Sand Village lacks is money and supplies. The village cannot pay out pensions, and various supplies are in short supply. Even if we mobilize a group of ninjas, do they still have the will to fight? It would be nice if you don't go to the battlefield on an empty stomach. What's the point of fighting a war? Morale continued to decline, and the voices against the war in the village grew louder and louder. Ebizo could no longer suppress them. Lord Kazekage, let's negotiate. Cho didn't want to say this, but she had no other choice. I want to, too, but will Konoha agree? The third Kazekage stood up, walked to the door, and looked at the vast desert outside the camp, feeling bitter. If you want to negotiate, you have to get Konoha's consent. Otherwise, what is there to talk about? Cho bowed slightly. Lord Kazekage, please leave this matter to me. I believe Konoha will choose peace talks instead of letting us become the losers in the war. Can Konoha agree? The third Kazekage wanted to ask. Cho, you are not crazy about gain and loss, are you? With victory so near at hand, would Konoha talk to you? What can the Sand Village use to negotiate with them? It's nothing more than giving up some interests. Cho gave an ugly but confident smile. Lord Kazekage, can the village still provide enough benefits to satisfy Konoha's appetite? The third Kazekage shook his head in silence. Cho's smile gradually widened. Since we can't produce it, then whether we lose the war or negotiate, the result will be the same. But we can give Konoha some of the guarantees they want, such as an alliance, and a non-aggression treaty. Then, let's go for a walk. After hesitating for a while, the third Kazekage finally compromised. The third Kazekage didn't want to sign any of those things, such as alliance or non-aggression treaty. But the situation is beyond our control. Konoha could still force the daimyo to abdicate and get what it wanted, but they had no other choice. Seeking an alliance with a stern face, signing such a contract during the war and when they are about to be defeated, means that the Sand Village will be like Konoha's younger brother in the future. As we are all from the same 5 ninja villages, who would be willing to be someone else's younger brother? Not to mention the bullshit non-aggression treaty that Konoha had always hoped to sign, but the other villages ignored them. Because the Fire Country is rich in resources, as long as it is not invaded, Konoha's development will never stop, but will only become richer and more powerful. After signing this treaty, the Sand Village would not be able to bring themselves to attack Konoha in the future, unless something unexpected happens. For example, the third Kazekage died, the fourth Kazekage took over, and then refused to recognize the treaty. But will the third Kazekage suddenly die? Very unlikely. With the permission of the third Kazekage, Cho brought her men to the Konoha front as a messenger the next day and expressed the village's ideas to Konoha's attacking force. The news was delivered to Orochimaru as soon as possible. Is the Sand Village ready for negotiations? Orochimaru was a little surprised. If they start negotiations at this time, the Sand Village will suffer a great loss. As for whether they can come up with the compensation, that is another matter. At this point, negotiation is equivalent to defeat, it just sounds better in terms of reputation. Let them come over. After thinking about it, Orochimaru did not refuse Cho from going to Konoha as a messenger. He first wrote a letter and sent it to Konoha so that the third Hokage could be mentally prepared. As for the news that the village was going to downsize, it had already been passed back to the camp, but the news was suppressed by Orochimaru. He didn't dare let anyone spread the news. Otherwise the front line will be in chaos. One careless move will affect the mood of the combat ninjas and cause their morale to decline. Old man, how can you redeem your reputation? Thinking back to the third Hokage's move to force the emperor to abdicate, Orochimaru wanted to laugh. He felt that this plan of forcing the emperor to abdicate was definitely not something that the third Hokage came up with himself, because the third Hokage did not have the courage to do so. Jing-ai, is that you? Among the people Orochimaru knew, only Shizuka had the courage to do so, and only he dared to make this suggestion to the third Hokage. Others either can't think of it, or even if they do, they don't dare to say it. Interesting. Because the village was going to disarm, the streets that had become somewhat deserted due to the war became lively again. Those opposed to disarmament and protesting took to the streets. Among these people are ninjas and their families, and the voices of opposition are becoming louder and louder. There are faint signs of continued expansion. This is the prelude to a thunderstorm. Fortunately, the daimyo's mansion could not hold on any longer, and an envoy from the daimyo's mansion came to Konoha with 2 years' worth of development funds, and handed the money and the daimyo's letter to the third Hokage. The third Hokage glanced at the daimyo's letter and threw it aside. It's complete nonsense. Just know what's written in it and don't pay too much attention to it. With the money sent by Daming Prefecture, the village's financial pressure was finally relieved. I will issue a notice in my name, telling everyone that I was wrong about the idea of disarmament. The village will cancel this plan and withdraw the disarmament notice. Chapter 307, Umbu Enforcement, Crushing the Police Department. Issuing such an announcement at this time can only calm the anger of some people. As for how to win back these people's hearts in the future, the third Hokage will need to put some thought into it. However, the third Hokage was confident that he could solve these troubles. With the control of public opinion and additional subsidies, even those who are resentful will slowly let go of the matter, and may even turn around and praise him as the third Hokage. So the announcement was released. A new announcement was issued in the Hokage's office building. The disarmament plan was just a wrong plan. The Hokage has revoked the plan. Really? That's great. What a bullshit. Hokage-sama is taking us for fools. He said to disarm, so he disarmed. He said to abolish, so he abolished. What has become of everyone in the village? A victim of the Hokage's manipulation? Those who didn't have much resentment quickly smiled, but those who had deeper resentment simply didn't buy it. They say disarmament and they disarm. They say they will withdraw our forces and they will withdraw them without any warning. What do they think of us? We are all part of the village. Even the Hokage cannot treat us like this. You're taking us as sacrifices, right? When they are short of money, they lay us off. When they are not short of money, everything remains the same. The withdrawal of the disarmament announcement can indeed calm the anger, but it can only calm the anger of some people. Most people are still unhappy. Fortunately, only a small number of people have extreme ideas. They thought that the third Hokage was using them as sacrifices. Although they guessed correctly, unfortunately there was no reward. Even though the third Hokage's latest announcement stated that some subsidies would be issued in the future, it was unable to calm everyone's anger. Sir, recently some ninjas in the village have caused trouble. It is difficult for the police to handle it. I hope the Umbu can assist them. Nara Shikaku, who had become much thinner and had dark circles under his eyes, respectfully handed the documents to Jingai. After taking a look at Nara Shikaku, who was being tortured to death, Jingai took the document and patted his shoulder with a smile. How was it? Was the work hard? Were you happy when you were in school? Nara Shikaku is so embarrassed. I'm almost digging a villa out of the floor with my toes. Seeing his blushing face, Jingai was immediately amused. After laughing a few times, Jingai took a look at the document and then threw it aside. Shikaku, go inform Ing and ask him to lead 3 teams to assist the police department in handling public security cases. However, the Umbu will only be responsible for serious cases and will not handle the rest. Telling not to be afraid of causing dissatisfaction and anger among the villagers. We are the Umbu, not the police department. People in the police department are always timid when handling public security cases because they are afraid of arousing public anger and being complained about. Even though the village withdrew all the complaints to the police department, the people in the police department still couldn't let go. Otherwise, Uchiha Fugaku wouldn't have come to Jingai for help. As long as the Umbu takes action, no matter why the hell you cause trouble, as long as you fall into the Umbu's hands, you will have no easy life even if you are a villager. And the Umbu are not afraid of complaints or causing the anger of the villagers. To put it bluntly, you want to complain about the Umbu, but you can't find a way to do it. When the Umbu do their work, they are not afraid of offending people, nor are they afraid of complaints. You can't even find a place to complain. Yes. Nara Shikaka stood up straight, bowed and prepared to leave, and many more. Jingai called out to Nara Shikaku, who was about to leave. He stood up from his chair, walked to Nara Shikaku, looked down at him, and said seriously, "You should have enjoyed the hard work of the Umbu. Now I will give you a chance. 1. Continue to stay in the Umbu and work for me. 2. Leave the Umbu and go back to the ninja school to continue your studies. I will let your uncle take over your job." I want to go back. Before he could finish his words, Nara Shikaka fell silent. He compared the boring days at the ninja school with the busy days at the Umbu base these days, which seemed quite fulfilling. And Jingai didn't let him deal with those troublesome things. He only dealt with small matters. There was a vague idea of training him. "My lord, I am willing to stay." Nara Shikaka gritted his teeth and saluted, saying, I have already learned all the knowledge in the ninja school. I am willing to work in the Embu and will never let you down. You know I want to train you. Jingai showed a surprised expression. He had the idea of training Nara Shikaku because this kid was good enough, just like training the little yellow-haired boy. However, Nara Shikaku and Namikaze Minato are not the same type of people. One is an all-round warrior, and the other is an excellent military strategist who can also be a butler. We can be considered one a scholar and the other a warrior. As long as both of them grow up, they can skip work however they want. Nara Shikaku scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Okay, you can go home now. After patting Nara Shikaku on the head, Jingai said unhappily. Sometimes I really don't want to interact with smart people like you. I don't feel any sense of accomplishment at all. Go back and discuss it with your father. If your father is willing, you will officially start working in the Embu tomorrow. Yes. Nara Shikaku stood up straight and said loudly, Sir, you are also very smart. Father often said that he suffered a lot at your hands. What a thing. Are you sure you are praising me and not teasing me? Get out. Yes. Nara Shikaku turned around and ran, covering the back of his head with his hands while running. He had been slapped on the head by Jing many times in the past few days. This is a natural reaction. The Embu team quickly dispatched to assist the police department in handling some public security cases. Those people who were originally very tough became more obedient than cats when they saw the Embu people coming. If someone from the police department catches you, they might just give you a couple of beatings and then handcuff you and take you away. If you don't resist, you will be taken away without even being beaten. The resistance was fierce, but as long as the Uchiha ancestors were not humiliated, the Uchiha people would not kill them. The people in the Embu squad are different. Once they catch someone, they will beat him half to death first. They won't reason with you or worry about hitting you too hard. Are you damn sure nothing will go wrong? When the people from the police department saw the Embu squad arresting people, they were all stunned, and some even swallowed their saliva. Are you sure nothing's going to happen? I thought I heard some bones breaking. You heard it right. The guy who just caused trouble and injured people has at least 5 broken ribs. Aren't they afraid of something happening? Many Uchiha people thought that they were ruthless enough when enforcing the law, but now when compared with the Embu people, they found that they were nothing. Chapter 308. It's really good to have a big boss behind you. Compared to the Embu people, they were just weak and cowardly. It can even be said to be quite gentle. Minister, nothing will happen, right? Uchiha Fugaku glanced coldly at his guards, his eyes twitching twice. Don't worry, there won't be any complaints against the Embu, and they handle it well. With the help of the Embu, some stubborn elements were dealt with, and the remaining troubles were handed over to the police department, and the pressure on the police department was reduced immediately. It's just that there are a lot more guys with broken limbs in the police department's detention room. What's even more terrifying is that these guys have to be tortured before anyone can treat them. It's not like the police department. If they injure anyone, they have to send them to Konoha Hospital for treatment as soon as possible. Otherwise you can expect complaints. The Embu's style of doing things opened the eyes of the Uchiha people in the police department. Many people also can't figure it out. No, we are dealing with a security case in the village, and you are so harsh towards your own people? Aren't the Embu so cruel and ruthless only to their enemies? Is it because we have too little experience? But the people in the Embu all have the same style. They don't even talk unless it is necessary, let alone have any communication with the people in the police department. Even if these people in the police department have 1,000 questions in their minds, they have to endure it. As for complaints, if they cannot be made to the Embu, the police department will surely suffer. So Jingai skipped work early and went to the Hokage's office. Because of the disarmament announcement and the revocation announcement, many people in the village are dissatisfied. They may be instigated by some people to cause trouble everywhere. There are even ninjas who got drunk and hurt people everywhere. Logically, the police department can't handle it, so they have to ask for help from the Embu. Jingai raised her hand and tapped on the desk a few times. I sent several teams to assist the police department and arrested a lot of people. The police department may have received more complaints in recent times. I understand. We must not tolerate those who are instigated by the enemy, feel dissatisfied, and cause trouble everywhere. The third Hokage said seriously. I will deal with these matters seriously. Complaint? There are no doors. After all these troubles were caused by the Hokage's office. The police department was implicated in it, and they were the most unlucky ones. When the Embu people were dispatched, they would not go easy on them. Others cannot complain to the Embu, they can only complain to the police department. Only Jingai would come here specifically to remind the third Hokage. This is just to cover up your problem. Don't wipe your problem for you and then accuse the police department of a crime and use it to quell the anger of the villagers. The Umbu aren't afraid of these, but the police department are. After Jing'ai left, the third Hokage's serious face slowly relaxed. Troubled by all kinds of worries, he raised his hand to rub his aching temple. The police department was helping him clean up his mess, and he never thought of putting the blame on the police department. After all, he took the money and clearly promised to withdraw some rude complaints from the police department, but now he is going to deal with others. This is not fair. Not only will it ruin your character, it will also ruin your own reputation. The police department and the Uchiha couldn't cause any trouble, but Jing'ai could. Even if Shizuka hadn't made a special trip, the third Hokage wouldn't have pushed the police department to take the blame at this time. After leaving the Hokage's office building, Jing'ai looked at the gloomy sky and stretched lazily. I don't know how long the impact of this incident will last. With the assistance of the Umbu, anyone who dares to cause trouble at this time will suffer badly. After realizing this, those who are full of resentment in their hearts can only hold it in no matter how dissatisfied they are. As for how long the impact of the announcement will last, it depends on what the third Hokage does next. Ichiraku Ramen House. Jing'ai lifted the curtain and waved to the young hand. 2 bowls of char siu ramen, with meat, noodles, and a variety of side dishes. Ah, Dujia? I couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. 2 bowls of char siu ramen, with meat and noodles, and all the side dishes, will cost a lot of money. This is the first time I've encountered such a customer. I can't even handle it by hand. Sir, are you sure you ordered the right thing? He asked uncertainly. Jing'ai, who was sitting on the chair, smiled and nodded. Please wait. How to eat and how to order food is up to the guests. Just don't dine and dash. As for other things, why bother about them so much? Soon the ramen arrived. The curtain of the ramen restaurant was just lifted up by someone. Uchiha Fugaku, who rushed over after receiving the news, sat down next to Jing'ai. He picked up the chopsticks and stirred the ramen, picked up a piece of noodles and said quietly, "The police department will remain the same. There will be no complaints in the near future. However, when it comes to taking ruthless action, let the Umbu handle it." Yes. Uchiha Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief, his heart finally settled down. Others cannot complain about the Umbu people, but they can complain about the police department. Judging from the way the Umbu acted, it is easy to imagine that the number of complaints about the police department would reach a terrifying level in the following period of time. With Jing'ai's words, Uchiha Fugaku felt relieved. Just manage the police department honestly, and the bosses will take care of the rest. Don't mention it, it feels good to have a big boss behind you. Unfortunately, Jing'ai is not the big boss behind Uchiha, and the relationship between the two sides is not that deep. Thinking about how to further deepen his relationship with Jing'ai, Uchiha Fugaku hardly ate his noodles. Seeing that Jing'ai was almost done eating, Uchiha Fugaku quickly put down his chopsticks. Excuse me, how much is it? Is this considered as deliberately taking advantage of the situation? He gave Uchiha Fugaku a strange look with his hands. After eating and drinking, Jing'ai left first. As for Uchiha Fugaku, you just have to pay obediently. I helped your police department get vaccinated, so I'll treat you to a bowl of ramen as a reward. When she got home, Shizue noticed the door was open, so she changed her shoes and walked into the house, only to see Uchiha Mikoto sitting on the couch. Grown-ups. Uchiha Mikoto quickly stood up and greeted. Mikoto is here. Jing'ai took a look at her and sighed in her heart, she was becoming more and more beautiful. Seeing Jing staring at her face, Uchiha Mikoto felt a little embarrassed. Her face turned a little red and she forced herself not to lower her head. Is your work in the police department going well? Uchiha Mikoto did not join the village's ninja team, but went directly to work in the police department. The job was specially arranged by Uchiha Fugaku. It required little work and had a high salary. It went very smoothly and everyone took good care of me. Uchiha Mikoto smiled sheepishly. She knew clearly why the family members had always taken care of her. Even the clan leader Uchiha Fugaku was always concerned about her and almost treated her like an ancestor. All of this comes from Jing'ai. Chapter 309, Can't the meeting be held at a different time? It is not easy for Uchiha to directly build relationships with Jing'ai, so he can only keep working on Uchiha Mikoto. She took out 2 bottles of juice from the refrigerator and handed one to Uchiha Mikoto. Jing'ai motioned for her to sit down first and not to be restrained. Has there been no conflict among the Uchiha recently? Uchiha Mikoto knew what Shizuchi wanted to know. She shook her head first, then sighed. I don't know what the clan leader talked about with the elders. The elders were very angry, but I don't know the details. There are some things that Uchiha Mikoto is not qualified to participate in. After all, a family's right to speak depends on strength and status. It seems that Uchiha Fugaku has started to take action. I wonder how many of these elders who rely on their seniority will be left when the knife falls. If we were to say who is the most ruthless among these family patriarchs, Uchiha Fugaku is definitely the number one. Look at Hyaga Hayashi, his mind is full of thoughts on how to change the family, but in the end he can do nothing and can only watch. Thinking of the shortcomings of the Hyaga clan, Jingai couldn't help but shake his head. I don't know how long Hinata Hayashi's passion can last. Misaki-san. When Kushina returned home, she saw Uchiha Mikoto cheering excitedly. She felt that all the tiredness brought by a day of training disappeared. She held Uchiha Mikoto's hand and chatted non-stop. Ever since Uchiha Mikoto joined the police department, the sisters started to meet less and less often. Hinata Miwi didn't have a job, but Kushina trained hard every day and the other party felt embarrassed to keep disturbing her. After chatting for a while, Kushina pulled Uchiha Mikoto into the room. Time to eat. After dinner was ready, Jingai called out. When the two came out, Kushina rushed to the dining table. As for Uchiha Mikoto, her face turned red and her eyes became evasive when she looked at Jingai. What did Kushina talk to her about? Could it be that two girls were hiding in the room and talking about something indecent? Otherwise, why would Uchiha Mikoto be so shy? Jingai didn't ask any more questions and turned around and went upstairs. If he still stayed in the living room, Uchiha Mikoto probably wouldn't even dare to raise her head. Misaki, please don't be like this. If Shizuka finds out, he'll definitely scold me. After seeing Jingai leave, Kushina quietly reminded Uchiha Mikoto, can you please behave more normally? Uchiha Mikoto was embarrassed. It's you who said these weird things. Hey. Kushina smiled slyly. It's all Tsunade's sister and Shizuka's fault. They make a fuss every night and cause me to suffer from insomnia. Uchiha Mikoto. The nine-tailed fox in the sealed space felt that it was too shameful to watch. Human emotions are so strange. Or are the tailed beasts more? Tailed beasts are supposedly gender-neutral? That's fine. Anyway, the tailed beasts can't have such emotional problems. In that case, why bother? As long as Kushina doesn't affect the training, that's enough. Although he was not provoked today, Kyuubi still held his breath. Jingai, you wait. Kushina's special training is about to end, and you will be the one who is embarrassed. I, Nine-Tailed Master, will never lose. After finishing her meal, Uchiha Mikoto covered her face and ran away. Faced with Kushina's fierce bombardment, Uchiha Mikoto was a little overwhelmed. In the evening, when Tsunade came back, Jingai told her what happened today. Tsunade, who originally just wanted to lie down and sleep, jumped up from the bed and ran downstairs with gritted teeth. Soon, Kushina's screams were heard from downstairs. You silly girl, you dare to say anything? Who did you learn this from? I learned this from you. Who allowed you to disturb my sleep in the middle of the night? I said. Ouch, I was wrong, I won't do it again, Sister Tsunade, please stop hitting me. Listening to the noise downstairs, Jingai smiled unkindly. You are a little girl, so you should be beaten for talking nonsense. Woohoo, I want revenge. I will spank Tsunade-san's butt in the future, cause it hurts. Lying on the bed, covering her little butt, Kushina secretly swore that she would fight back when she became stronger. That night, the entire Konoha village, except for the busiest commercial street, has become quiet. A figure approached quickly. The yard was hidden in darkness, like a statue puppet slowly opening its eyes, and its green eyes were like two lights in the darkness. Seeing this scene, the Hokage guard ninja coming from the Hokage's office stopped immediately. Master Shizuichi, the Hokage-sama wants you to come to the Hokage's office immediately for an important meeting. Seeing this, the puppet closed its eyes and returned to the shadows. A few minutes later, Jingai jumped out of the upstairs window and landed gently on the ground. Can't the meeting be rescheduled? Jingai, who was full of complaints, complained a few words. It was late at night and I had just fallen asleep when someone from the Hokage's office came and disturbed my sleep. Because Tsunade was lazy in various ways, the third Hokage would never notify Tsunade when he had a meeting, and would always look for him. The ninja from the Hokage's guard team could only laugh dryly and leave. He didn't dare to respond or report this, so he could only pretend he didn't hear it. As subordinates, you can just pretend you are not aware of the complaints and spittings between the bosses. Let's go. Jingai did not make things difficult for the Hokage's guards and followed them to the Hokage's office building. In the Hokage's office, there was a high-level meeting, but today there was one more person, that was Nara Shikashin. As the leader of the Jonin squad, Nara Shikashin is qualified to participate in such meetings. If it were the fat guy Chiyoda Kofang, he would definitely not be willing to participate, let alone attend the meeting in the middle of the night. He would not even be willing to attend it during the day. The main point is laziness. Jingai was the last one to arrive. Walking into the Hokage's office, seeing the seriousness on everyone's faces, Jingai asked curiously, "What happened? Why are you so serious?" Orikimura sent a message. The third Hokage threw the scroll to Shizuka, who was sitting on the sofa. The Sand Village's envoys, led by Cho, have entered the Land of Rivers. The Sand Village is preparing for peace talks. He opened the scroll and took a look at its contents. Jing'ai put the scroll beside him and said, "The Sand Village can't bear it anymore. It's normal to negotiate, but they don't want to negotiate as losers." Is this what you mean by accepting defeat but not accepting the identity of a loser? So how will the Sand Village convince Konoha? To be more direct, what favorable conditions can the Sand Village offer to convince Konoha? They are poor and have nothing, so what can Konoha be interested in? Chapter 310, Puppet Secret Technique? Of course it's good. What the Sand Village did is no different from being defeated in the war. They just want to protect their reputation. Jing'ai yawned. It would be better to end this boring meeting as soon as possible. So coming here under the banner of peace talks must come at a certain price. I think the Sand Village is already mentally prepared for this. Only. Having said this, Jing'ai paused. Before the others could remain silent, Yutain Koharu asked impatiently, "Just what?" After looking at her, Jing'ai retracted his gaze and said, "But what can the Sand Village offer?" Jing'ai raised the corners of his mouth slightly and began to give examples. "Money, they don't have it. They are poorer than us. There are no supplies of any kind. The Wind Country doesn't have much else but a lot of various minerals. But does the village lack these things? Don't forget, the Sand Village still owes me a huge debt, enough to pay them off for a long time. Various secret techniques, is the Sand Village willing to hand them over? You won't force the puppet secret technique on us, will you?" As Jing'ai cited more examples, everyone's faces became uglier, because Jing'ai hit the nail on the head. What can the Sand Village come up with to impress Konoha? There is no money and no supplies. The only thing in abundance is various minerals. Speaking of this, I have to mention the debt I owe Jing'ai. It will last them a long time. Humph. Yutain Koharu cursed angrily. Is that bastard the third Kazekage going to make fun of us? If you can't produce anything, what are you talking about? Maybe other conditions will be proposed. Nara Shikakoshi himself was numb. Logically, such peace talks would be beneficial to Konoha, because Konoha could raise its knife and cut the flesh of the Sand Village. But after some analysis, it's just a fart. Unless you allow the Sand Village to owe debts and let them pay them back slowly, don't think about squeezing too much money out of the Sand Village. Midaman and expressed a different opinion. What we should worry about is that the Sand Village will choose to give up. Anyway, we have nothing and cannot afford to pay. If you are willing to take what we can give, then take it. If you are not willing, then forget it. The third Hokage's face darkened. Because this possibility is very high. If the Sand Village really goes to pieces, what can Konoha do? Are you biting them hard? This is so fucking disgusting. Haven't you always wanted the Sand Village to support Konoha in its stance? I think this is a good opportunity, and the Sand Village will probably seize this opportunity to negotiate. Thinking of the fact that in the original time and space, the Sand Village was indeed Konoha's younger brother, Jing'ai couldn't help but laugh. At this time, you, Hinata Shizuka, can still laugh? Koharu Yutain wanted to curse, but she turned around and looked at Jing'ai, and chose to swallow the curse. Jing'ai, now is not the time to joke. Nara Shikakusen's mouth twitched and he reminded Jing'ai to pay attention to the occasion and not make jokes casually. Because this joke, seems a little funny. Damn it, why does this old man want to laugh too? I must have been infected by Jing'ai. I was not like this before. I must have been influenced by him. Nara Shikakusen quickly lowered his head to prevent others from seeing the change in his expression. So, the best offer that the Sand Village can offer is to rely on Konoha economically and militarily. This was the ending that the third Hokage had always been looking forward to, but if the Sand Village proposed it at this time, it would make him very uncomfortable. If they accept it, it means that the village has worked in vain in this war and has dug a lot of holes for itself. If you don't accept it, the Sand Village will just give up. Do whatever you want. Anyway, we, the Sand Village, can't produce anything. You can do whatever you want. If you have the guts, just destroy us. You should see if the other villages agree first. By then, Konoha's situation will be even worse. It will be impossible to destroy the Sand Village, so let's collect the debt. Who knows when the Sand Village will be able to pay it back? Do the experience gained from puppet secrets and puppet making count? Apart from being a younger brother, this is the greatest sincerity that the Sand Village can show. If it were in the past, the Sand Village would never hand over these things. However, having suffered a dimensionality reduction attack, they no longer regard puppets as the foundation of the village. In front of Jing'ai's puppet, the puppetry of the Sand Village is just a common thing. Rather than holding on to it, it is better to use it as a bargaining chip. Puppet secret technique? Several people couldn't help but look at Jing'ai, and the third Hokage asked first. Jing'ai, Is the puppetry technique of the Sand Village worth learning? Jing'ai is one of the few ninjas in the village who plays with puppets, and he is good at dimensionality reduction attacks. It is best to ask him to verify this issue. Of course it's worth it. Jing'ai answered this question without any stance. Although they are all puppets, the puppets of the Sand Village and my puppets are not of the same type. Only I can use my puppets, but the puppets of the Sand Village are different. Puppet ninjas have their own advantages. If they didn't have any advantages, the Sand Village wouldn't be holding them back so tightly. For the ninjas of each family, learning puppetry and making puppets is not worth the effort, but don't forget that in Konoha, the largest group of ninjas are civilian ninjas. For these civilian ninjas who have low incomes, have difficulty learning ninjutsu, and have no secret techniques, being able to use puppets can be considered a reinforcement of their strength. It is difficult for many civilian ninjas to improve their strength, not because they don't have talent, but because they don't have the opportunity to learn more ninjutsu, let alone secret and forbidden techniques. Secret techniques are basically the foundation of a ninja family's survival. It is impossible to hand them over casually, let alone let civilian ninjas learn them. Forbidden techniques are even more ridiculous. According to the qualifications to learn forbidden techniques, a civilian ninja would have to complete countless missions and make countless contributions before he would have a chance to see a scroll of forbidden techniques. So I suggest that when the Sand Village's envoy arrives, the village should focus on puppetry during the negotiations. Other conditions can be waived, but puppetry must be acquired. This will remind a large number of civilian ninjas of their strength. Having said this, Jing'ai did not speak again. In Jing'ai's opinion, the only valuable condition that Sand Village could offer was puppetry. As for being a younger brother, that was nonsense. The third Kazekage is in power now. Once he is gone, any treaty signed will be worthless. As long as the Sand Village has no shame, they can replace the Kazekage in advance. If the fourth Kazekage does not recognize the signed treaties at that time, what can you do? The ball returned to the feet of the third Hokage. The third Hokage suddenly frowned, and his two white eyebrows began to press tightly together. Chapter 311. A fight broke out over barbecue. I don't know if it's because of long-term overwork and excessive overtime, but at the same age, the third Hokage looks much older than Yutain Koharu and others. The meeting ended here, and the rest of the time was spent discussing meaningless things. The sky was gradually getting brighter. The exhausted third Hokage could only adjourn the meeting. Jing'ai and Nara Shikashin left the Hokage office building together. Nara Shikashin whispered to Jing'ai, "Jing'ai, Lord Hokage has always wanted to sign a non-aggression treaty with other villages, but was rejected by other villages. I think Lord Hokage will put out this treaty during the peace talks this time. Your suggestion may not be adopted. After all, it will cost a lot of money to train qualified puppet ninjas from among many civilian ninjas. Given the current situation of the village, Hokage-sama might not agree." Got it. It's money again. If there is money given to families like Sarutobi Shimura, there will be no money to train civilian ninjas. Civilian family, hee how interesting. Jing'ai shook her head and said, "Senior, you don't have to worry about me. I'm just making suggestions. As for how to choose, it's up to the Hokage. When the negotiations begin, I promise not to say a word. Meetings are meetings, and formal negotiations are formal negotiations." Jing had made up his mind long ago that when the formal negotiations began, he would make sure not to say a word. Let the third Hokage and the two advisory elders do the work. Ahem, that's not even necessary. He didn't say a word. People who didn't know might think that he had offended Jing'ai, which made Jing'ai unwilling to say a word. If this really happened, the third Hokage and the two advisory elders would probably be very worried. After all, they were afraid that Jing'ai would cause trouble at this time. Ha ha ha, senior, I'm leaving first and going home to sleep. Wait a minute. It's already dawn, let's have breakfast together. Is this your breakfast? Looking at the fragrant beef in his hand, Nara Shikashin took a big bite of the beef and looked up at the sky helplessly. I am already old, but I still want to have fun with you, kid. We run to the river early in the morning to barbecue. But this barbecue is so delicious. Nara Shikashin's original intention was to just eat something to fill their stomachs and then go back to sleep. Jing'ai took him for a walk and found that many breakfast shops were not open yet, so they strolled to the market, took advantage of the fresh food in the morning, carried a beef leg, and roasted it in the morning. Despise you? Jing'ai gave Nara Shikashin a disdainful look. The old guy said that eating too much greasy food in the morning was not good and difficult to digest, but he ate more than him. After eating nearly 2 kilograms of beef, Nara Shikashin patted his belly contentedly. Hiccup, I'm going to go back first. I still have a lot of things to do at home. After saying that, Nara Shikashin hummed a little tune and walked away leisurely. You can see that he is in a good mood. Jing'ai couldn't help but raise his greasy hand and gave him a middle finger. After finishing the barbecue in his hand, Jing'ai took out a box, cut the remaining beef and put it into the box, then took the box back home. Oh, that's rare. When I walked into the house, I saw Tsunade and Kushina sitting on the sofa. It was normal for Kushina to get up early because her training time was about to start. As for Tsunade, if this woman has nothing to do, she can sleep until noon. You got up so early today? Morning. Tsunade stared at Kushina, her fists clenched tightly. This damn girl must be trying to get revenge on me for spanking her. She woke me up so early in the morning to make breakfast. Is what I made edible? Then I don't care, Lulyalu. I'll let you spank me. Kushina shrank behind Shizue, showing her head and making faces at Tsunade. If you spank me, I will wake you up to make breakfast. Let's not talk about whether you can eat it or not. It's enough to wake you up so that you can't sleep in. You quarrel with me at night and I quarrel with you in the morning. It has been happily decided that from now on, we two sisters will hurt each other. Yes, hurting each other. I learned this word from Jing'ai. Damn girl. Tsunade was furious. Kushina, who was hiding behind Jing'ai, also fought back boldly because she knew that Jing'ai would stop Tsunade at this time and would not let Tsunade beat her. There's barbecue, would you like some? Looking at the furious Tsunade and Kushina who kept provoking Tsunade, Jing'ai calmly opened the box. It's still hot, beef shank. Eating barbecue early in the morning? Tsunade and Kushina didn't bother to quarrel anymore and stared at the barbecue in the box. 10 seconds later, a new round of fighting officially began. As long as ninjas consume enough energy, they don't need to worry about gaining weight, except for some gifted guys. So Tsunade and Kushina don't need to worry about gaining weight. What they care about is whether the barbecue tastes good and how much they can grab. As she grew older, Kushina's rebellious phase began to set in, and she wanted to make trouble with Tsunade over everything. Mine. Don't grab. Ah, Big Fox, help me. Seeing Tsunade using super strength, Kushina also used it, but she was no match for Tsunade, so Kushina started to mobilize people. Jing'ai stood at the bathroom door with a toothbrush in her mouth and a water cup in her hand, calmly watching the two people fighting over food. I am here to help you grab the meat? The nine-tailed fox couldn't help but roll its eyes, but fortunately it didn't reject Kushina, but instead gave her full support. The anger began to spread, and the two sisters' fight for the food intensified, to the point where they were no longer fighting over the barbecue, but were now openly fighting. Hateful. Seeing the barbecue in her hand being crushed, Tsunade raised her eyebrows smugly to provoke Kushina. Kushina was furious. Kushina was so furious that her microcosm exploded and her whole body was covered in golden chakra. The terrifying chakra burst out with a powerful shock wave, which directly knocked Tsunade over and pushed her out. I'm so pissed off. The angry Kushina's red hair was fluttering in the wind, and golden chakra enveloped her body, making her look like she had turned into a big golden fox. It seems a bit too much. Jing'ai glanced at the ceiling and subconsciously took 2 steps back. There was a loud bang, and after Kushina's eyes turned into fox shapes, 9 tails that were more exaggerated than pillars pierced through the ceiling. A large amount of wood chips, stones and tiles kept falling, and several big holes were poked in the house. The 9 tails iconic tailed beast chakra burst out. Everyone in Konoha was shocked and subconsciously looked towards the scene of the incident. Chapter 312, One Slap and Send Kohara Flying. Is it Kushina who is leading or the 9 tails? Looking at Kushina's eyes that were beginning to change, Jing'ai felt that something was missing, so he shouted, Kushina, the grilled meat is gone. You're going to starve because you're out of breakfast. Kushina, whose eyes had turned into those of a fox, was stunned for a moment, looked down, and almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. Ah, damn it, my barbecue. Under Jing'ai's stimulation, Kushina's anger value continued to rise. The 9 tails chakra began to decrease, her eyes gradually returned to normal, slowly shrank and finally turned into a golden shield that covered Kushina's whole body. At this time, you are still causing trouble? Giving Shizue a glare, Tsunade tried to explain, but before she could open her mouth, Kushina rushed over. The two sisters immediately started fighting. Ha ha ha, it worked, my Kurama is indeed the best mentor. Well done Kushina. In the sealed space, 9-tailed fox proudly put his hands on his hips and laughed non-stop. What was that just now? Many people in the village were puzzled. The third Hokage, who was in the Hokage's office hesitating whether to go home and sleep, suddenly stood up. That was the 9 tails chakra just now. Did the tailed beast go berserk? The third Hokage, who had no time to rest or sleep, jumped out of the window and ran towards Jing's family. There are many ninjas with the third Hokage. Although the 9 tails has been quiet over the years since it was sealed, as the strongest tailed beast, if it goes berserk, Konoha will be in big trouble. Don't let the tailed beast go berserk. I hope Jing'ai can control the situation. Suddenly, 9 tails shot up into the sky, which made many people feel terrified. Even though these 9 tails disappeared very quickly, many people's hearts almost jumped out of their throats. If it was just a chakra explosion, I could still hope for it, but now that the 9 tails has appeared, can the situation still be controlled? Batch after batch of ninjas rushed over as quickly as possible. The third Hokage, who arrived at the scene first, saw Shizuka standing on the roof with a toothbrush and a cup of water in his hands before he even got close. What time is it that you can still brush your teeth calmly? Jing'ai, the situation. Landing steadily beside Jing'ai, the third Hokage looked towards the scene and swallowed the rest of his words. There is no such thing as the 9-tailed fox going berserk. Instead, Kushina and Tsunade were fighting. Kushina's fighting power was off the charts. She chased Tsunade and beat her while shouting at her to compensate her for her barbecue. This scene made those who came later all look confused. Everyone wants to ask, what exactly happened here? But the two people in the fight didn't care how many people came, and they only had each other in their eyes. So everyone's eyes turned to Jing'ai. Notice that everyone is looking at you. Jing'ai had no choice but to put the toothbrush under the quilt, waved her hand and said, "Disperse, everyone, there's nothing to see. The police and Umbu people will stay to maintain law and order. Disperse the people around first to prevent anyone from getting hurt." Hinata Shizuka, what's going on? Shouldn't you give everyone an explanation? Koharu Yutain really wanted to know what had happened, but when she saw that Jing'ai had no intention of explaining, she became anxious and questioned him on the spot. Explain your mother, explain yourself. Get away from me. I'm annoyed when I see you. Green chakra extended from Jing'ai's hand and directly gave the old woman Yutain Koharu a big slap. Who do you think you are? Do I need an explanation? He slapped Koharu Yutain and sent her flying, taking away a lot of her chakra. Seeing that Koharu Tsuchiya flew far away and crashed through 2 houses, Jing'ai let her go. Jing'ai, what's going on? The third Hokage didn't expect that Yutain Koharu would question Shizuka in person, and her tone and attitude were very bad. Shizuka was even more ruthless and just slapped her in the face. Everyone present was shocked. The man who was knocked out was the village elder advisor. Wait, the person who beat her was the Umbu chief? That's okay, the friction between the big guys is none of our business. Without answering the third Hokage's question, Shizue said loudly, Umbu and police departments, listen to my orders and disperse everyone. Yes. The Umbu people took immediate action, and the police department people subconsciously looked at Uchiha Fugaku, and seeing that Uchiha Fugaku acted silently, they also followed their own minister's work. Anyone who heard the news was driven away. The villagers who came to watch the fun were chased away. After all the irrelevant people were driven away, Jing'ai explained, put all your worries behind your back. The 9-tailed fox is not going berserk. This situation is actually a good thing for the village. Is this considered a good thing? A lot of houses were destroyed and a lot of people were scared, but you tell us it's a good thing? Kushina controlled the Kyubai's power? Nara Shikashin, who had worked with Jing'ai the longest, was the first to react. Kushina has mastered the power of the Kyubai. Isn't this a good thing? It definitely counts. Do not fight. Tsunade rubbed her numb hands after knocking Kushina away with a punch. This damn girl Kushina was really difficult to deal with after she mastered the power of the 9 tails. This was only the first time she used such power. If we wait until she has mastered the technique, it will be almost impossible to bully her or spank her. You said you don't want to fight? You have to compensate me for the barbecue. I will train on an empty stomach without the barbecue. Kushina was still thinking about the barbecue. She didn't want to train on an empty stomach. In the sealed space, Kyuubi raised his claws to cover his eyes. Cannot watch anymore. It's such a disgrace to the tailed beasts. His microcosm exploded, and he finally mastered the 9 tails chakra mode, all in order to make Tsunade pay for the barbecue. Kushina, congratulations. Jing'ai shouted and led the applause. Nara Shikashin was stunned for a moment, then started to applaud. The third Hokage and others were a few seconds slow to react, but they still followed the crowd and applauded to congratulate Kushina. Ah, me? Congratulations? The little girl, whose mind was still full of barbecue, hadn't reacted yet. After being interrupted, Kushina's anger dissipated and she subconsciously looked around. She found that her home was gone and the surrounding houses were also destroyed. She immediately showed a sad face. It's over, my home is gone. What should I say? Tsunade laughed out of anger. Jing'ai was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. There is still a need for tempering and growth, but is family still the focus at this time? If the house is gone, we can just rebuild it, it won't be a problem. Jing'ai and Kushina are both people who have no shortage of money, so they don't need to worry about the money for renovating the house. Chapter 313. This kid's eyes are so scary. Is it really appropriate to worry about the house at this time? Kushina brat, if you want to worry about the house, why don't you take a look at your own condition first? You succeeded, we succeeded. Unable to bear it any longer, the Ninetales pulled Kushina's consciousness into the sealed space. Ugh! Kushina, whose mind was still full of thoughts about the house, finally reacted. She stared blankly at her hands covered in golden chakra for a while before she cheered excitedly. Jing-ai, I succeeded, the big fox and I succeeded. Kushina was extremely surprised and rushed towards Jing with cheers, like a young swallow returning to its nest. Be careful not to fall. Jing-ai was a little impressed by the length of Kushina's reaction time. It took you so long to realize that you succeeded? Opening her arms to catch Kushina, Jing raised her hand and rubbed the little head of the girl who was rubbing against her in her arms, and said with a smile, You are great, Kushina, you are the first perfect Jinchuriki in the ninja world. No other Jinchuriki can compare to you. Considering Kushina's age and the time period, it is a remarkable achievement that Kushina and the Ninetales were able to reach a consensus and successfully activate the Ninetales chakra mode. Look at Naruto Uzumaki in the original time and space. It was extremely difficult for him to enter the Ninetales chakra mode. Of course, it also has something to do with the nine-tailed fox. At this point in time, the Ninetales had not been targeted for too long, and its dissatisfaction with Kushina was not that deep. If it were the Ninetales after the Night of the Ninetales, it would not be so easy to deal with. At that time, the Ninetales was tied up and restricted by Kushina for nearly 20 years. After finally breaking free, it immediately ran into Uchiha Obito and became a puppet controlled by the Sharingan. He caused all kinds of destruction and chaos in Konoha. After waiting for a long time for the control of the Sharingan to disappear, he was finally met with the Shikigami seal. After a series of events, the tailed beasts became petty and vengeful. Even humans can't stand this kind of torture. Therefore, it is more difficult for Naruto to enter the Ninetales chakra mode than Kushina. In addition, the Ninetales in Naruto Uzumaki's body is only half a young Ninetales, and the Ninetales is sealed, which makes the difficulty increase invisibly. It doesn't mean that half of the Ninetales is easier to control. Judging from the properties of the chakra and the completeness of the tailed beasts, it would be more difficult to enter the Ninetales chakra mode if half of the tailed beasts are sealed. Look at the future Yagura, the seven tails Jinchuriki of Takigakure, Yukato and Killer Bee of Kumagakure. They are all perfect Jinchuriki, but Uzumaki Naruto, who has a good relationship with the Ninetales, just can't do it, and finally passes the level with the help of Killer Bee. This may be due to Naruto Uzumaki's personal problems, as well as the Ninetales' problems. After Kushina and the complete Ninetales opened their hearts to each other and accepted each other, the difficulty of mastering the Ninetales chakra mode was nothing compared to that of Uzumaki Naruto. Kyuubi, you're great. I lose. Holding Kushina, Jing-ai's consciousness took the opportunity to sneak into the sealed space and announce to the Ninetales that he had lost and that he had underestimated it. He, I am the strongest tailed beast, the most powerful of all the tailed beasts, Master Kurama. Just a mere. When he heard Jing-ai say that he lost, Jue sat up proudly, put his hands on his hips and laughed proudly. While laughing, it also wanted to mock Jing-ai. But when he saw the change in Jing-ai's eyes, a terrifying aura enveloped his whole body, and Kyuubi's words of mockery towards Jing-ai were blocked. Shizuka, whose Samsara eye chakra began to emerge, looked at the Ninetales with a smile. What did you just say? A mere what? The Sharingan can effectively restrain the tailed beasts, but don't forget where the Sharingan came from. It was a mutation based on the Byakugan, and the Samsara eye was evolved from the Byakugan. Capturing a tailed beast is just a matter of sprinkling water. No matter whether you are the nine-tailed fox or the strongest tailed beast. Holy shit. This little devil's eyes are so scary. At this moment, Kyuubi thought of someone. At this moment, Jing-ai gave Kyuubi the feeling that he was like the old man Ryudeo's younger brother. What the hell, are the Hyuga clan so scary? Old man Ryudeo never said that. After confirming the look in his eyes, he knew that the other party was someone who could easily control him. Kyuubi's arrogance disappeared immediately, and he opened his mouth and coughed. What I want to say is, how can a mere Ninetales chakra mode defeat me and Kushina? Right, that is it. Faced with the choice between being arrogant and following one's heart, Kyuubi chose to follow one's heart. Besides, judging from its and Kushina's situation, neither of them can leave each other, and there is still a long time before it will have contact with Shizuka in the future. Playing opposite to Jing-ai for a long time would definitely make Kushina unhappy. So Kyuubi decided to endure it for Kushina's sake. It's not because of Jing-ai's eyes that it's afraid, but for Kushina. How could I, the strongest tailed beast, Kurama, be afraid of a kid from the Hyuga clan? This is absolutely impossible. Really? That's good. I hope you can get along well with Kushina in the future. After nodding with a smile, Jingai's consciousness disappeared in the consciousness space. The nine-tailed fox breathed a sigh of relief and lay quietly on the ground. It was thinking whether it should find Kushina and interrogate her carefully when it had free time. Uncle Hokage, I have completed the course that Shizuichi gave me. You are not allowed to restrict me from leaving the village anymore. Coming out of Jingai's arms, Kushina proudly shook her long red hair towards the third Hokage. Auntie, I am finally free. Forehead. The third Hokage's expression darkened. He hadn't made such a promise to Kushina. Kushina is the village's Jinchuriki. If she leaves the village and something happens, the consequences will be disastrous. Subconsciously, the third Hokage looked at Shizuichi. You made the promise, why don't you explain it? And what was going on with Kushina being covered in golden chakra just now? Can you explain it in detail? Be good and listen, and don't stop training. I can't take you out of the village until you have mastered the Nine-Tails chakra mode. After giving Kushina some instructions, Shizue said to the third Hokage, the members of the Hokage Guard will stay behind to deal with the subsequent troubles together with the Umbu and the police department. Kushina will compensate for the damage caused. Also, let the village's construction team repair the damaged houses as soon as possible. The scene was badly damaged, and Kushina was responsible for 70% of the damage, as she was still unable to perfectly master the power of the Nine-Tails chakra. Therefore, Kushina deserves to pay compensation. Okay, I will pay for it. I also want to build a big house. A very big one. It's just some compensation and medical expenses, no big deal. Chapter 314. Accept me, no one can be her opponent. Kushina didn't care about any of that. The little girl kept gesturing with her hands, saying she wanted to build a big house, a very big one. With Tsunade watching over the scene, Shizue doesn't have to worry about any trouble. In addition, people from the Umbu and the police department are also here, as well as people from the Hokage Guard. They will gradually count the damaged buildings and pay the compensation when the time comes. As for those who were injured, the compensation for medical expenses, nutrition expenses, etc. will not be small. After arranging these tasks, Jingai said to the third Hokage, let's go to the Hokage's office and have a simple high-level meeting to prevent any new trouble from happening. It is good. The third Hokage just happened to have this idea, and it would be best if Shizuka brought it up first. But Yutane Koharu, the unlucky and miserable one, was jumping up and down and was slapped by Jingai, causing big holes to appear in several houses. Judging from Koharu Yutane's current situation, she will not be able to attend this meeting. Hey, Xiaochun, when will you change your bad temper? The third Hokage sighed in his heart. Mizuto Minen pretended not to see it and was just glad that he had come to his senses, otherwise he might have been the one to get slapped. After arranging for someone to send Yutane Koharu to the hospital, the third Hokage and Mito Kato and rushed to the Hokage office building. Hiruzen, Koharu is too impulsive, please try to persuade her. If she still doesn't change her temper, I'm afraid she will suffer a great loss in the future. On the way, the worried Mitaman N talked about Yutane Koharu. The third Hokage was stunned. Men Yen, I thought you didn't care about Xiaochun anymore, but I didn't expect. No, you misunderstood. Mizuto Yen said seriously, I'm just worried that she will continue to do stupid things, and then she will implicate you, or even me. I don't want to be implicated by her. I have helped her enough, and I don't want to be involved with her. The third Hokage. It seems that you asked me to persuade Xiaochun not because you care about Xiaochun suffering a loss, but because you are worried that Xiaochun will commit suicide and implicate you. I ride a horse. At this moment, the third Hokage suddenly wanted to swear. Soon, the group returned to the Hokage's office where they had just parted. When the third Hokage and Mito Kato arrived, Shizuichi and Nara Shikakoshi were already waiting there. Besides the two of them, there was also a chubby figure in the office. The chubby figure was none other than Xiaodao Chufeng. Although he has resigned from the position of Hokage's assistant, Akimichi Tofu is qualified to attend the meeting. Fatty, are you here to join in the fun too? After entering the Hokage's office and sitting in his own seat, the third Hokage smiled and joked. Xiaodao Chufeng laughed, patted his big belly and said, I heard that something interesting happened in the village. I was too fat to get there in time, so I came to join in the fun. You won't chase me away, will you? Too lazy to talk to you. The third Hokage turned his head decisively. Shizuichi, Kushina's current situation is that she has mastered the power of the Nine Tails, and you promised to take her away from the village? Fatty, can you do this? After giving Akimichi Takao a look that showed he had experienced the situation, which made the fat man so angry that he blew his beard and glared, Jingai finally answered the third Hokage's question. You all know that Jinchuriki can use the power of tailed beasts to fight, but most Jinchuriki use it rather crudely. and can only use the tailed beast's outer garment, and there is also the risk of it going berserk. Ah. The third Hokage and others nodded repeatedly. This information is known to everyone and is not considered secret information in the 5 major ninja villages. Jingai continued. Using the tailed beast code is only the most basic way of fighting for a Jinchuriki. In Kushina's case, she can be called a perfect Jinchuriki because she can perfectly control the power of the tailed beast. Both the human and the tailed beast open their hearts and accept each other, forming one. The tailed beasts are powerful, but their fighting methods are crude. If the power of the tailed beasts is controlled by the Jinchuriki, their strength will be greatly improved. And there is no need to worry about the tailed beasts going berserk, because at this point, the tailed beasts will no longer betray the Jinchuriki. They are one and the same. So awesome? The third Hokage's eyes suddenly widened, and Akimichi Tuka, who was beside Jingai, took a breath of cold air. The fat Akimichi Tuka smiled brightly. Jingai, you are not kidding, right? According to what you said, doesn't it mean that the risk of the tailed beast has been eliminated, and the strength of this child Kushina will become very strong? Correct. Facing everyone's incredulous gazes, Jingai solemnly assured, reaching this point already means that the tailed beasts are no longer scary entities that pose a risk, but have become a help to the village. As for the Jinchuriki, to be frank, when Kushina masters the power of the 9 tails, no one in the entire Konohagakure will be her opponent except me. Looking at the entire ninja world, it might be troublesome to run into the third Raikage. When it comes to fighting other people, Kushina is not at all weak and can just beat them up, but the third Raikage is a bit exaggerated. Normally, attacks on him would just tickle him. If he hits you once, you will feel the pain for a long time and it will take you a long time to recover. So, this Kushina kid is suddenly invincible? Chiodaya Kufeng's fat face was wrinkled together, looking very funny. Correct. Jingai said with a half-smile, at least it's easy to beat you, senior. Go away, go away. You always like to make fun of your seniors when you have nothing to do. Chiodao Chufeng was unhappy. Jingai laughed and stopped teasing him. So I promised Kushina that after she mastered the power of the 9 tails, I would take her out of the village and walk around the ninja world. At this time, Kushina's strength is already difficult to find an opponent. What needs to be paid attention to is the lack of experience and being easily deceived. Everyone. Jingai stood up and clapped his hands. To be fair, with Kushina's strength, is it necessary for us to force her to stay in the village? All she wants is freedom, to be able to go out and take a look around, to be able to perform tasks and carry out commissions for the village like everyone else. She already considers herself a part of the village. What are you worried about? I was worried that she would run away. The third Hokage moved his lips but was unable to utter the words. After all, Kushina was not a native of Konoha, but was brought back by people from Konoha halfway. Many people would question whether Kushina considers herself as a member of Konoha. Chapter 315, Perfect Jinchuriki, Unreplicable. Jingai has made it very clear. Don't restrict Kushina anymore, otherwise it will have the opposite effect and no one can predict the consequences. Headache. When a strong man appeared in the village, the third Hokage's first reaction was not joy, but a headache. Because Kushina, like Shizuka, is an uncontrollable being, Jingai is okay. If you grasp his bottom line, everyone can get along well. After all, Shizuka was born and raised in Konoha, so even if there were conflicts, they were conflicts within Konoha. But Kushina is different. She used to be a member of the Uzumaki clan, the little princess of the Uzumaki clan. He was just brought back to Konoha when the Uzumaki clan was in trouble. No one is sure how much sense of belonging Kushina has to Konoha over the past few years. If Kushina doesn't have the strength to resist, just force her to stay in the village. However, after Kushina mastered the power of the 9 tails, this method of forcibly keeping people was no longer effective. Let it go, I feel uneasy. If you don't let go, new conflicts will arise. The third Hokage was racking his brain thinking about how to solve this problem. Cough cough. Mido Kato En, who couldn't bear it any longer, coughed and signaled the third Hokage to look at Jingai and stop worrying about these things in silence. What happened? The third Hokage didn't react. Mizuto Minen was speechless and could only help the third Hokage. Jingai, your idea is feasible, but Kushina has never left the village and has no experience in all aspects. Hiruzen and I hope that when Kushina leaves the village, you will take her with you personally. Is that okay? Of course. After taking a deep look at Midoman, Jingai said as a matter of course, I am worried about letting Kushina go out alone. Before she grows up, she will go out with me or Tsunade, so you can rest assured. The old guy reacts really quickly. Door inflammation. The third Hokage looked at him in surprise. Midoman En gave the third Hokage a reassuring look. He signaled to the third Hokage not to be anxious, and he would explain it later. In that case, the Hokage office will no longer impose any restrictions on Kushina, but I hope she can control her own power. I hope what happened today will not happen again, otherwise it will have a great impact on the village. As it should be, all the losses that should be incurred will be compensated in full, and I will ensure that no one will suffer any loss. If the battle was for the village, then the compensation for the damages would be borne by the Hokage's office. Unfortunately, the fight between Tsunade and Kushina was a private act, so the compensation had to fall on them. Tsunade had no intention of giving it up. At this moment, she was still racking her brains over where to get some pocket money. So Kushina has to take the responsibility of compensation. Fortunately, the little rich woman doesn't care about spending money. What about confidentiality? The third Hokage smoked a cigarette and mentioned something about keeping secrets. We've agreed on Kushina's freedom of movement, but how do we keep it confidential? There were many people who witnessed it, including ninjas and residents of the village, and possibly even spies from other villages. Once the news leaks out, it will be very detrimental to the village. Secret? What secret? Jing'ai spread out her hands, indicating that she didn't know. Such an important matter does not need to be kept confidential. The third Hokage stood up directly from his chair. Jing'ai, don't joke about this kind of thing. What did he think? Hiruzen would probably be pissed to death. Akimichi Tofu and Nara Shikakoshi secretly exchanged glances. Nara Shikashin could only respond with a look that said, I don't know, and I don't understand either. He was not fooling anyone, he really didn't know what Jing'ai was thinking. He doesn't want to keep the secret because he thinks it's unnecessary, or he is deliberately going against the third Hokage. Judging from Jing'ai's previous style of doing things, it is very likely that he deliberately went against the third Hokage, and the third Hokage himself probably thought so too. That's why he stood up excitedly. Joke? Jing glanced at the third Hokage and said with amusement, I never joke about serious matters. There is no need to keep this matter secret. Just let the news spread. If any spy sees this, I would be happy to help them pass the news on. Now it wasn't just the third Hokage who started to get anxious, everyone else also started to get anxious. Jing'ai, who was too lazy to say more about this matter, stood up and straightened his clothes. Let me put it this way. There is actually no need to hide the information about the perfect Jinchuriki. Because the village is in trouble, Kushina appeared, and the perfect Jinchuriki cannot be copied. Even if other villages know about this information, it will be difficult for the village's Jinchuriki to become a perfect Jinchuriki. Even if we release the specific information, others will be left scratching their heads, because this kind of thing cannot be done just by knowing it. Of course, if the Hokage's office doesn't mind the trouble, the Hokage guard can also be dispatched to enforce the signing of the confidentiality contract. Anyway, the Umbu will not take over these matters. If you are afraid, then you go and carry out the mission, the Umbu will not go. Everyone, I'm leaving first. I still have a lot of things to deal with at home. You guys can chat slowly. As long as the issue of Kushina being able to travel freely is resolved, Jing'ai is too lazy to get involved in other matters, especially keeping secrets. Ate too much or something. It's a thankless task to bother with this. There are too many people who have seen it. Should we take them all back and ask them to keep it confidential and sign a confidentiality agreement? If you and the Hokage's office are not afraid of trouble, then go ahead and deal with it. Hinata Shizuka, will not be in charge of these things. What does he mean? After Jing'ai left, it took a while for the third Hokage to put down the pipe in his hand in a daze. Nara Shikako was embarrassed and could only bite the bullet and explain. Jing'ai's point is that a perfect Jinchuriki cannot be replicated. It is very difficult for Jinchuriki and the tailed beasts to reach this level, so it is not worth the village's effort to keep it secret. Perhaps it would be a good thing to publicize it. At least let the people in the ninja world see the village's strength and confidence. Nara Shikashin's tactful explanation made the third Hokage feel a little better. What about Kushina's freedom? Minion, I need an explanation. You all know that Kushina is not a native of Konoha. She was once the little princess of the Uzumaki clan. Later, she was brought to Konoha and became a Jinchuriki. If she has resentment towards us and is dissatisfied with the village, she will most likely leave the village directly. You. Maida Minyen shook his head helplessly. Hiruzen, do you think Kushina will really leave? Is it not possible? The third Hokage was stunned. Chapter 316. The more powerful people there are, the harder it is to mess with Konoha. I fucking ride. Is your brain frozen, Saratobi Hiruzen? I thought you were in the middle of it and didn't react, so I made the decision for you, but you're still confused now. What's wrong with you? Maidaman was so angry that he wanted to curse, and Nara Shikashin seemed to be enduring something. Chiodao Chufeng couldn't help but slap his thigh and laughed. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter, monkey, are you getting old? Didn't you know a lot about love between men and women before? Why are you so confused now? Depend on. So that's how it is. I didn't even react. Damn, I was laughed at by this fat guy. I was so stunned by the perfect Jinchuriki that I was worrying about all this. The third Hokage reacted and cursed himself for being stupid. No wonder Jing left without even finishing his words. He simply didn't want to waste his breath. It is true that Kushina was not born and raised in Konoha, but given her current dependence on Shizuka, instead of worrying that Kushina would run away, the third Hokage should think about how to deal with it when Kushina becomes strong and competes with Tsunade for a man. At that time, should I try to mediate the fight or take side? Ha 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 ha, I'm laughing so hard. Seeing that the third Hokage had reacted, Akimichi Tofu held his big belly and his eyes narrowed into a line with joy. After being repeatedly ridiculed by his old friends, the third Hokage had a gloomy face and wanted to throw the fat guy Akimichi Norifuge out. This fat guy is such an eyesore. He knows I'm in an awkward situation but he keeps laughing. Well, this is my problem. I shouldn't worry about whether Kushina stays or goes. The third Hokage also decisively admitted his mistake. I have admitted that I was wrong, and you can't laugh anymore, right? Seeing the third Hokage admit his mistake, Chiodao Chufeng really stopped smiling. It would be rude to laugh if others have admitted their mistakes. Although he still wanted to laugh, he had to hold it back. The fat guy Akimichi Tofu calmed down, and the third Hokage breathed a sigh of relief. So if we allow the news about Kushina to spread, what will the impact be on the village? Akimichi Norifuge and Nara Shikashin looked at each other, and they both tacitly did not speak. Seeing this, Midomanen took over the conversation. Pushing his glasses on the bridge of his nose, he said to the third Hokage, "It will make everyone think that our Konoha is even more difficult to mess with. Shizuichi, Kushina, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Heitake Sakumo, etc. There are so many new generation strong people emerging in the village. It is the other villages that should be anxious. Even if some villages have concerns about us, they still have to consider their own strength. With the presence of new generation strongmen like Jingai and Kushina, the village's deterrence can be increased invisibly, so what Jingai said about letting the news spread makes sense." Mido Kato-en said with a sigh, "Hiruzen, after 3 years of war, the village is in a weak state. Although we have enough strong people, the village's war potential has been exhausted, so we need strong people to deter some potential enemies." You're right. Even though he didn't want to admit it, the third Hokage had to face himself and the situation of the village, and he couldn't deceive himself. When the village's war potential is exhausted, the deterrent power of the strong is indeed important. At least it can prevent the enemy from acting rashly. Okay, I agree with Jingai's suggestion. In this case, let's do what Jingai said about Kushina. We won't need any power to monitor Kushina in the future. Don't you blush when you say this? Mido Kato-en looked at the third Hokage with strange eyes. Ever since that kid Hyuga Shizuka joined the Embu, who would dare to monitor Kushina? Kushina is surrounded by Shizuichi's puppets, okay? Not to mention Kushina, even Tsunade, Noeki, and Minato Namikaze, who are close to Shizuichi, have puppets following and protecting them. What's funny is that the village's top leaders did not enjoy this treatment, not even the third Hokage. Jingai's puppets only protect those close to them. As for whether those who are not protected will have any objections, Jingai doesn't bother to care. I am the head of the Embu, not your bodyguard. I am not responsible for guaranteeing your personal safety. If you want to seek protection, find a way yourself. The Hokage has his own Hokage guard, so it's even less likely that he would want to protect anyone else. Besides, if we stay in the village, which village's enemies would be able to sneak in and kill the senior officials? This is simply a declaration of war. This is not a joke. If the village's top leaders were killed while on a mission, they could only say that they were not strong enough and had bad luck. Even Konoha would not openly blame the other party. After all, isn't a ninja's professional life all about killing and being killed? Being killed outside the village and being killed in the village are two different things. In the former case, one can only blame himself for his bad luck, but in the latter case, it is a declaration of war. If something like this happened, even the third Hokage, who advocated peace, would have to bite the bullet and declare war. Where's Kushina? When Jingai came back, the scene had been cleaned up, the losses had been calculated, and all she had to do was pay direct compensation. Tsunade was directing the construction team to clear out the garbage and debris in preparation for building a new house. In addition to his own house, the house damaged by the battle also needs to be repaired. Medical compensation for injuries is one thing, and a damaged house is another. If you damage someone else's house, you at least need to rebuild it for them. So the construction team went out immediately. Tsunade, whose face was covered with dust, crossed her arms and complained unhappily. Where else can she go? She'll go show off to her sisters and inform them. This damn girl finally turned over a new leaf, she must be showing off a little. Ha ha ha. Jing'ai was immediately amused. But showing off is completely normal for a child of Kushina's age. Jing'ai would only find it strange if Kushina just kept doing nothing and said nothing. On the contrary, he also needs to worry about whether Kushina has psychological problems. It is a good thing to know how to show off and congratulate your sisters. By the way, what should we do with our house? Hearing this, Tsunade shook her head in pain. What else can we do? Wait for the construction team to clear out all the garbage and debris, clean up the place, and then build a big villa. Kushina has bought the surrounding land. This girl is really not short of money. She wants to build a big house, a very big one. Tsunade was so envious. I wish I could have that much money. Unfortunately, it's just wishful thinking. Chapter 317 Tsunade, old man, you have a really dark heart. Many people think that Tsunade lost all the property of the Senju clan, but this idea is actually wrong. Tsunade really didn't lose much. But it would be a lie to say that we didn't lose. But to say that you lose everything is simply impossible. Because Uzumaki Mito was the head of the family at that time, and Uzumaki Mito, who had always disliked gambling, would definitely not allow his granddaughter to do anything wrong. Much of the Senju clan's wealth was donated to the village. Not all of it was lost to Tsunade. It can only be said that Tsunade lost only a small portion, and the bulk of it was donated directly to the village. Just earn it slowly. Kushina's money is the legacy from the Uzumaki clan. It's the legacy from Kushina's mother's family. You can't be envious of this kind of money. Jing'ai hugged Tsunade, but Tsunade pushed him away angrily. What are you doing? It's broad daylight and there are many people around. How can you hug each other like this? Ugh. Jing'ai pretended to be sad and looked up at the sky. I also want to tell someone that the pharmaceutical division is very profitable and starting next year, her share of the profits will be differentiated. It seems that this money can be saved. What? What profit? What share? Tsunade's ears perked up when she heard the word money. Can I get a share of the profits from the drugs and medicines I developed? Tsunade couldn't believe her ears. Because in the past, the third Hokage never mentioned this matter, and Tsunade never asked about it, so it was just a vague idea of how much benefit it would bring to the pharmaceutical department. Whenever the topic came up, the third Hokage would stammer and try to change the subject. Later, after Jing'ai had a firm grip on the pharmaceutical department, Ward discovered that this department was really making money. The profit is enough to cover the dark department expenses, and there is still a lot left over. This is the profit after giving the village the cost of materials. It is conceivable how dark the heart of the third Hokage was. This old guy embezzled at least 30 million ryo from Tsunade every year. It's not much money. Jing'ai looked at her fingernails calmly and said absent-mindedly, we can probably get about 20 to 30 million taels every year. After all, the medicines and potions made in the village can be sold to many places. Old man, you deserve to die. At this moment, Tsunade couldn't help but curse the third Hokage a few words. It's so damn dark. There is so much money every year, but you swallow it all and leave nothing for me. No wonder Orochimaru is so determined to get the dividends from the home appliances he developed. This is simply huge profit. Ahem, Jing'ai, can you pay a little in advance? Tsunade's expression turned ingratiating. Jing'ai raised her head and said, alas, in such a bright and clear world, someone actually wants money. Where is his face? That's enough. It's just that I didn't let you hug me. Is it necessary to make such a fuss? Can I just give you a hug? I'll give you 2 kisses too. In order to get back the little money that belongs to her, Tsunade is willing to risk it all. Anyway, her relationship with Jing'ai is obvious in the village and there is no need to hide it. So Tsunade made up her mind, hugged Jing'ai decisively, and kissed him on the face a few times. Afraid that Jing'ai would play tricks on her, she waved her face and mouth twice before stopping. Oh, kiss, kiss. The people on the construction team were busy working, when they suddenly saw Princess Tsunade showing off her love, so everyone stopped what they were doing and started to make a noise. Okay, I'll give it to you. I prepared it a long time ago. I'll give it to you every year from now on, not a penny less. But you should be careful. If you lose it all, you know the consequences. We've already hugged and kissed each other, so there's nothing to be ashamed of. Tsunade acted very openly, without any sign of embarrassment at all. She took the scroll handed to her by Jing'ai, opened it, and exclaimed, her eyes turned into money symbols. Fortunately, Tsunade was very aware of her own self-control and did not take all the money given by Shizueichi. Instead, she picked out 1 million ryo and returned the rest to Shizueichi. Let Jing'ai help her keep it. If she were really asked to carry all of them with her, she probably wouldn't even be able to walk out of the casino entrance. I'll leave the rest of the work to you. I'll go out for a walk. With money in hand, why would Tsunade want to be an overseer? He just made up an excuse and ran away. Looking at Tsunade's back as she ran faster than a rabbit, Jing'ai had no choice but to shake his head. In fact, he only gave Tsunade 3 million ryo, which was about 1/10 of Tsunade's annual dividend. The reason why I only gave this much was because I was afraid that Tsunade would lose it all at once. Fortunately, Tsunade was clear about her position and knew to ask him for help in preserving it. As for being an overseer, Jing'ai would never do this. He decisively pulled Nara Shikaku over and ran away. The matter of Kushina caused quite a stir. There were many people who knew about this, and as Jing'ai had expected, among them were spies from other villages. It is very difficult to place high-level spies, after all, the review of each position is very strict, but it is difficult to distinguish spies among ordinary villagers. Under such circumstances, news about Kushina spread quickly. It was faster than Konoha's previous announcement of disarmament. After some effort, Cho finally arrived in Konoha and was received by Mito Kato-en. Because it was already evening when the Sand Village envoys arrived, the conversation was postponed to the next day. Apart from necessary surveillance, Konoha did not restrict the free movements of the people in the Sand Village. As long as you don't go anywhere you shouldn't go, you can wander around Konoha freely. So the people of the Sand Village soon received some news that sounded incredible. The person who received the news hurried back to his residence and reported the news to Cho. You mean, many villagers in Konoha are discussing the battle that took place in Konoha village yesterday. Is this battle related to Konoha's tailed beast? The person who came to report nodded repeatedly. Master Cho, many people have confirmed this news. Konoha has no intention of blocking the news. The battle broke out yesterday morning. There was a lot of movement and many people saw it. As long as you are in Konoha, you can see a golden fox. Golden fox? Cho asked in confusion. Isn't Konoha's nine tails red? Although I have never seen the nine-tailed fox in person, the legend about it has been around for a long time. The nine-tailed fox is a big red fox, or orange-red to be more precise. Later, what was sealed in Naruto's body was only half of the nine tails, namely the young nine tails, so the color of the hair was more orange. The complete form of the nine-tailed fox is orange-red in color. I don't know either. It is said that one side of the battle is Konoha Princess Tsunade, and the other side is Konoha's nine tails Jinchuriki, Kushina. It seems that Konoha's high-ranking official Yutaten Koharu was also injured in this battle and is currently lying in Konoha Hospital receiving treatment. Is that old woman Yutaten Koharu injured? Chapter 318, a sure hit before negotiation. Although she was also an old woman, Cho was delighted when she heard the news. People always say that women should never make things difficult for other women, but in fact, the competition between women is more exaggerated than that between men. Yes, it seems that I was attacked because I questioned Hinata Shizuka. This is totally off the mark. Are the top leaders of Konoha having so much fun? Because of a question, he directly attacked and beat another senior executive, who was sent to the hospital and even needed to receive treatment for a while before he could be discharged. What's outrageous is that Konoha has no intention of blocking the news. Too many people have seen it, so it's hard to block the news. Secondly, Jing'ai had no intention of blocking the news. Since Jing'ai did not make any movement, the third Hokage and Mito Kato and felt that they needed to make Yutaten Koharu suffer a little to prevent her from causing trouble in the future. So the story spread. Everyone tacitly ignored it, let alone wasting energy to block the news. So the news that Koharu Yutaten was beaten and hospitalized spread throughout the village. This news is absolutely explosive and more attractive than Kushina's big fox battle. What are Jinchuriki and tailed beasts are too far away from ordinary villagers. Most villagers don't even know what Jinchuriki and tailed beasts are, but they knew very well what the village's top leaders meant. This is a big shot in the village, the kind that is high and mighty, but the big shot who was so high and mighty in their eyes was beaten by another big shot. It was a slap from a long distance, and the person flew dozens of meters away. This was when there were buildings blocking the way. If there were no buildings blocking the way, who knows how far he would have flown. Many bones in his body were broken and several teeth were lost. Probably need to rest for a while. Ha ha ha, this is really good news. Koharu Yutaten is in the hospital, which means that I won't have to deal with this bad-tempered old lady during tomorrow's conversation. Among Konoha's high-ranking officials, Cho fears Shizuchi and Tsunade the most. Shizuka is too strong and Tsunade is too restrained towards her, but if I had to name the most annoying one, Cho would definitely name Yutaten Koharu. Under normal circumstances, Yutaten Koharu's bad temper would at most make people dislike her. However, when the two villages were negotiating, people with the temperament of Yutaten Koharu would jump out from time to time to interfere, which would definitely test the other party's mentality. He gets angry and threatens at every turn, and no one can continue the conversation with him. Now it's good news that Koharu Yutaten is injured and hospitalized. It seems that I have to thank Hinata Shizuka properly, old lady. Cho was laughing with glee in her heart. A high-level meeting was still being held in the Hokage's office. High-level meetings have been held more and more frequently recently, causing Jing'ai to become a little impatient. A meeting is held for every little thing, and another meeting is held for every little thing. I really don't know where the third Hokage got so much energy. On the Hokage's throne, the third Hokage said in a deep voice. The Sand Village's envoys have arrived at the village, and the negotiations will begin tomorrow. Can I not attend? Jing'ai didn't want to listen to this nonsense. You won't attend such an important meeting? Cough cough. Midaman N said quickly, Jing'ai, as a high-ranking official in the village, you also participated in the war with the Sand Village. You and Tsunade should have been present at important high-level negotiations, but Hiruzen took your special circumstances into consideration, so only one of you can attend. Just point out my name, don't bring up Tsunade. Expect Tsunade to participate in the negotiations? Dream on. She would rather be an overseer. Or he could go to Konoha Hospital to do odd jobs and it would be impossible for him to come to participate in the negotiations. In the final analysis, Jingyi still has to come forward. Choosing between the two, Tsunade will not participate. Who else can he rely on except going himself? Hiruzen, learn this. Mizuto Minen secretly gave the third Hokage a hint with his eyes. Let the third Hokage understand that when talking to Shizuka, he should mention Tsunade and Kushina more, so that the effect will be better. Have you arranged everything regarding security and surveillance? The third Hokage changed the subject. Mito Kodokan took over the conversation and said, security is the responsibility of the Hokage guards. As for monitoring, I have found Heitake Sakumo. With him around, the people of Sand Village won't dare to mess around. Heitake Sakumo and Cho don't get along, so maybe we can use him to stimulate the people of Sand Village. In negotiation, being able to stimulate the other party's mentality is also a very important means. Although it's a bit mean. In order to gain a better advantage, Mizuto Minen doesn't mind using some despicable means. After all, his starting point is for the village, rather than for one's own selfishness. This move is absolutely amazing. Jing'ai really wanted to give Midaman N a thumbs up. The Umbu did not take on any security or surveillance work. Recently, the Umbu has had a lot of tasks, and most of the people who could carry out the tasks have been sent out. The rest are Jing'ai's puppets, and Jing'ai is too lazy to take on such tasks. So we have to let the Hokage guard take over. Although the police department could also be used, Midaman N still habitually ignored the existence of Uchiha. Unless you really can't find a suitable candidate, the police department should continue to perform your law enforcement tasks. You don't need to get involved in other matters. So Heitake Sakumo was pulled out. Heitake Sakumo killed Cho's son and daughter-in-law. Cho hated Heitake Sakumo, the white fang of Konoha, so much that she would grit her teeth in hatred whenever she saw him. For something as heart-wrenching as this, it would be absolutely appropriate to send Heitake Sakumo to handle it. Well, Menyan, I am very relieved when you do things. The third Hokage gave a thumbs up to Mito Kato-en, saying that they are my right-hand men. People like Yutin Koharu, it's too tearful to talk about them anymore. A boring and long meeting that lasted until the early morning. Jing'ai kept yawning when he left. My house was destroyed, so I can only live in Kinchao's ancestral home for the time being. The house is a bit old, but fortunately it will not be an obstacle to living after being cleaned up. Wait until the new house is built and then move there. On the way home, Jing'ai yawned loudly, put down his hands, turned his head and looked at the roof not far away. Senior, you've been following me for almost the entire journey, why aren't you coming out yet? There was a slight sound from the roof that Jing'ai was staring at, and a few seconds later, Heitake Sakumo with an embarrassed look on his face jumped down from the roof. Looking at Heitake Sakumo, who had white fur, a wolf's tail, and wore a Hokage half-sleeve shirt that enhanced his temperament, Jing'ai smiled and joked. Senior, you are still following me so late, do you want to discuss something with me? Chapter 319, Dreams are possible, but reality is cruel. Before Heitake Sakumo could speak, Shizuichi continued. This dress is nice and elegant. Heitake Sakumo. It's not good at all. I already regret wearing it. Besides, no matter how good the Hokage half-sleeves look, can they be more handsome than your Hokage robe? I do have something I want to talk to you about. I've been quite free lately and don't have much to do. Ever since Heitake Sakumo put on the Hokage half-sleeves, he has been put on ice by the village. There was no chance that he would be sent to fight in any war. The third Hokage and others had not summoned him for a long time. With nothing to do, Heitake Sakumo had to stay at home and practice hard. During this time, he also married a wife and tried hard to have a baby. Then let's find a place to talk slowly and have something to eat. After spending a few hours in the Hokage's office, Jing'ai was actually a little hungry. The two hit it off and found a pub that was still open. After ordering 2 side dishes, Heitake Sakumo, with a worried look on his face, drank several glasses of wine in a row. Tisk. Looking at Heitake Sakumo, whose face turned red after a few drinks, Jing'ai could only sigh and express his admiration. I am not good at drinking, but I still drink like this, and I am not afraid of getting myself drunk. Speaking of drinking, Jing'ai thought of Jiraiya. This bastard Jiraiya was really desperate when carrying out his missions. A few years ago, I took Shenshu and Xiaohuangmao out. After completing the mission after a long time, I came back and set off again immediately without even taking a rest. I really don't know whether it was the third Hokage who forced him or he forced himself. Maybe Jiraiya felt embarrassed for being away from the village for too long, so he wanted to use this method to make up for his guilt. He himself didn't care, but if Shenshu and Xiaohuangmao followed him, they would be in big trouble. Bump. Putting down the wine glass heavily, Heitake Sakumo, whose breath smelled of alcohol, smiled bitterly and said, Jing'ai, do you think I was wrong? I'm beginning to regret wearing this dress. I can feel that many people are starting to stay away from me. The Hokage is even unwilling to summon me or use me. Is it just because of a piece of clothing? Heitake Sakumo's heart was filled with bitterness. He had made many contributions to the village, but he couldn't say that he could be compared with Jing'ai. At least ordinary people could not compare with him. But everything changed after putting on a Hokage half-sleeve. Senior, the clothes are not the point is your attitude. Heitake Sakumo has probably been depressed for a while, otherwise he wouldn't have come to him to complain at this time. Attitude? What attitude? Aren't the clothes a reward from the Daming Prefecture? Should I refuse it? No wonder you were forced to death by public opinion from that old guy Danzo Shimura. You really don't use your brain at all. Apart from training and improving your strength, your other abilities, Heitake Sakumo, are blank. Jing'ai didn't know what to say. Rewards are rewards, but don't forget that we are from Konoha. No matter how good the things given by the daimyo are, they cannot change our identity. Jing'ai took a sip of the wine slowly and frowned for a moment. This stuff tastes really bad. If he had a choice, he would rather have a glass of happy water. What do you mean? Heitake Sakumo didn't understand. Jing'ai is a bit more straightforward. The daimyo has been trying to use various means to strengthen his influence in the village, which actually violates the order of coexistence between the daimyo and the village. No matter who you are, you don't want the daimyo to sit on your head and tell you what to do. Secondly, you want to be Hokage. This is the bottom line of the guy in the Hokage's office. You stepped on your senior. Did I step on the Hokage's landmine? I'm afraid what happened in Daming Prefecture is nothing. What's really scary is stepping on a landmine. It was as if Heitake Sakumo's brain was struck by thunder, and he stood there in a daze. But, sweat broke out on Heitake Sakumo's forehead. He was so anxious that his words were a little incoherent. But isn't being a Hokage the dream of many young ninjas? Do you think you can deny everything about me just because of a piece of clothing? Poor unlucky guy. Jing'ai felt that he should first shatter Heitake Sakumo's dream of becoming Hokage. Senior, dreams are dreams and reality is reality, haven't you heard it? Dreams are full of hope, but reality is very skinny. It is good to have dreams, but it also requires the person in the Hokage's office to be willing to give in. He pulled the Hokage robe on his body and said quietly, You couldn't wait to put on the Hokage half-sleeves, but I put on the Hokage robe, but the results were different. What's the root cause? Root cause? Heitake Sakumo racked his brains to think. What is the root cause? Is it because of your great contribution that you are stronger? Pfft, stop it, don't say any more. What you said makes me want to beat you to death. The sake in Jing'ai's mouth sprayed out directly. Heitake Sakumo, who was a little numb, didn't dodge and was sprayed in the face. But he couldn't care about that at the moment. Wiping the wine from the corner of his mouth, Jing'ai laughed in anger, and could only slap the table and say to Heitake Sakumo, The fundamental reason is that our Hokage knows that I have no interest in his position. He doesn't need to guard against me at all. Besides, Tsunade is here. Let's not talk about Tsunade being a candidate for Hokage. Even if the candidate has not been confirmed, anyone who wants to become Hokage cannot avoid Tsunade. Not to mention you, Senior, even Orochimaru and Jiraiya are the same. So Senior, wake up and stop talking about dreams. They're not realistic. On the contrary, it will bring trouble to you, your family, and even your children. Heitake Sakumo, who was originally a little emotional, became completely quiet. He stopped drinking and just sat in the chair blankly, his pupils seemed to be empty. You won't be hit, right? It shouldn't be that serious. They are just a few true words. They can't be compared with the public opinion attack by Shimura Danzo. The food has been served. Jing'ai ate quietly, and Heitake Sakumo was still the same. He was still distracted until Jing'ai finished eating. Maybe the shattered dreams from childhood had a big impact on him. Fortunately, the impact is great, and it is better than being targeted by senior management all the time. For other reasons, the third Hokage and others may let you go, but if you want to be Hokage, then I'm sorry, I will target you to death. After eating and drinking, Jing stood up, patted Heitake Sakamo's shoulder, put the money on the table and left. As for how long it will take Heitake Sakamo to face himself and recover, it depends on himself. It is impossible to persuade such a stubborn person. You can only think about it for yourself. This is true for Heitake Sakamo and his future son Heitake Kakashi. The third Hokage put a lot of effort into making Kakashi Heitake face himself. Although I did it with a purpose in mind, at least it can be considered a credit. It's ridiculous to say that Konoha, which is full of talented people, has fallen to the point where it needs a ninja like Kakashi to be its face. It has to be said that this is the tragedy of Konoha and the incompetence of the third Hokage. Chapter 320, The Bad Performance. Mitamonen is speechless. The odds between Heitake and Konoha were 50-50, which showed how weak Konoha was at that time. Konoha can only produce a few elite jonin like Heitake Kakashi. As for the shadow-level strongmen, no need to mention it. When Shizue returned, Tsunade was still awake. Drank? I smelled alcohol as soon as I walked in. Sakamo-senpai came to me and wanted to chat, so we ate something and drank some wine together. It was mainly because I felt embarrassed to see him drinking alone. Shizuka took off his Hokage robe and threw it on the chair. Then he turned and looked at Tsunade. Why are you back? I thought you would be back in a few days. Apart from this, we are still good friends. Tsunade's face suddenly darkened. Oh, Jingai stretched out his voice, bent down in a funny way, put his head on Tsunade's forehead, and said in a sarcastic tone, Lost all? Ahem, nothing, it's just. Their foreheads touched together and Tsunade explained weakly, but her words were broken and incomplete, and her face turned red. Not only is it embarrassing, but I also feel ashamed. So unlucky. Yes, I lost it all. I have 30,000 taels left. I won a lot at the beginning, but then it was all gone in a flash. In desperation, Tsunade simply confessed her mistake. The big fat sheep doesn't always lose money. Sometimes when he's lucky he can win a little, but the winnings will be immediately lost in all kinds of outrageous ways. It's like when you are playing poker and you are having a good time, winning a lot at the beginning, but then suddenly you get 3 kings. The weird thing is that someone gets 3 aces and wants to go all in with you. It's not like anything bad will happen if Tsunade wins money, but if you keep winning and never lose, something bad will happen. Tsunade's ability is more terrifying than predicting the future. Jingai was not afraid of Tsunade losing money, as long as she didn't lose too much at one time. On the contrary, he was worried that Tsunade would be extremely lucky that day and win a lot of money. If something like that really happened, he would have to be more careful. After all, when Tsunade is very lucky and wins a lot of money, people around her will be unlucky. Okay, it's not the first time, just go to bed. Jingai calmly comforted Tsunade. Anyway, it wasn't his money that was lost. The one who was heartbroken was Tsunade. Can't sleep. Tsunade said she needed some quiet time. Right now I'm in so much pain that I can't breathe. As long as you are happy. Jingai didn't force herself and went to bed after washing up. As for Tsunade, he guaranteed that within half an hour, this girl would run into the room and fall asleep in seconds. Forget about losing money and feeling heartbroken. Don't disturb my sleep. The next morning, Jingai was too lazy to argue with Tsunade. She didn't want to participate in the meeting and negotiations in the first place, and after losing the money, it was even more impossible for her to participate in the negotiations. Jingai can only be the representative himself. Hokage Office Building, 2nd floor conference room. When Jingai arrived, all the envoys from the Sand Village were already sitting in the conference room, and the third Hokage and others had also arrived. He was one of the latecomers. Heitake Sakamo, who was standing at the door of the conference room as a temporary guard, had red eyes and a haggard face. It was obvious that he did not sleep well last night, or even did not sleep at all. Jingai nodded to Heitake Sakamo, and without waiting for the other party to respond, he walked into the meeting room. The atmosphere in the conference room had already become heated before the negotiations began. Both the Sand Village envoys and the Konoha high-level officials had stern faces and stared at each other with sharp eyes. Walking into the conference room, Jingai glanced at the empty seat to the right of the third Hokage, then walked over and sat down. Among all the departments in the village, the Umbu has a very special and high status. As the head of the Umbu, Jingai sits here and no one can find fault with him. In fact, this position was also reserved for him. As soon as he sat down, Jingai noticed a hateful gaze falling on him. He looked up and saw that it was the old woman Cho. During the 3-year war, not many enemies were killed by Jingai on the battlefield, but the 2 sneak attacks dealt a heavy blow to the Sand Village. Coupled with the debt from the 5 Kage Summit, the Sand Village was burdened with a debt that would have to be repaid for a long time. It would be strange if Cho could give Jing'ai a good face. Fortunately, Jing'ai doesn't care about these things. As a creditor, he should be more generous. Why bother to argue with the debtor? However, debts still need to be repaid, and they must be repaid on time and not overdue, otherwise it will be bad for everyone. Shizuka looked up and smiled at Cho. Humph. Cho was stunned for a moment, snorted angrily, and turned her head away. If Jing'ai stared at him expressionlessly, she could still stare back, but Jing'ai did not play by the rules and smiled at her, which made Cho a little unbearable. In this kind of situation, can you, Hinata Shizuka, laugh? Everyone who was supposed to come had arrived, and the Hokage guards served them hot tea and snacks. Konoha will do its best to show hospitality and will not make things difficult for the people of Sand Village just because of the fight or war between the two villages. After everything was ready, the third Hokage spoke first and said to Cho, the representative, Cho, as the representative of the Sand Village Envoy Group, you can explain your purpose of coming to the village. You know the answer but you ask. Cho cursed inwardly. The third Hokage asked very formally, and she could only answer formally. I, old woman, have come to Konoha as a member of the Envoy Group under the order of Lord Kazekage. I want to talk to you about the war and peace talks. I hope that our two villages can sit down and use negotiations to resolve this war that has caused serious damage to both villages. Cho, don't try to play tricks on me. You are the ones who started this war, now you want to negotiate again. Don't you know that Konoha will be able to win this war soon? As the right-hand man of the third Hokage, Mizuto Minin had no choice but to step forward when it was necessary to find fault. In order to come to Konoha with a mission, Cho had already made sufficient preparations along the way to face the provocation of Mito Kato-en. Chihiro was calm and even gave the other party an ugly smile. Yes, as long as the war does not stop, Konoha will soon win. The question is, what will happen after the victory? What can Konoha get? Of course it's war reparations, Mizuto Minin suddenly fell silent, because he found that something was wrong with Cho, and she seemed to be giving up. Normally, the defeated party must pay war reparations to the victorious party, but Cho's indifferent look made Mito Kato-yen feel uneasy. Chapter 321 Those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. Hey, are you guys in the Sand Village really in a mess? If you really do that, what will happen to our Konoha? Mito Minin, who had originally planned to blow up a thorn first and embarrass Cho, felt a bit like he was riding a tiger and was in a dilemma. Jing'ai, who was sitting closest to the third Hokage in the conference room, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, which quickly returned to calm, and then couldn't help but rise again. You can't laugh. I'm a professionally trained person. No matter how funny things are, I can't laugh. I have to hold it in even if I can't help it. Jing'ai tried his best to control his facial expression, put down his left hand, pinched his thigh, and used the method of pain diversion to divert his attention. It would be fine at normal times, but in a serious occasion where two villages are chatting, and it is people from one's own village who are causing trouble, laughing out loud at this time is not only impolite, but also may be suspected of disrupting the occasion. So you have to endure. How to do? Mito Minin's flame explosion was not his personal decision, but the result of a discussion between him and the third Hokage. Now, Cho doesn't buy it at all. You can bomb it as you like, but if I care, I lose. Then Mito Minin became speechless. It felt pointless to continue the attack because the Sand Village didn't care. If you pick it up high and then put it down gently, it will seem like a complete failure and you will embarrass yourself. You keep talking. Cho, who never mind watching his show, smiled and gave Mito Minin an encouraging look. Fuck you. Mito Minin almost swore. Cough. Seeing his old partner in such a difficult situation, the third Hokage was forced to come to the rescue. He coughed and diverted everyone's attention to himself. Since your village has chosen to negotiate, you must show enough sincerity. As the instigator of the war, you will face defeat. Paying compensation to the victor for the losses incurred in the war is what the losers should do. That's it? A bit tender. Cho looked at Mito Minin with amusement, then turned around and said to the third Hokage, I believe you are all aware of the current situation of the Sand Village. We have no money, and even less resources. If we had these things, would the war end so easily? With these things, our Sand Village can continue to fight. So don't even think about any compensation, there is none. Don't ask, just ask and you won't find it. The worst that can happen is cheating. It has come to this, there is no other way except to cheat. Could it be possible that Konoha could invade the Sand Village for this matter? Then you have to first ask the daimyos of each country, as well as the Uegakur, Mist Village, and Cloud Village whether they agree. The Sand Village was defeated, and the other three villages didn't care whether they could pay compensation or not. After all, it had nothing to do with them. If Konoha really invaded the Sand Village, it would be a big deal, and the three villages would definitely jump out to oppose it at the first moment. It might even turn into a war to force Konoha to retreat. The structure of the 5 major ninja villages cannot be destroyed. You can rob resources, you can demand compensation, we have no objection even if you cut off your flesh and blood, but you cannot invade the Sand Village. Nothing, so where is your village's sincerity? The third Hokage said unhappily, I'm sorry, but I don't see your sincerity. Is there any need to continue this negotiation? Of course it's necessary. Cho took out a document and gave it to her guard, asking the guard to pass it on to the third Hokage. After Cho's guard took 2 steps forward, the guard beside the third Hokage stepped forward and took the document. After checking it, he made sure there was no problem before handing it to the third Hokage. Is this your sincerity? With a skeptical attitude, the third Hokage opened the file and read it carefully. Jingai could see the contents of the document just by tilting his head, but he was too lazy to read it. Anyway, the third Hokage and Cho would soon put forward the conditions for negotiation. The document stated the conditions for the Sand Village peace talks. There was no compensation or material compensation, only the intention to sign 2 contracts. It can be said that Konoha will not gain any benefit from this war. At least for now, there is no benefit. The third Hokage quickly finished reading the document and fell into silence after reading it. Everyone was curious about what was written in the document. Cho didn't say it on her own initiative, and the third Hokage didn't say anything either. Others could only sit in their chairs and worry, but Jingai was the only one who could calmly drink tea and eat snacks. Jingai, take a look. Just when everyone thought that the third Hokage would pick up the document and hand it to Mito Kato-en, the third Hokage's reaction was beyond everyone's expectations. The document did not reach Mito Minion's hands, but was handed to Jingai instead. This made Mizuto Minion, who had already raised his hand, put it down awkwardly. Seeing this scene, Cho thought to herself, as expected, the high-level situation in Konoha has undergone great changes. The status and voice of that old hag Yuditen Koharu and Mito Kato and are no longer as great as before. Instead, Jingai, a new generation of strong men, is gradually replacing them. Jingai picked up the document. He did not read it alone. Instead, he said as he read it, the conditions for the Sand Village peace talks can be summarized into 3 items. First, you can sign an alliance contract with the village to strengthen the military cooperation between the 2 villages. Second, you can sign a non-aggression agreement with the village. Third, strengthen economic cooperation between Konoha and Sand Village. Jingai didn't say the specific details, but everyone sitting in the Hokage's office could instantly understand the Sand Village's intention. Signing an alliance contract with Konoha as a loser is equivalent to being half a younger brother of Konoha, and signing the non-aggression contract with Konoha that Konoha has always wanted to sign. Finally, there is economic cooperation. The Sand Village is poor, but the Fire Country is rich in resources. As long as this contract is signed, the things from Konoha and even the entire Fire Country can be smoothly transported to the Sand Village for sale. In the end, this will bring a steady stream of profits to the village and even to the Fire Nation. Of course, the economy is a mutual exchange. If Konoha and the Land of Fire make money, the Sand Village and the Land of Wind can also increase their income through other means. This is a win-win situation. It's just that Konoha took the initiative and priority. As soon as Jingai finished speaking, Cho added, "This is our village's sincerity in peace talks and also our village's bottom line. These are the conditions. If you, Konoha, don't agree, then you can do whatever you want." After saying that, Cho closed her eyes and started to rest. The people on the Konoha side were no longer calm. On the surface, Konoha will not gain much from peace talks with the Sand Village, but from a long-term perspective, the Sand Village is indeed sincere. Not to mention making the Sand Village a half-brother, simply never invading is the goal that Konoha has been striving for in the past. It's a pity that no one is willing to sign such a contract with Konoha. Chapter 322. The surface is bright, but there are many pitfalls. After all, the Fire Nation is too rich, and by signing a peace treaty like this, other villages will have no reason to start a war. On the other hand, Konoha can develop with peace of mind, constantly accumulating strength and becoming more and more powerful, not to mention economic exchanges. Look at the Cloud Ninja Village now. It has made a lot of money simply by relying on the commercial economy. Relying on the huge amount of money earned, the village's military strength is getting stronger and stronger, and it already has the confidence to compete with Konoha for the top of the 5 major ninja villages. Only these? The third Hokage asked after a long silence. Cho opened her eyes and said calmly, "Yes, that's all. The sincerity shown by the village is enough. It depends on whether your village accepts it." If not, then we can only give up. Compensation is impossible. The Sand Village still owes a large debt to Hayagawa Shizuka of your village, and it will take a long time to repay it. It takes a long time to pay off personal debts, let alone the war reparations against the Konoha village. It would be better to sell the Sand Village. For this reason, Cho also put the debt owed to Jing'ai on the table. Jing'ai glanced at Cho and reminded her, personal debts are personal debts, and village debts are village debts. Don't confuse the two, and don't use this matter to make a fuss. Okay. Cho nodded with a smile and agreed. Anyway, her goal had been achieved, so she simply took a step back and accepted Jing'ai's warning with a smile. At least no meat will be lost. Cho had already stepped back, and Jing'ai didn't hold on to her. I need to negotiate with others. Dear guests from the Sand Village, please return to your residence and rest. I will send someone to inform you when the negotiation has a result. The convening of an internal meeting is inevitable. The negotiations cannot be completed in a day or two. Both the third Hokage and Cho are mentally prepared for a protracted war. Then I will wait for good news from your village. Cho stood up and said to the villagers, let's go. Under the leadership of Cho, the Sand Village envoys left the meeting room and the Hokage office building in an orderly manner, and went to the residence arranged by Konoha to rest and wait for news from Konoha. Tell me what you think. The people from the Sand Village left, and the third Hokage couldn't help himself, so he picked up his pipe and started smoking. As he grew older and faced more stress, his smoking addiction became more and more serious. The conference room was quiet. Everyone's eyes subconsciously looked forward. Those who can sit in the conference room are not simple people, and everyone knows that some of their speeches are not important. What is important is to see what certain people think. So everyone looked forward tacitly. If you encounter this situation, you don't need to think too much, just look ahead, the big guy in front will handle it. It won't be too late for them to take over after the bosses have spoken. Then the eye contact was directed to the front. Jing'ai, who was sitting calmly in the chair, suddenly felt something was wrong. Why were everyone looking at him? It would be fine if it was just someone else, but what do you, Mizuto Minion, mean? You are the right-hand man of the third Hokage, but I, Hinata Shizuka, am not. Don't look at me. Cough cough. Say something? Nara Shikashin coughed and nudged Jing'ai, who didn't want to talk, with his foot. After receiving the reminder, Jing'ai raised his hand silently and waved his fist twice. No, why are you all staring at me? I'm the youngest one sitting here. According to my position, I'm the head of the Umbu, responsible for assassinations and gathering intelligence. I don't do staff work. Because everyone trusts you, including Hiruzen and me. Mizuto Minin interjected very appropriately. The third Hokage, who was smoking gloomily, hummed and nodded slightly. Okay, you all like to play this way, right? I don't understand what you are saying. Since the meeting is over, I'm leaving. My house is still a mess and I have to build a new house. I don't have time to chat with you guys. Jing'ai decisively overturned the table and left. No, it's fine to just say a few words. Why are you going on strike and leaving? A group of people stared with wide eyes and amazement at Jing'ai, who was about to stand up. Ahem, let me speak first. Nara Luxin quickly pushed Jing'ai down and said, oh my god, it's a meeting time now, please don't cause trouble. Fearing that Jingyujin would leave, Nara Shikashin had no choice but to express his opinion first. Just now Cho mentioned Shizuka's personal debt. In addition to showing that the Sand Village really can't afford to pay, it is also reminding us that the Sand Village's sincerity is their bottom line, and they will not give us anything or long-term benefits. Does the village need to follow up on the puppetry? As Nara Shikashin spoke, everyone stopped being silent and stopped looking forward in unison. Follow up on what? In comparison, the long-term interests are more beneficial to the village. As for the puppets, it's of no use to us. The person who wanted to say this didn't finish his words when he noticed that the third Hokage was staring at him, so he shut up decisively. Jing'ai looked at the other person with amusement. There are many talented people in the Sarutobi clan. Are you trying to say that puppets are of no use to the family? Do you want to make me laugh to death? The village wants the puppetry and puppet-making techniques of the Sand Village, which are aimed at civilian ninjas. You, the Sarutobi clan, are used to being a civilian family, and you don't have the right position? Warn the family members not to talk nonsense. The third Hokage put down the pipe in his mouth and signaled the guards to open the window for ventilation. As the wind blew in from the window, the third Hokage looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, everyone, compensation is certainly important to the village. It is also acceptable if it is exchanged for long-term benefits. The problem is that once we agree to the conditions of the Sand Village, it will mean that we can only end the war as the obvious winner. The Sand Village is not really the loser. It's a definite blow to the village's reputation. Some people don't care about the process, they only look at the results. Once the peace talks go on, Konoha will be ridiculed by many. After 3 years of fighting and consuming countless manpower and material resources, they ultimately failed to even win the war. There was no war reparations at all, and they only signed a few so-called contracts with the Sand Village. Konoha suffered a huge loss. It will also deal a blow to my reputation. However, the third Hokage could not say this to his face. After all, he was the Hokage, and his starting point had to be based on the village, not himself. We got the victory, then what? Jingai shook his head, under the premise that we cannot invade the Sand Village, even if the Sand Village signs a compensation contract. As long as they say they have no money to pay, what can we do? It would be even more embarrassing if we signed a treaty but could not get any benefits back. On the surface, the conditions of the Sand Village are in line with Konoha's long-term interests, but in fact there are many traps. The third Hokage's face darkened. Chapter 323. It would be nice if I could bribe Hinata Shizuka. Jingai ignored him and continued. But the puppetry technique can still be followed up. At least we need to talk about it first. I don't think the Sand Village will cling to the puppets now. Under his dimensionality reduction attack, the Sand Village will realize that the puppets they have been clinging to in the past are simply outdated. In this situation, why are you still holding on? Are you being laughed at? It would be better to exchange it for something valuable as soon as possible. The internal meeting ended in failure and no result was reached. Everyone left the meeting room one after another. After leaving the Hokage's office building, Nara Shikashin caught up with Shizuichi and asked, "Do you think this peace talk can be concluded successfully?" "It should be okay." Jingai thought for a moment and replied, "Although it will have a certain impact on the reputation of the village and the Hokage's office, it is better to get long-term benefits than to get nothing. The attitude of the Sand Village is very clear. Either sign the contract, or they play rogue and get nothing." "Senior, please don't stare at me at a time like this. Is it bad to stare at the Hokage?" Jingai glared at Nara Shikashin unhappily. Nara Shikako smiled awkwardly. "I can't do anything about it. In this entire conference room, besides the Hokage, who else has the absolute right to speak? Everyone knows that Mizuta Yen, the advisory elder, is inferior to you, so naturally he can only keep an eye on you. Don't talk too much. The more you talk, the greater the impact will be. I don't want to take the blame for this. It would be better for the third Hokage to take the blame himself. As for whether it will make the third Hokage's reputation worse and worse, none of his business. As a senior official, it is normal for him to serve the village and even take the blame, but Jingai does not have such a high level of ideological awareness. It's okay to contribute occasionally, but if you want to take the blame, just get out of here. Disappear as far as you can. Well, there won't be a next time. Nara Shikaksen spread his hands helplessly and promised Jingai that there would not be a next time. Then can puppetry be followed up? There is a certain probability of success. It depends on whether the Sand Village will stick to it. This thing is just like the forbidden technique of the village. Even though we know that it has little meaning to use, it still cannot be spread casually. Right. Konoha's internal meeting did not last long. Cho didn't receive any news either. Therefore, she concluded that the internal meeting on Konoha's side was not going well. Is it because of excessive ambition that the talks failed, or is it because of fear of taking responsibility? Being too ambitious would mean that Konoha does not meet these conditions, but taking responsibility is simple and clear, and no one wants to take the blame. After a long time, he shook his head and put away these messy thoughts in his mind. Cho began to think about the future direction of the village. After the war, in addition to facing the big problem of war recovery, the Sand Village also needs to consider the development of the village in advance. Not to mention the long-term prospects, we must first plan for the village's development prospects. Puppet, can they still hold on? In the past, the puppet army of the Sand Village had quite a reputation in the ninja world. But with the appearance of Jingai's puppets, the situation of dimensionality reduction attack came. If you compare them with each other, you will find that the puppets of the Sand Village are as rubbish as they can be. Even though Jingai's puppet cannot be copied by anyone except himself, it does not prevent others from comparing them. It is said that there is no harm without comparison. After comparing the two, the puppets of the Sand Village are a bit embarrassed. Not to mention outsiders, even within the Sand Village, there are many puppet ninjas who are doubting themselves. I suspect that the village's puppetry is wrong, which led to this situation of being attacked by dimensionality reduction. Some puppet ninjas who are obsessed with one thing even started trying to make life puppets, trying to get closer to Jingai's puppet. It would be fine if only 1 or 2 people tried it, but the problem is that there are quite a few puppets making such an attempt. Even Cho herself wanted to try it. After all, it's great that there's no need to control it personally and it's also a living puppet. If I could get a batch of puppets from Hayagashi Shizuka for research, Cho's heart beat violently a few times. If they can really use Jingai's puppet for research, it is possible that the puppetry and puppets of the Sand Village will make great progress. Maybe we can talk about it. Cho raised her head and looked in the direction of the Hokage's office building. She firmly believes that as long as the interests are sufficient, nothing can't be negotiated. Dong dong dong. Come in, Cho-sama. Cho's accompanying guard walked into the house, saluted Cho, and took out a scroll and handed it to Cho. Konoha does not restrict the activities of the people of Sand Village in the village. Except for certain military areas, people from Sand Village can go anywhere else without any restrictions, as long as they don't cause trouble. In this way, the people of the Sand Village can wander around openly, collecting and organizing some valuable and usable information. Opening the intelligence scroll, it was full of intelligence records about Jing'ai. After reading the intelligence in detail, Cho looked up at the guards and said, in other words, based on the intelligence you have collected and sorted out, Hinata Shizuka is a person with major flaws. Yes. The guard nodded and explained, according to the summary of the intelligence, although Hyaga Shizuka was born in the Hyaga clan, he has no good feelings towards the Hyaga clan. It may be because of his past experiences and his status as a branch family, and secondly, his love for Konohagakure. Well, maybe he doesn't love Konohagakure. Finally, he likes money and beautiful women. In the Konohagakure, there are at least 4 women who are related to him, not counting Itsung who was kidnapped by him and betrayed the village. Among these 4 women, one is the princess of Konoha, Tsunadeheim, and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha, Kushina. The other 2 are from the Hyaga clan and the Uchiha clan. It seems that they are deliberately pushing people to his side in order to build relationships. So, Hinata Shizuka could be bribed. By taking advantage of a pretty female ninja, could that be possible? There are many beautiful women, but Jing'ai has never touched an ordinary person. Therefore, Cho concluded that Shizuka liked beautiful female ninjas. Otherwise, how do we explain why this bastard kidnapped Yitsung? In addition to being a ninja of the Sand Village and a new generation genius of the Sand Village, Yitsung is also one of the most beautiful female ninjas in the Sand Village. Cho had enough reasons to suspect that Jing'ai kidnapped Yitsung because he was attracted by Yitsung's beauty. Chapter 324, Hiruzen, be careful with your words. Maybe. After hearing what Cho said, the guards were confused. Does Master Cho know what he is talking about? Want to rely on women to win over Konoha's top brass? Are you sure this isn't a joke? Although there are indeed many beautiful female ninjas in the village, does Konoha lack beautiful female ninjas? The guard only dared to mutter these words in his heart and would never dare to say them in front of Cho, unless he wanted to make himself uncomfortable. It might be difficult. Cho suddenly sighed. Even if Hinata Shizuka likes beautiful ninjas, so what? Aren't there many beautiful women in Konoha? Knowing his preferences, many people in Konoha wanted to have a relationship with him, especially as Shizue's status and power grew higher and greater. The Hyaga clan is willing to push forward the girl from the main family. In comparison, the sincerity of the Sand Village is not enough. It is impossible to bribe Jing'ai, unless Jing'ai's brain is ironclad. In the Hokage office building, the 3rd Hokage still hadn't rested. Mito Kato-en did not leave today, but stayed to assist the 3rd Hokage in handling official business. How's the situation over there, Xiao-chun? The 3rd Hokage, who was smoking and reading documents, suddenly remembered this. Since she entered the hospital for treatment, I have not visited her. She must be very resentful. Maybe. Mizuto Minion was stunned for a moment and continued to write his report summary. He is not interested in Yudatan Koharu's affairs now. However, he still inquired about the basic situation. According to the people at the hospital, Xiao-chun has a bad temper and scolded many people, including you and me. Given their relationship, it's impossible that the 3rd Hokage didn't stand up to speak for Yutang Koharu when something like this happened, let alone uphold justice. Not only did no one help her to seek justice, but she had been lying in the hospital for several days and no one came to visit her. You can imagine how upset Koharu Yutang was. Ugh. The 3rd Hokage sighed and said, after the peace talks with the Sand Village are over, we will go visit her. I hope she can think about her situation calmly. Hiruzen, have you really thought it through? Mizuto Minen seemed to want to say something, but was not sure how to say it out loud. The 3rd Hokage tilted his head and looked at him, smiling bitterly. Do I have any choice? Even if the village wins, what good will it do? It will not bring any benefits. It is far less valuable than the long-term benefits. I'm sorry for wronging you today. The 3rd Hokage mentioned what happened in the morning. Mizuto Minen didn't care about it at all. He shook his head and said, you know, I don't care about these things now. Besides, with Jing'ai's strength and status, it is reasonable for him to be ranked ahead of me. The young people nowadays are getting stronger and stronger, much stronger than you and I were back then. Yes. The third Hokage couldn't help but compare his past self with his current Shizuka, only to find that there was no comparison at all. Not only is his strength unmatched, but this kid is also very cunning. He is determined not to take on any thankless tasks, so the other person can only watch helplessly. Forget it, why think about these things? As long as his position is not threatened, Jing Ai's non-stick, non-power fighting style of doing things is what he feels most at ease with. If one day Jing Ai suddenly jumped up and wanted everything and all the limelight, then he would need to worry whether he would be suddenly driven out of the position of Hokage. With Tsunade stuck in the middle, this wouldn't happen. Thinking of Tsunade, the third Hokage began to worry inexplicably. This kid is really different from ordinary people. As a ninja of the village and the head of the Umbu, he actually has an affair with the daimyo, ahem. Midaman Yen smiled helplessly. Hiruzen, don't say that. As a young man, it's understandable that you like beautiful women. After all, you and I went through the same thing in the past. As he spoke, Mizuto Minion showed an embarrassed look on his face. The third Hokage was also a bit embarrassing. As friends, classmates, and good brothers who grew up together, both sides are well aware of the embarrassing things they experienced in their childhood. Thinking about it this way, it seems that Jing Ai's habit of liking beautiful women is not a problem at all. At least it's above board, unlike Jiraiya. By the way, if Shizuka is just as frivolous as Jiraiya, he would be even more uncomfortable. The break in the negotiations lasted 3 days. On the third evening, Cho received a notice from the Hokage's office asking them to be prepared as the second round of negotiations would be held in the conference room of the Hokage's office building the next day. After receiving the notification, Cho knew that the matter was settled. Compared to getting nothing and having to keep collecting debts, the third Hokage rationally chose to sign a contract that would be beneficial to Konoha in the long term. Now that both parties have determined their goals, there is no need to engage in unnecessary arguing. Once the negotiations began, Konoha headed straight for the main body. The third Hokage drank his tea quietly while Mito Kato spoke on his behalf. Midaman said to Cho very frankly, "We, Konoha, are willing to accept the conditions that your village has stated, but Konoha hopes that the Sand Village can add something." What? If it wasn't something important, Cho could just agree to it. Midaman said word by word, puppetry, and the corresponding technology for making puppets. Impossible. Cho subconsciously slapped the table and stood up. Cho, the puppets in your village are outdated. You know this well. For Konoha now, puppetry and puppet manufacturing technology are not precious things. Facing Cho, who had a very ugly expression, Midaman spoke calmly. Impossible. Cho refused without hesitation. Even if the village's puppets are outdated compared to Hayagawa Shizuka's puppets, puppet manipulation and puppet making techniques are also indispensable ninjutsu and techniques for the village. It is impossible to give them to Konoha as a gift. I will never agree to this condition. Lord Kazekage will not agree to it either. Even the people of the entire Sand Village will not agree to it. Cho said this in a decisive manner, not giving Konoha any chance to bargain. How to do? The other party is not happy. Mizuto Minin glanced at the third Hokage. The third Hokage was about to speak, but Cho looked at Shizuichi, and a kind and approachable smile appeared on his old face. However, I am willing to make a deal with Master Shizuichi of your village on behalf of the village. No, why are you involving me again? What kind of deal can I make with the Sand Village? The meeting room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Cho's sudden change was so fast that no one was prepared. Chapter 325. She is so cruel to be able to figure this out. In the last second, she was yelling at Mito Minion with a sullen face, and in the next second, she showed an amiable smile and went to Jing Ai to discuss a deal, like a kind old lady next door. The change is so huge that it's hard to keep up. Those who fail to react in time may suffer a back injury. What deal? Jing Ai asked curiously. Puppet. Cho smiled slightly and said in a negotiating tone. The Sand Village is willing to offer you puppet control techniques, various puppet control experiences, and puppet manufacturing technology in exchange for some puppets for research. As for the puppet control techniques and puppet manufacturing technology, how to deal with them is up to you. Jing Ai? Why don't you listen to what you are saying? Damn old lady Cho, didn't you just say that puppetry and puppet making technology are indispensable things for your Sand Village? Why did you go to Jing Ai to exchange puppets the next second? It's a bit interesting. After carefully examining Cho for a few seconds to make sure she wasn't joking, Shizue couldn't help but laugh. Although the voice was very small, the third Hokage and Mito Kato's faces turned red, and both of them wished they could strangle Cho to death. There is no rush for this matter. Let's talk about it after the negotiations between the two villages are over. Now is the time to discuss business, not private transactions. If Cho really wanted to switch, Jing'ai wouldn't mind switching with them. Although he looked down on the puppets and puppetry of the Sand Village, the large number of civilian ninjas in Konoha did think highly of them. After the change, just sell it with a clearly marked price. Who knows, it might provide him with a long-term income channel. As long as the selling price is not expensive and the price of the puppet is not sky-high, there will definitely be many civilian ninjas who choose to use puppets. Because this is the best way for them to spend the least money, increase their strength and save their lives. Compared to spending money and contributions to learn one or two ninjutsu, puppets are undoubtedly more attractive. Cho smiled and nodded. She turned to face the third Hokage, and the smile on her face disappeared. So Hokage, are you willing to accept the village's terms? When will the two villages sign the contract? The third Hokage. Cho, don't go too far. He's also rushing to do it. I can't see it anymore. Nara Shikakusen lowered his head and pretended that he could see nothing and knew nothing. It's better not to get involved in these things, so as to avoid embarrassing everyone, correct? Cho was afraid that the third Hokage would do something weird again, so she reminded him carefully, this is the bottom line of our village. We can't give Konoha any more benefits. I hope the Hokage will not make any more rude requests. Ha ha ha. Returning to the Senshou ancestral home, Jing'ai laughed out loud. Tsunade, who had just woken up, rubbed her eyes in confusion. Did anything interesting happen during today's negotiations? What made you so happy? Ha ha ha. Jing'ai, who was sitting on the chair, rubbed her belly and laughed so hard. Fortunately, I saw some interesting things. Your teacher is probably going to be mad now. Did that old woman Cho embarrass the teacher? Tsunade woke up. Jing'ai smiled and shook her head. Not really, your teacher found it himself. Jing'ai told Tsunade about what happened during the negotiation, and Tsunade had a face full of question marks. So, Cho is determined not to agree to the old man's request, but is happy to make a deal with you. This is simple. Only the third Hokage could tolerate it. If it were someone with a hot temper, such as Onoki or the third Raikage, he would probably slam the table and curse on the spot. Correct. I laughed so hard that my stomach hurt. Jing'ai wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and controlled her emotions. But Cho and I haven't talked yet. I plan to wait until the contract between the two villages is signed before we talk about it. After all, official business is more important. Yes, even if you have an idea, you have to wait until the official business is over. Although we are not afraid, we can't give people any chance to talk about us. Tsunade agreed with this. She was afraid that Jing'ai would directly discuss the deal with Cho regardless of the occasion, and the third Hokage would be really embarrassed. Fortunately, this worry is unnecessary. Jing'ai would not do such a stupid thing. Would you like to change? Tsunade ate what Shizuichi had brought back and looked up at him curiously. Change, why not? As long as the old woman Cho is not greedy, I will exchange with her. I think the reason why Cho came to me is because there is a problem within their village. It should be that those ninjas who play with puppets have fallen into suspicion, so they urgently need my puppets for research. Tsunade doesn't care about the situation inside the Sand Village. What she cares about is what to do with the things that Shizue has exchanged for. With more advanced puppets, Jing'ai would never mess with the puppets of the Sand Village. Knowing what Tsunade wanted to ask, Shizue said frankly, if the transaction can be completed smoothly, I will sort out the puppetry and puppet manufacturing technology of the Sand Village, send it to the mission department, set a suitable price, and let the interested ninjas in the village spend money to buy the replica scrolls to learn. This way I have another source of income, and the village has another way to earn commissions. It's not impossible to keep it all for yourself, it's just very troublesome. It is necessary to send people to keep an eye on it at all times, to replicate the scrolls, and to face various calculations of money and contributions, but Jing'ai is too lazy to care about these. Therefore, it is most reasonable to throw the things directly to the task department. The people in the Hokage's office building will do these troublesome jobs, he will take the lion's share of the income, and the village will earn a commission. I believe the third Hokage will be happy to cooperate. After all, this is still an income, but the bulk of it goes into Jing'ai's pocket. But having income is better than having no income. If they don't exchange with Shizuka, the Sand Village will tightly hold on to the puppetry and puppet-making technology, and Konoha will not get these things, and everything will be in vain. That's not bad, it's an extra fiscal revenue. Tsunade took a more straightforward view. As for whether the third Hokage is happy or not, it doesn't matter. Hiruzen, are you okay? Mizuto Minen looked at the third Hokage who had remained silent, fearing that he would get angry and get hurt. Cho's behavior today was indeed a slap in the face of the third Hokage. Fortunately, Jing'ai gave him some face and was unwilling to discuss the transaction in the negotiation meeting room, otherwise the third Hokage would be even more embarrassed. The third Hokage didn't say anything. He exhaled a puff of smoke and nodded slightly to show that he was fine. Seeing this, Mizuto Minion breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't say anything, at least he responded. Just be fine. Chapter 326. This is simply killing 3 birds with 1 stone. I think the Sand Village must be anxious. After all, puppets have always been the strength that their village relies on. Now they have suffered from Jing'ai's dimensionality reduction attack, which will definitely make many puppet ninjas suspicious. This is not good news for the Sand Village, so it's normal for Cho to put on a stern face and smile while looking for Jing'ai to make a deal. Although it is somewhat different from our plan, I believe that as long as we get these things, it will be beneficial to the village. After Mitaminen's analysis and comfort, the third Hokage finally spoke. Putting down his pipe, he asked doubtfully, "Do you think Jing'ai will share the information about puppetry and puppet manufacturing technology?" You start again. Mizuto Minion was embarrassed on the spot. I asked Jing'ai to share the lesson of puppets for free. Have you forgotten it? Seeing Mizuto Minion staring at him in surprise, the third Hokage realized that he was overthinking again. Should he let Jing'ai share it? Is it possible? But free ones are not allowed. Hiruzen. Mitamin was afraid that the third Hokage would have some evil intentions again, so he advised earnestly. As long as you analyze patiently, you will find that Hinata Shizuka is a person who is afraid of trouble. Even if he completes the deal with Cho and obtains the puppet technique and puppet manufacturing technology, he will not hide it. Because the puppets of the Sand Village really have no value to him. So he would choose to use it to create more wealth. There are enough people in the village to help with these chores. He can sit back and share the money. Do you think he will refuse? After the third Hokage recalled his understanding of Shizuka, he found that what Mizuto Minin said was right. Not to mention that the village took the initiative to bring it up. There is no guarantee that Jing will take the initiative to cooperate with the village in a while. Letting the village's ninjas learn these ninjutsu knowledge and experience in how to make puppets is definitely not free. It requires payment and corresponding contributions. If the exchange is left to the village, Jing'ai can collect money without doing anything, the village can increase its commission fee, and at the same time eliminate the contribution value of exchanging ninjutsu. This is a great way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. It's just that Data Village can't get it. Thinking about it this way, it doesn't seem unacceptable. Considering that he can rely on the Sand Village's puppetry and puppet manufacturing technology to continuously draw commissions in the future and eliminate part of the contribution value, the haze in the third Hokage's heart dissipated a lot. What a pity, Data is not from the village. You really dare to think so? Mizuto Minin really wanted to roll his eyes. Hiruzen, the money earned from exchanging ninjutsu and puppet manufacturing technology alone is not the bulk of the money. In fact, the bulk of the money still belongs to the village. Is the big head still from the village? What does this mean? You overlooked a problem. Mito Kato-en stood up and opened the door, signaling the Hokage's guards to make a pot of hot tea, then closed the door and explained to the third Hokage. Someone has to be responsible for exchanging ninjutsu and puppet making technology, right? Someone needs to be responsible for the replica ninjutsu scrolls and transcribed documents, right? Where do the materials for making puppets come from? These are all opportunities to create jobs for the village. Once they are well run, they can solve employment problems for many ninjas and families. What do you think? There are so many things that I didn't think of. The third Hokage was so busy sulking that he didn't think about any of this at all. It is true that Jing'ai gets the lion's share of the money used to exchange for ninjutsu and technical information, but he can only get the lion's share from here, while other income and jobs are all benefits of the village. All in all, strictly speaking, the village earned more than Jing'ai. The third Hokage, who is responsible for arranging work, can provide some positions for his own people. Menyen, you are truly my right-hand man. If you hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have even thought of this. The third Hokage sincerely thanked Mitamin-en. Mitamin-en smiled and said modestly, Hiruzen, it's not that you can't think of it, you're just too angry. As long as you calm down and analyze it a little, you will be able to associate these things. Correct. Everyone likes to be complimented, and the third Hokage is no exception. His mood improved and he smiled. In fact, there are more jobs than what you mentioned. There will be more jobs involved, such as mineral mining, material refining and production, as well as the material collection tasks and commissions that come with it. It seems that not only can I not get angry, but I have to encourage Cho and Shizuka to make a deal. Since the Sand Village is unwilling to give a bonus and is only willing to make a deal with Shizuka, let's make it happen. As long as it can bring continuous income to the village and help the village's development, everything can be discussed. Looking at the third Hokage, who was already getting excited, Mito Kato and secretly wiped the sweat from his head. The earnest persuasion was finally not in vain. Mizuto Minion suddenly felt like he was both a father and a mother. How the hell is this person a left-hand man or a right-hand man? There is no need to go through so much trouble to help your own son. Of course, it was impossible for him to have a son like the third Hokage. When it comes to sons, Uchiha Fugaku is the best. The third Hokage's father was named Sasuke, so he named his youngest son Sasuke and even went to ask for the third Hokage's consent. This wave of operations is so cool. If you don't mention it, others might just think they are the same and that having the same name is not a big deal. But you, Uchiha Fugaku, knew that there was a car accident, but you still gave your son this name? Just take it, but you better keep a low profile. Then you went to ask the Hokage for his consent and told him that my son's name is the same as your father's. Are you willing to accept it? It was good enough that the third Hokage didn't draw his knife to chop people. You are taking advantage of me in a roundabout way. The third Hokage was in a good mood and full of motivation. After drinking 2 cups of tea with Mito Kato, he continued to handle official business. His level of professionalism was so great that even Midaman Yen felt ashamed. The next day, Konoha will sign a peace agreement with Cho, who represents the Sand Village. Konoha did not continue to ask for benefits, and the Sand Village showed no intention of changing its mind. The printed document was in the hands of the third Hokage and Cho. After the document was signed by the third Hokage and the third Kazekage, and stamped with the Hokage seal and the Kazekage seal, this means that the war between Konoha and Sand Village, which had lasted for more than 3 years, has come to an end. Although the third Kazekage was not present, he gave the Kazekage seal to Cho, who signed and stamped it on his behalf, which was reasonable and legal. Both sides will then pass the news to the front line as soon as possible. After receiving the news, Konoha's ninja forces will withdraw from the territory of the Wind Country, and the Sand Village will regain the right to maintain and guard the border of the Wind Country. Chapter 327. The war is over, and the aftermath is evident. After the armistice was signed, people on both sides breathed a sigh of relief. This war is finally coming to an end. Afterwards, both sides decisively sent messages to the people on the front line, and the Hokage's office also announced the news as soon as possible. There's a new announcement coming out of the Hokage's office building. What was announced? People in front, please read quickly, and people behind, please don't push. Don't push, don't push, I can't read, someone can read it to me. I joined in the fun and squeezed to the front, only to find out that there were indeed people among me who could not read. The village will teach basic knowledge to children who can become ninjas, but ordinary villagers do not have this treatment. They either have to pay for someone to teach them or remain illiterate. In today's Konohagakure, a high proportion of ordinary villagers are illiterate. The third Hokage had also considered building more ordinary schools so that children who could not become ninjas could go to school and learn basic knowledge. But after some calculation, I gave up the idea. If we build too few schools, it will definitely not be enough. If we build too many schools, we will have to equip them with suitable teachers, and various desks, chairs and books also cost money. All in all, a large amount of money will need to be invested to be enough, or the kind that keeps investing. Having considered this, the third Hokage gave up the idea of building a large number of ordinary schools. Therefore, don't be surprised if you encounter illiterate villagers in the village, because this is a common phenomenon. Everyone, don't crowd, let me take a look. The notice said that the village has held peace talks with the representatives of the Sand Village's envoys. The negotiations between the two sides have ended and an armistice agreement has been signed. The village's combat troops on the front line will be able to return to the village soon. The war is over. The war is over? Most people automatically filter out the first sentence, and only care about the last sentence. The war is over. A 3-year war caused the village to be under the shadow of war for a long time. The number of casualties continued to increase, and countless families were affected. Coupled with the impact of the war, the prices of various daily necessities skyrocketed, directly affecting everyone's lives. Now the village has issued a notice announcing that the war is completely over. Upon hearing the news, many people burst into tears on the spot. Some people cried because they were happy in celebrating the end of the war, while others cried in memory of their lost loved ones. Sitting on the roof of a tall building, Jing'ai looked at what was happening in front of the Hokage's office building from afar and sighed. There are so many people affected by the war. This is just the beginning. Tsunade, who was sitting next to Shizuka, said expressionlessly, "It is true that the war has come to an end. It will take at least 10 years to repair the effects of the war." 10 years? Kushina opened her mouth wide and said in surprise, "It's so long." As soon as she finished speaking, she couldn't help but recall the experience of the Uzumaki clan, and the little girl's mood suddenly became depressed. Noticing that Kushina was in a strange mood, Shizuichi knew that she was recalling her former home and her former tribe. So he raised his hands, picked her up, placed her on his lap, and hugged her tightly in his arms. Kushina rested her head on Shizuichi's arms and hugged him tightly. Although my old family is gone, I have a new one. Accurate. Seeing Kushina locking Shizuichi's waist tightly, Tsunade couldn't help but curl her lips. But considering Kushina's low mood, she couldn't say anything and could only pretend she didn't see it to save herself from feeling bad. Even though he pretended not to see it, he still rolled his eyes at Jing'ai. It was okay when Kushina was a child. At that time, Kushina was attached to Shizuichi and was like a little follower, but Tsunade never said anything. As Kushina grew up and had the strength and potential to compete with her, Tsunade gradually began to feel jealous. Sure enough, children are cute when they are young, but they become annoying when they grow up. Didn't that old woman Cho look for you? Tsunade really wanted to adopt an out-of-sight, out-of-mind approach, but in the end she didn't leave and simply changed the subject. Not yet. He patted Kushina's little head, signaling her to sit still and stop moving around in his arms like a pig, but unfortunately Kushina didn't do that. Jing'ai had no choice but to follow her. It will probably take 1 to 2 days. After all, the negotiations have just ended, and the village has also issued a notice to stop the war. In the next few days, the whole of Konoha will be plunged into lively celebration. So Jing'ai concluded that Cho would wait for a few days before talking to him about the puppet transaction. The war between Konoha and Sand Village is over. This news spread across the entire ninja world like the wind, and the reactions of various countries and villages that received the news varied. The Uegakuer and the Kumigakuer seemed unaware, because this had been expected by them. If the daimyo of Wind Country had not supported the Sand Village before the new year, the war would probably not have ended before the new year. The Uegakuer and the Kumigakuer have long stopped paying attention to these things. The Mist Village far away in the sea received the news relatively late, but at this time the Mist Village had no time to care about other things. Their own village was a mess, with constant fighting and prominent contradictions. All the conflicts started with the third Mizukage's illness. The third Mizukage fell ill. The specific condition is unknown, but the actions of the people in the Mist Village have begun to increase. From this, it can be determined that there are more and more unstable factors within the Mist Village. When the news reached the front line, Orochimaru, who had been prepared, announced the news immediately, then recalled the ninja team that had entered the battlefield and ordered the ninjas in the camp to begin preparing to withdraw. Pack up all the useful things, take away everything that can be taken away, and destroy those that cannot be taken away on the spot. The Sand Village must not be allowed to get away with it. Although the war is over, it does not mean that Konoha will let the Sand Village take advantage of it. The ones who were given priority to return to the village were the wounded lying in the medical department and the ninja team transporting supplies in the logistics department. As for the combat troops, they will evacuate in the last wave to prevent the Sand Village from suddenly attacking during their retreat. Theoretically, the probability of this happening is pitifully small, but a low probability doesn't mean it won't happen. Konoha's combat troops are gradually withdrawing from the Wind Country, and the ninjas of the Sand Village are also beginning to prepare to take over border defense. After receiving the news that the war had ended, the third Kazekage decisively left the camp and returned to the village. There are still many messy things waiting for him to deal with in the Sand Village. Besides, the atmosphere inside the Sand Village is a bit depressing. The war was over, and the people of Konoha were cheering and celebrating, but the Sand Village was completely quiet. The information released did not claim that the Sand Village was the loser. Unfortunately, the people of the Sand Village knew clearly that although they were not accused of defeat, it was no different from a defeat. Chapter 328. If you want to change, then change. If you don't want to change, forget it. It was because the village sold out some of its interests that Konoha agreed to peace talks between the two villages. Under such circumstances, it would be hard to blame the people of Sand Village for being happy. In the Sand Village, a cute little boy was staring at the Kazekage office building, his eyes full of resentment. The third Kazekage, who was busy dealing with the mess, knew nothing about this. The little boy is the future famous scorpion of the red sand in the ninja world. The war between Konoha and Sand Village ended, but it ended in a humiliating way. The revenge of his parents was not avenged. Scorpion, who was still a child, transferred his inner resentment from Heitake Sakumo to the third Kazekage. He believed that it was the third Kazekage who killed his parents. If he, as the Kazekage, had not deliberately provoked a war, his parents would not have received the order to sneak into the Fire Country, and would have been killed in the Fire Country by Heitake Sakumo, and even their bodies could not be found in the sand village. Konoha. The bodies of Scorpion's parents were returned to Cho. Seeing the cold bodies of her son and daughter-in-law, Cho's cloudy eyes turned completely red. You can rest assured that the bodies of the two were not damaged or dug up for information after being transported back to the village. If possible, Jingai really doesn't want to do these things. However, the valuable corpses that cannot be easily moved are all under the protection of the Umbu. After the negotiations, Konoha chose to hand over the bodies of Cho's son and daughter-in-law. As the head of the Umbu, he had no choice but to show up. Thank you. Cho's eyes were red and her voice was trembling. Her body seemed to have aged several years in an instant. She raised her hand to touch her son's face and carefully examined her son and daughter-in-law. After making sure that both bodies were intact and not damaged just as Jingai said, Cho put the bodies away with peace of mind. In the original time and space, these two corpses were made into puppets by Cho, and were finally used when fighting against Scorpion. I have to say, Cho is also a ruthless person. Making her son and daughter-in-law into puppets and using them against her grandson is something that most people cannot do, but she did it. And you can't blame her for anything, because she did this for the Sand Village, not for her own personal gain. After collecting the body, Cho took a deep breath. After letting out the air that was pent up in her heart, Cho's emotions quickly stabilized. She straightened her back, looked at Jingai, and said calmly, "So when can we start discussing our deal? Are you sure you don't need to rest for 2 days?" Jingai couldn't help but be shocked. As expected of you, Cho. You had just collected the bodies of your son and daughter-in-law, and the negative emotions in your body were almost unsuppressed. You recovered after taking a deep breath. No wonder you have become an evergreen in the Sand Village, serving as an elder advisor and doing more work than the Kazekage. No need, old woman. I'm used to seeing life and death. Although they are my son and daughter-in-law, and my relatives, they are also ninjas of the village. Fighting and sacrificing for the village is their mission and pride. I am proud of them. Cho gave a smug smile. Jingai, of course, I will not let go of this hatred. This is an old woman's obsession. If I have the chance, I will choose to kill Heitake Sakumo. Then come on. Jingai couldn't help but shake his head. Unless under certain circumstances, it would be wishful thinking for Cho to kill Heitake Sakumo. Heitake Sakumo, who was constantly injured and grew during the war, is currently at the peak of his strength. Not to mention Cho, Tsunade, Orikamaru, and Jiraiya are no match for Heitake Sakumo, unless they join forces. It seems that Cho is still unaware of Heitake Sakumo's rapid increase in strength. I hope she won't make the wrong decision, otherwise it won't be worth risking her life. The Red Sand Scorpion has gone crazy after losing his parents. If even his beloved grandmother died, I wonder what this kid Scorpion will become. You seem to dislike me? Noticing the regret in Jingai's eyes, Cho asked the question in her heart bluntly. The grudge between you has nothing to do with me. Jingai would never fall into this trap. It seems that Konoha Whitefang's strength has increased a lot. As soon as Cho heard this, she knew the problem. Heitake Sakumo's strength increased too quickly. Unless in special circumstances, Cho would have no chance at all to kill him. Konoha is really lucky. Geniuses emerge one after another, and what's outrageous is that the growth rate of these geniuses is extremely high. On the other hand, in the Sand Village, there are only 2 representative people of the younger generation. One is Raza, a disciple of the 3rd Kazekage, and the other is Yukara, who was kidnapped and instigated by Shizuichi to rebel. In other words, when it comes to the new generation of strong people, Raza is the only one left in the Sand Village. It's not that there aren't other geniuses, it's just that their talents aren't at the top level. Fortunately, Luo Sha is not alone. Thinking back to her grandson's talent in puppet manipulation and making, Cho felt a little more balanced. Fortunately, she didn't know that her eldest grandson was trying desperately to kill the 3rd Kazekage. If she knew this, she, old lady Cho, probably wouldn't be able to laugh anymore. Since you're okay, we can talk about the deal now. Jingai didn't want to talk too much about these topics, because if he did, it would be suspected of leaking village information. Even in the days to come, the Sand Village will become half a younger brother of Konoha. But who can guarantee that this identity will not change? What if the unfortunate and miserable 3rd Kazekage suddenly dies? Will the next Kazekage still agree to what is signed with Konoha? Judging from Jingai's understanding of Luo Sha, it might be difficult. Luo Sha is a black-hearted and ruthless person, even more ruthless than Cho. The old woman's request is simple: 100 puppets. Then the puppet control technique and puppet manufacturing technology will be yours. At most 30. Jingai simply cut the number by more than half and still had some left over. 100? You really dare to think so? No, just 30. If you want to change it, then change it. If you don't want to change it, then forget it. 100 is too many? Seeing Jingai's resolute tone, Cho was a little unsure how much Jingai's puppet was worth. By the way, I don't have any puppets made from ninja corpses. The previous batch of puppets have all been used up. I'm not like you who can just do whatever you want with corpses. The existing puppets are all made of special materials, so they are more valuable. While negotiating terms, you don't forget to step on our sand village. If you have the ability, don't use it. Chapter 329. You can do anything, but don't play tricks. 80, no less. 30, that's the number, no more, no less. For me, the result is the same whether I change it or not. I don't like things that are outdated. At most I can sell them to the village and earn some money to buy materials to make puppets. Cho, I can tell you that the number will not increase. It will be just 30. If you are willing to trade immediately, if not, just pretend we never discussed it. Jingai was too lazy to argue with Cho and said that 30 was 30, not one more. Love can't be changed. The firm tone and hard bottom line made it impossible for Cho to bargain. Change? Not changing? So nice to work with. The two sides stared at each other for a long time. After confirming that Jingai really had no intention of backing down, Cho could only grit her teeth and give in. Pleasant to work with. Jingai smiled and assured, I am a person of integrity, so the puppets used for exchange will not have any problems. It doesn't matter whether you use them for your village or for experiments. I also hope that your village will not hide anything. If I find out that the things you trade are defective, or if you deliberately hide any important intelligence secrets, I will come to you personally to ask for them, and I will also provide compensation. If you don't want me to come to your house and cause trouble in person, then just be sincere and straightforward. Don't make yourself uncomfortable. Others don't dare to go to someone's house to ask for an explanation, but I, Hinata Shizuka, dare to do so. I can also force you to give me a proper explanation and offer compensation. So if you want to have any bad thoughts, be mentally prepared first. Facing Jingai's advance warning, Cho's mouth twitched, and he said with a dark face, the village will not do anything that goes back on its word, so you can rest assured. It better be. Will you not go back on your word? It's up to you whether I believe it or not. If you didn't have such thoughts, why would you look so unhappy? Who is this gloomy face for? I've been on guard against you for a long time. If you dare to play tricks on me, I will go straight to the sand village to seek an explanation. In fact, Cho really had some hidden ideas, but unfortunately, before she could do anything, she received a warning from Jingai. He hid something and went to Jingai's house to ask for an explanation. Faced with the two choices, Cho immediately gave up the idea of hiding it. Happy trading. Both sides got what they wanted. I exchanged a storage scroll for a bunch of scrolls. Did I lose or gain? In order to show his sincerity, Cho also gave away a lot of experience and knowledge about controlling and making puppets for free. Jingai also waved his hand and gave Cho an extra puppet, so he received a large number of scrolls. According to the previous agreement, Jingai directly asked the people from the Hokage office building to take the scroll away. As for what they do next, Jingai doesn't care, as long as they don't swallow up his share of the money. I believe that the third Hokage would not dare to take this money, but just in case, Jingyi will send someone to keep an eye on it and check the accounts regularly. I won't give the third Hokage any chance to take advantage of me. Even though someone was watching and checking the accounts regularly, the third Hokage was still able to find loopholes. Jingai can only say, you are awesome. In the following days, Cho and the third Hokage continued to negotiate the conditions for the release of the prisoners. After all the conditions were agreed upon, Cho left with the envoys and the prisoners escorted back to Konoha. The terms have basically been agreed upon, but the third Hokage couldn't be happy, because Konoha cannot get any direct benefits. The benefits given by the Sand Village are all long-term gains. The most disgusting thing is that in order to obtain this benefit, Konoha still needs long-term maintenance and investment. For example, if Konoha and the Sand Village release prisoners to each other, as the party that suffers the loss, the Sand Village is willing to send a team of puppeteers to Konoha to help those in Konoha who want to learn puppetry. The Sand Village can also send a group of puppet-making craftsmen to Konoha to help Konoha make puppet parts, but the Sand Village needs to take a share of the income. Although it is not much, it is also cutting into Konoha's meat. In addition, Konoha needs to provide good food and drink to the people sent by the Sand Village, and also pay them wages. After discussing all these messy conditions, it would be strange if the third Hokage could be in a good mood. I'm unhappy, but I can't refuse. It's so painful. If it weren't for the fact that many civilian ninjas in Konoha began to use puppets to improve their strength and boost the village's financial income, the three Hokage would not have wanted to waste their breath talking to Cho. The reserve for pensions, rewards for returning combat ninjas, and other funding are all waiting for allocations from the Ministry of Finance. It was still the Hokage's office, the same people, and the same internal high-level meeting. The third Hokage had a huge headache. After Vitamin N finished his report, Jing-ai coughed, suppressed his laughter, and said, "The development funds for the Umbu have not been distributed yet. I wonder when the Hokage's office will approve the money and distribute it." Today's high-level meeting can be summed up in one sentence: they want money. They still want money. The injury has improved, and Yutain Koharu, who came to the meeting with injuries, also said, the medical department needs to expand its scale and also needs some funds. Other departments need money, and the medical department needs to keep up. At least give some bonus to the people in the medical department. After all, the medical department made a significant contribution during the war, and the medical ninjas who went to the front lines alone required a large bonus, not to mention other miscellaneous items. Ahem, the Jonin team. Nara Shikashin spoke with a strange expression, but before he could say that, he was interrupted by the third Hokage. The third Hokage, whose mind was already in a mess, looked tired. He now got a headache when he heard the word money. Even though the village's finances have eased, it still needs money from everywhere. If things continue like this, it would be strange if the Ministry of Finance does not collapse. The funding for the Jonin team will be eased for a while. The third Hokage's words made Nara Shikako feel depressed. Nara Shikashin had no choice but to sit down. Just ease up for a while, as long as you give it enough time. The logistics department's supplies are also slow to replenish. After some consideration, the third Hokage decided to postpone the replenishment of supplies. Men Yen, the war is over. There is no need to rush to replenish the logistics department's supplies. You can give priority to other departments. I hope you can understand me. Okay. As the right-hand man of the third Hokage, Mizuto Minin is very reasonable. Because what the third Hokage said was correct, the war was over, and as long as there was no shortage of supplies in the logistics department, there was no need to replenish them right away, and they could take their time. Chapter 330. If you don't want to be decent, then I will help you be decent. Logistical supplies must be replenished, but they can be replenished slowly. Vitamin N had no objection to this. The funds for the Umbu will be released tomorrow. The same goes for the medical department. The dark department definitely cannot lack funds, and the same goes for the medical department. Even though the Umbu troops are inconspicuous, in fact, most of the important intelligence in the village is collected by the Umbu troops, not to mention that all kinds of difficult tasks are carried out by the Umbu troops. If the Umbu stopped carrying out missions due to lack of funds, the third Hokage's headache would be even more serious. The same goes for the medical department. The war is over, but there are still many wounded people in the village who need treatment. The treatment of these people cannot be delayed, and all the medical expenses must be paid by the village. Therefore, in this meeting to request money, the third Hokage directly approved the distribution of funds to the Umbu and medical department, while other departments could be put on hold. The funding for the Umbu was approved. Jing-ai directed the problem to the pharmaceutical department. The earnings report for the pharmaceutical department has been prepared. After deducting the basic salary and expenses, as well as the dividends from the drugs and potions, the remaining portion will be sent to the Hokage's office on a regular basis. This was rare good news for the Hokage's office, because money was finally coming in. It's just that the dividends, basic salary and the money spent make some people feel distressed. The third Hokage felt very painful, but he didn't say anything, because he knew that Jing would deduct the money first and it would never go through his hands, so there was nothing he could do even if he didn't want to take it out. There is no precedent for this in the village. If you do this, the village finances will lose a lot of money. Yutain Koharu's eyes turned red with envy. He controls all the medical departments but is unable to take control of the profitable pharmaceutical department. One can imagine how angry Koharu Yutain is. That's because some people are shameless. Jing-ai glanced at Yutain Koharu, who was still wearing bandages, and sneered. Some people are evil-minded, thinking only of others contributing to the village for free, but she herself would not do that. It is not easy to have such double standards. Besides, this is the pharmaceutical department's own business. You don't need to interfere. Just take care of your medical department and don't meddle in other people's business. The pharmaceutical sector is also a sector of the healthcare system. Yutain Koharu was so angry that she slammed the table, but the hand she was slamming had no palm, which looked a little funny. Hinata Shizuka, you can attack me again. I don't care about the old woman. If you have the ability, you can kill me. Anyway, I will never allow the revenue division of the pharmaceutical department. In public, Koharu was slapped in the face by Jing-ai and had to lie in the hospital for a long time. She must have been very resentful. The various medicinal materials needed by the pharmaceutical department are inseparable from the logistics department and the medical department. I hope you can think it through. Still the same. Jing'ai couldn't help but marvel at the fact that some people just couldn't learn their lesson no matter how many setbacks they suffered. Jing'ai clicked her tongue twice, too lazy to pay attention to the old woman. She turned to look at Mito Minion, asking with her eyes, "Is this what the logistics department means too?" Counselor Koharu's ideas have nothing to do with the logistics department. The logistics department will only accept orders from the Hokage's office. Mizuto Minin was not stupid, he crossed himself out with just one sentence. If you, Koharu-tsun, want to commit suicide, that's your own business, don't drag me into this. The third Hokage was very conflicted. He hasn't figured out how to express his opinion yet. But one thing is clear, the third Hokage really does not want to give out the dividends because the annual dividend amount is too large. This is not just a few million taels, but 20 or 30 million taels, enough for him to do many things. The third Hokage said nothing. Jing'ai nodded thoughtfully. Very good, it seems that the Hokage is not willing to pay this money either. In this case, from today on, the pharmaceutical department will find a way to collect all the medicinal materials it needs, and will no longer need to go through the logistics department and the medical department. In the future, if the various departments of the village want to use the medicines produced by the pharmaceutical department, please remember to pay for them in cash, and no arrears will be allowed. As for the revenue that the pharmaceutical department will send to the Ministry of Finance, it has not been calculated yet. Once it is calculated, I will send the money over. Since you don't want to be decent, then I will help you be decent. From today on, the pharmaceutical department will be completely crushed by me. Anyway, the war is over, and the pharmaceutical sector does not need to increase production. The drugs and medicines produced previously can still be used for a long time. Whether or not to obtain materials from the medical department and the logistics department will not have much impact on the pharmaceutical department. If you want to use medicine in the future, remember to pay first. Also, I hope that the villagers and families engaged in the production of medicinal materials will not come after you. No, you can't do this. Yutain Koharu quickly looked at the third Hokage, but unfortunately Shizuichi was no longer in the Hokage's office. Why bother? Nara Shikashin shook his head. You have to find a lot of trouble for yourself when you have nothing to do. Nara Shikaksen had no idea what Jing'ai was planning, but he believed that both the logistics department and the medical department would be in trouble. The same goes for the Ministry of Finance. The money earned by the pharmaceutical department hasn't been sent to the Hokage's office yet, and you've already caused such a mess. Look at this money, it will be over if Jing'ai delivers it on time. With Nara Shikashin's departure, Mito Minion finally couldn't bear it anymore. Hiruzen, this is a lot of money, but is it worth it? The village needs the money. The third Hokage sighed. Okay, it's up to you to make the decision. Anyway, the logistics department needs to follow your orders. Since you have made the decision, I won't care. I hope you won't regret it. As for Yutain Koharu, he was too lazy to bother with this crazy old woman. A Kimichi barbecue restaurant. Nara Shikashin put the meat on the grill and looked at Jing'ai who was drinking juice leisurely, and couldn't help but say, "Aren't you afraid that the Hokage will cut off the funding for the Umbu if you do this?" Afraid? Of course. Jing'ai put down the glass bottle in her hand, picked up the barbecue with chopsticks and put it into her mouth, chewing it with relish. Even if the funding is really stopped, the Umbu will collapse. At worst, we can just use the money from the pharmaceutical department to fill the gap. There must be some extra money, enough to expand the Umbu. How dare you? Using the money earned from the pharmaceutical department to supplement the development funds of the Umbu was something Nara Shikashin didn't even dare to think about. To be honest, I'm looking forward to the Hokage's office blocking the funds so that the Umbu can have a good rest for a while. It's very tiring to carry out important missions all the time. Not to mention the casualties, it's also very boring to not be seen in public. It will be interesting to turn these tasks over to the Hokage's office when the time comes. You are awesome, I admire you. Chapter 331. Not even a single point can be lost. Nara Shikashin, with admiration written all over his face, couldn't help but sigh. It seems that I am really old. I can't keep up with the ideas of you young people, and I don't have your courage. But does the pharmaceutical sector really need to be self-sufficient and independent? This will limit logistics and medical care, and the village may have to rebuild a pharmaceutical department. Cough cough. Jing'ai was really irritated by Nara Shikashin's words. He coughed several times in a row, patted his chest to calm down, put down his chopsticks and pointed at his face. Do I look like a lunatic? Not like that. Nara Shikashin shook his head subconsciously. If I'm not crazy, why would I separate the pharmaceutical division? Jing'ai shook his head in amusement. I am just helping Tsunade get back the money that originally belonged to her. As for the rest, it will not be less than what should be paid to the Ministry of Finance. As for what happened in the Hokage's office today, I was just following the words of that crazy old woman to scare her. Depend on, you should have told me earlier, you scared me. Nara Shikoshin took a look at the roasted meat and quickly grabbed a piece and put it in his bowl. I thought you were going to slap her. It was a normal verbal exchange, why would I slap her? Besides, there's no need to really give her the slap. After a while, she'll start to feel the pain. Slow down. As a junior, you are actually snatching meat from your seniors. It's simply immoral. The meat you grill is even more delicious. By the way, remember to pay the bill. After having a barbecue at Nara Shikoshin, Jing'ai went home feeling very satisfied. It's not that he is evil-hearted, but it's the influence of Naruto culture. When eating out with seniors, unless it is agreed in advance, it will make the seniors lose face if the juniors pay the bill. Therefore, Jing'ai decisively left after eating. Nara Shikoshin was left with a confused look on his face, taking out his wallet to pay the bill. When she got home, Shizue told Tsunade what happened in the Hokage's office. Tsunade frowned and said, "Nothing will happen, right? What could happen?" Jing'ai leaned on the sofa, rubbing his stomach leisurely, and explained to Tsunade. Although the logistics department and the medical department need to pay for the use and acquisition of medicines, the money will eventually be sent to the Ministry of Finance. For the village, the issue of changing hands will not cause any loss at all. The Ministry of Finance will not suffer any losses, and your teacher will definitely not say anything. The only ones who will suffer are the logistics department and the medical department. They still don't want to give you your money, so I'm going to cancel it in advance and send all the money to the Ministry of Finance. I guarantee you won't get any chance. He has sucked Tsunade's blood for so long, and now he still doesn't want to give a single cent. Once some people get used to selfless contributions, they really take it for granted. Humph, I can't lose a penny of my money. Tsunade finally understood that even if she didn't take a cent, others would still think it was her due in the end. Let's forget about the past, but from now on, not a penny less. Why should Orochimaru get a share of the money, but Tsunade should contribute for free? Is it because Orochimaru became rebellious and disobedient that he got the money? And she, Tsunade, didn't protest, didn't become rebellious, so she had no money? But is it true that you have decided to purchase the herbs yourself? The pharmaceutical department needs a lot of different herbs and other materials. Tsunade couldn't help but feel a little worried. If Jinyi really took on this matter, it would invisibly bring herself a lot of trouble and add a lot of work. By shit. Jing'ai raised his hand in annoyance and hit Tsunade. It sounds scary, but it is true that the pharmaceutical department will stop for a while. Moreover, the family in charge of the production and purchase of medicinal materials in the village is directly related to the Hokage's office. If we leave them, where can we find a way? It is simply unrealistic to purchase medicinal herbs by ourselves. It is enough to just stop using these herbs and materials. A storm about money ended invisibly. The third Hokage didn't want to give Tsunade any money, but he didn't give Shizuka any ice drops. The development funds for the Umbu arrived the next day. The third Hokage proved his promise with actions. On the other hand, the funds for the medical department have also been in place. However, something very troublesome happened, which made Yutain Koharu very angry. When the doctors and medical ninjas from the medical department went to the logistics department to get medicine, they were told that many drugs were in short supply, and the same was true for potions, and the pharmaceutical department had stopped supplying them. If you want to use these drugs and medicines, you can only go to the pharmaceutical department to get them. Helplessly, these people had to turn to the pharmaceutical department, but unfortunately they couldn't even get in the main door. There was a notice posted in the pharmaceutical department stating that they needed to bring cash to get and pick up the medicine. After seeing this announcement, the doctors and medical ninjas in the medical department were paralyzed. Does it cost money to get medicine? This is the first time I've encountered such a thing. There was no other choice. The people in the medical department had to go back and report the matter, and at the same time hope that Koharu Tsuchiya, who was in charge of the medical department, would release the money as soon as possible so that they could go to the pharmaceutical department to get the medicine. Public expenses shouldn't be paid out of the doctors and medical ninjas' own pockets, right? These people are willing to pay out of their own pockets, and Jing'ai certainly doesn't mind, as long as they are not afraid of not getting the money back. It doesn't matter whose money it is, as long as the money is there. This is just nonsense. Nonsense. After receiving the report from her subordinates, Yutain Koharu was so angry that the bandages on her body were about to explode. She thought Jing'ai was just trying to scare her, but it turned out that Jing'ai was serious. So the matter came to the attention of the third Hokage. The third Hokage, who had been mentally prepared, could only keep comforting Koharu Utane and remind her to distribute the money as soon as possible so that the patients in the hospital would have enough medicines and drugs to receive treatment. The frustrated Utane Koharu could only grit her teeth and agree. Although it is frustrating, fortunately the money will not disappear, it will just change hands and flow into the pharmaceutical department through the logistics department or the medical department, and the pharmaceutical department will eventually send it to the Ministry of Finance. It just changed hands a few times and made people feel disgusted. The third Hokage did not cause any trouble for Jing'ai, and Jing'ai did not offend him either, and both sides just fell silent tacitly. However, Koharu Utane's plan to take back the pharmaceutical department was once again shattered. Jing'ai didn't leave her any chance at all. The village is really lively today. After going through untold hardships, he finally completed the difficult S-level mission and returned to Konoha with his 2 little followers. Before entering the gate of Konoha, I could feel the lively atmosphere of the village. After some inquiries, we learned that the combat troops on the front line had withdrawn. Coincidentally, Orochimaru was also among those who withdrew. He and Jiraiya both returned to the village on the same day. Chapter 332 Kushina, Teach Me a Lesson? Let's see who teaches whom. Looking at the countless villagers cheering and shouting Orochimaru's name and treating him as a hero, Jiraiya felt a little jealous. What? Is that damn Orochimaru worthy of everyone's support and cheers? But no one paid any attention to my most handsome toad sage, Lord Jiraiya. At this moment, Jiraiya was jealous. Seeing his teacher's unhappy face, Naoki, whose relationship with him had eased to a certain extent, said faintly, while Orochimaru was fighting hard for the village, some people ran to other countries and hid for 2 years. Just treat me like a fart, okay? Jiraiya, who was originally envious of Orochimaru, was instantly silenced by his apprentice's words. According to the normal plot, if he had not hidden in the Rain Country for the past 2 years, he would have made many contributions on the battlefield and would have been hailed as a hero by the villagers. Unfortunately, he just dodged. Ahahaha. The little yellow-haired boy smiled awkwardly and kept scratching his head, trying to find a topic to divert the attention of the master and disciple, but he didn't know what topic to find. Ever since he started carrying out missions with Jiraiya, this kind of situation has happened repeatedly, and Minato Namikaze feels very embarrassed every time. Hey, isn't this Jiraiya? Are you willing to come back from the Land of Rain? Orochimaru walked out from the crowd, looked at Jiraiya with a smile, and stabbed him in the heart twice. I'm surprised the old man didn't treat you as a traitor Nin. Arrogant Orochimaru, you are evil-minded and you think others are just as evil as you. Jiraiya could accept Naoki's complaints and dissatisfaction, but he absolutely could not accept Orochimaru poking him in the heart. Facing Jiraiya's counterattack, Orochimaru smiled and said lightly, I am a black-hearted person, but I will not side with outsiders, even enemies of the village, and I will not cultivate my own enemies. Are you satisfied? If you are not satisfied, you can continue talking. Orochimaru has never lost to Jiraiya, unless he doesn't want to talk. Humph, I don't want to bother with you. I, the Toad Sage, have to report to the Hokage's office. Jiraiya, who suffered a critical hit, decided to ignore Orochimaru. This guy is so annoying. He is still the same after not seeing him for 2 years. He can make people angry to death when he opens his mouth. What a coincidence. I also want to go find the old man, so let's go together. Roll roll roll. Aren't these 2 people sick? Jiraiya spoke with disdain and his face showed disgust, but he did not quicken his pace. He waited leisurely for Orochimaru to catch up. Orochimaru had a smile on his face and would stimulate Jiraiya from time to time. Looking at the 2 people who loved and hated each other and were moving away from each other, Naoki glanced at Minato Namikaze. The little yellow-haired boy helplessly spread his hands like a little bear and said, Don't look at me, I don't know either. Forget it, let's go home first. I'm still waiting to give Jing'ai a surprise. I believe he will be surprised to know that I can master the water ninjutsu of my second grandfather so skillfully. After only 3 seconds of being serious, Shingshu started to show off. His old habit came back and he couldn't control himself. He always wanted to find someone to show off to. I think the teacher will beat you. The little yellow-haired boy just smiled and didn't respond, but he didn't stop Shanshu either. He was also very curious about whether Shanshu would be beaten when he went to Jing'ai to show off. Don't be fooled by the little yellow-haired boy's sunny smile. Behind this boy's sunny smile, there is a heart that likes to add fuel to the fire and watch the fun. Where's home? When the 2 of them walked together on the familiar road home, they found that their home was gone. A group of construction team members are working hard to build a house. Rope Tree, Little Yellow Hair, you are back. The 2 were wondering, when Kushina, whose face was covered in dust, waved happily at them. There was no need for class today, so the rich little Kushina chose to be the supervisor. As for training, there is no need to work as hard as before. As she gradually mastered the power of the nine-tailed fox, she had completely gained its recognition, and all the devilish training had come to an end. Hearing this familiar name, Namikaze Minato covered his face helplessly. Still the same. How many times have I told you to call me brother, or I'll beat you up? With a frown on his face, Naoki strode towards Kushina, threatening her as he walked. Humph, no, who told you to bully me all the time? The little overseer crossed his arms in front of his chest, shook his long red hair, and whined to express his dissatisfaction. Besides, if you want to be my brother, you have to be stronger than me first. Having mastered the power of the nine tails, Kushina suddenly became one of the strongest people in Konoha, and she felt a little proud. Although the sky was not clear and it was not raining, Kushina still felt that she could do it. Really? Don't cry later. Shingshu felt that he needed to discipline his sister. What should I do if my sister is too arrogant? Just give him a beating. At least hit him casually, but don't hit him too hard, otherwise you will get beaten too. If you have the guts, come over here. Kushina was not afraid at all. Seeing that the tension between the brother and sister was getting more and more intense, the little yellow-haired boy felt distressed. He didn't know whether he should step in to stop it. Ahem, Shanshu, I think you'd better not take action. As the supervisor assistant pulled by Jing'ai, Nara Shikaka kindly reminded Noeke not to act recklessly, otherwise the consequences would be serious. Nara Shikaku is a classmate of Little Yellow Hair, and he is also friends with Noeke. Out of kindness, Nara Shikaku persuaded Noeke, don't worry, I won't be too forceful. I'll just teach you a little lesson, Kushina. If I use too much force, my sister will beat me up. Shingshu patted his chest and assured confidently, I'm afraid you'll get beaten. Seeing that he couldn't persuade her, Nara Shikaku had to step aside and make a gesture of, do whatever you want. Hey, Kushina, your rope tree brother is coming. The troublesome person walked away. The confident Noeke reminded Kushina first. Seeing Kushina raised her head and didn't take him seriously, Noeke felt a little embarrassed. This sister who has reached her rebellious stage is so unlovable. Kushina, be careful. Seeing that a fight was about to break out, the people on the construction team quickly ran away, gave up their seats, and watched the fun. Namikaze Minato approached Nara Shikaku and asked quietly, will Kushina be okay? He always felt that something was not right, but he couldn't tell what it was. It couldn't be that Kushina's strength had increased so suddenly that she could be beaten by rope tree, right? This is too mysterious. Chapter 333 One slap to the point of doubting life. Don't ask me if Kushina-sama will be okay, you should ask me if Noeke will be okay. Nara Shikaka hesitated for a moment, but still gave Namikaze Minato a small hint. This saves my classmate from being kept in the dark. Grown-ups? Ugh, is this appropriate? How old is Kushina? She doesn't hold any position in the village, so why is she called sister? The little yellow-haired boy was stunned. Before the little yellow-haired boy could come to his senses, he saw Kushina's long red hair floating up, golden chakra enveloped her, and a golden tail rose from behind Kushina. The golden tail directly turned into a huge palm and pressed down on the rope tree that was rushing up. No, what the hell is this? Noeke was planning to give Kushina a little shock, but who would have thought that instead of getting the shock, Kushina gave him a surprise gift package. The golden palm looked thick, but it was actually very fast. It pressed down on Shingshu's body and pressed him to the ground. With a loud bang, a human-shaped pit was smashed into the ground, and the protagonist, Shingshu, was lying in the pit in a daze. It seemed that his eyes had lost their color, and he was left staring at the sky with a dull look. At this moment, Rope Tree's whole world lost its luster. Why, am I just too much of a rookie? Or maybe my talent is too poor. It's okay for the little yellow-haired boy, after all, he grew up step by step under my witness. But what about Kushina? At this moment, the only words left in Shingshu's mind were, I was beaten by Kushina. How miserable. Fortunately, the construction team is laying the foundation, so there is no need to worry about a big hole in the ground. It can be repaired by filling it with a little soil. The little yellow-haired boy's eyes almost popped out. Is this still the Kushina I know, the blood-red little hot pepper? Mom, just cheat. You know why I call her sir, it's my father's request. I think calling Kushina sir doesn't seem to be a big deal, after all, she is very powerful. Nara Shikaka's faint voice came over. The little yellow-haired boy turned his head stiffly and pointed at Kushina, as if asking, when did it happen? Nara Shikaka sighed helplessly. Do you see the surroundings? This was caused by a fight between Lady Kushina and Lady Tsunade, so Lady Kushina decided to buy all the surrounding land and rebuild a large villa with mountains and water. I'm talking about Kushina's ability, not the house. Father said, it seems that it was Master Shizuichi who defined it, something called the perfect Jinchuriki. Kushina is the first perfect Jinchuriki in the ninja world. She can perfectly control the power of the tailed beasts to fight, and the nine tails is the strongest. Master Shizuichi also said that Kushina should be considered one of the strongest people in the village. Except for her lack of experience, she is very strong in other aspects. Once her shortcomings are gradually made up, I guess the Hokage will have to avoid her. Okay, I understand, you don't have to say anything. Not to mention Shenshu, even the little yellow-haired boy with a good mentality suffered some blow. This is simply cheating. No one cares? He worked hard for 3 years to reach his current strength, but Kushina suddenly overtook him on a curve, and he couldn't even see his taillights. It was a bit discouraging. Hey, do you still want to teach me a lesson? After giving Rope Tree a surprise gift package, Kushina raised her little face proudly and dug Rope Tree out of the pit. Don't talk, let me be quiet. Don't ask me who Jing Jing is. The Rope Tree that was dug out didn't care about the pain in his body and walked away in a daze. This? Nothing will happen. Kushina's eyes widened. She could swear that she had no ill intentions. She just wanted to show off her strength and had no intention of attacking Noeke. As a result, the Rope Tree was not in very good condition. I'll go take a look. As a good brother, the little yellow-haired boy couldn't just abandon the Rope Tree and immediately chased after it. I seem to be in trouble. Kushina blinked her eyes and realized that something was wrong. How could she still feel complacent at all? He turned and ran towards the Umbu base. Kushina can now enter and exit the Umbu base freely, but she cannot reveal anything she sees there. Jing-ai did not stop her. Jing-ai, I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. In the director's office, Jing-ai was looking at documents when Kushina rushed in and started shouting that she was in trouble. Yi-tsung, who had just returned from a mission and was continuing to work as a secretary, had a puzzled look on his face. I'm in trouble. What trouble? Shizuichi put down the documents in his hand and looked at Kushina in surprise. Based on her understanding of Kushina, Kushina is not the kind of person who would attack others casually. Unless someone provokes her and the other person's behavior is quite excessive, Kushina would not bother to respond to ordinary provocations. Who did you beat up? The fact that Kushina was so panicked meant that she hit someone. When she was in the ninja school, Kushina was like this. Even though she yelled that her sister was Tsunade and no one dared to touch her, she would panic as soon as something really happened. He smiled guiltily. Kushina then whispered, it was Naoki-san, I swear, I just hit him. No, I didn't hit him, I just pushed him to the ground, and Naoki-san seemed to be a little shocked. Poor Naoki, he ran into Kushina's gun as soon as he returned to the village. Okay, Naoki will be fine. Even though the guy was hit hard, I believe he will be able to cheer up soon. Don't forget, Minato is with him. After listening to what Kushina said, Yi-tsung began to feel a little sympathy for Naoki. Jing-ai waved his hands in a helpless manner, motioning Kushina to sit next to him. After Kushina sat down obediently, she raised her head, her little face full of worry. Jing-ai, is brother Shenshu really going to be okay? I didn't mean it. I just wanted to tease him, just like he used to tease me. I know. Jing-ai smiled and ruffled Kushina's long hair, and comforted her with a smile. It's okay, don't worry. Shenshu is an indestructible cockroach with great resilience. He won't be hit by such a small incident and won't be unable to recover. Really? Kushina asked in surprise. Yi-tsung rolled his eyes secretly. The invincible Xiaochang? What kind of ridiculous description is this? How can you describe your brother-in-law as a cockroach? Really, more real than Pearl, Rope Tree is really that easily beaten. When he was training with Minato, he was beaten to the point of being unable to get up. Is the authentic Naruto a joke? It can be said that Naoki's personality is exactly the same as Naruto's, except that his talent is not as strong. He has long been accustomed to taking blows, and be able to stand up again with perseverance. I was just beaten up by my younger sister, and I couldn't accept it for a while. By the small river where he used to train, Shinshu sat by the river, looking at the calm river surface with a sad look in his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. It's clear from his frustrated face that he suffered a heavy blow this time. Chapter 334, A World Where Only the Little Yellow-Haired Boy is Injured. Noticing that someone was sitting next to him, Naoki smiled bitterly and asked, Minato, am I really embarrassed? I tried so hard, but in the end I was surpassed by Kushina. I really can't accept this. Forehead. The little yellow-haired boy blinked innocently. Can I ask you this question? What? Because you're not the only one who's been hit. I've also been working hard, okay? Depend on. It seems that we have become brothers in distress, and many more. Were you also hit? So, I'm not alone? For some reason, Shinshu's mood suddenly changed. There is an old saying that is very true. When you are hit hard and feel low, don't be too busy to feel sad, because you may have like-minded friends who will feel sad with you. Look, the hit Rope Tree felt very sad. After learning that Namikaze Minato was also hit, Rope Tree felt inexplicably excited. Yes, it's exciting. Because Shenshu had suffered many blows before, this one was not a big deal. But it's different for the little yellow-haired boy. It's really hard to see him being hit hard. No, what's the look in your eyes? I was comforting you, brother, but you are feeling sympathy for me instead. Shingshu looked at the little yellow-haired boy with sympathy and made him unable to do anything. Who of us got hit? Okay, I am also a victim, but, as victims, shouldn't we stick together for warmth? Why are you sympathizing with me? Brother, I sympathize with you and I understand how you feel, but this kind of thing will eventually come. Just grit your teeth and get through it. As a person who has been through this, the experienced Shenshu raised his hand and patted the little yellow-haired boy's shoulder to comfort him in return. Namikaze Minato? Jingai thought that Shenshu would be quiet for a while. After all, it is not easy to suffer a blow, and even the most resilient person needs some time to relax. As a result, when he got off work and returned home with Kushina, he saw Nawaka sitting on the sofa with a happy face, grinning for something. It's over. It's over. Could it be that brother Shenshu has suffered a shock and has become mentally ill? How can anyone laugh at this time? Kushina began to get nervous, her little hands tightly tugging at Jingai's clothes, sweat even oozing out of her palms. Shizue, Kushina, you're back. Seeing the two people coming back, Shingshu greeted them as if nothing had happened. Brother Shenshu, why don't you scold me? I didn't mean it. I will never treat you like this again. Kushina was so anxious that she was about to cry. She felt that Shenshu must be mentally ill. Scold you? Why should I scold you? Just because you pushed me to the ground? Nawaka didn't really understand what Kushina was talking about. Kushina, you pressed it well. Ha ha ha, it's so funny. You didn't see Minato's shocked face. It's not easy to see him being shocked. I finally saw it today. Ha ha ha, that's really interesting. Looking at Rope Tree who was about to burst with joy, Kushina subconsciously took 2 steps back and hid behind Jingai. Jingai narrowed his eyes. Shenshu, you feel so good when you feel other people's pain. Yes, yes, yes. I finally understand this feeling. Rope Tree laughed out loud. Seeing this, Shizuichi said to Kushina, see, I told you he was fine, but this guy still had the mind to laugh at Minato, so don't worry about him. But it's really not easy to see Minato being hit. Shenshu has a good mentality, and Xiao Huangmao has an even better mentality. It is extremely difficult to see him sad and shocked. No wonder Shenshu can laugh so happily. Be more restrained, or you'll be careful that Minato won't talk to you again. Although he was laughing, Jingai still reminded Shenshu to be careful and control his mood. Unexpectedly, Rope Tree grinned and said, impossible, Minato and I are close friends. Besides, he also smiled like this when I was hit before. His smile was so sunny, this little yellow-haired boy. When talking about the past, Shingshu began to grit his teeth. We are brothers one thing and the other one, but I will remember the fact that you made fun of me all my life. Now that we have finally gotten the chance, we must not let it go. Be sure to smile back. Don't ever think that there is a warm heart behind the little yellow-haired boy's warm and sunny smile. In fact, the heart behind the sunny smile is dark. No, I have to go find him. I won't be back tonight. I'll take care of dinner on my own. I'm staying at Minato's house. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Shingshu jumped up from the sofa and ran outside. He decided to sleep at Little Yellow Hare's house tonight. Not just tonight, but he would stay at Little Yellow Hare's house for the next few days. Is he really okay? Why do I feel something is wrong? A storm began to burn in Kushina's mind. Jingai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay, go take a shower and change your clothes. Sometimes stories between boys are just so childish. Just ignore them. Oh. Kushina was a little confused. Anyway, she and her little sisters never laughed at each other. Nor will they deliberately laugh at each other. If this happened to them, they would probably have a falling out. This is probably the difference between boys and girls. That night, at Minato Namikaze's house, the little yellow-haired boy immediately became red-hot. Get out of here. No, I'm going to stay at your house today, and I'll stay at your house for the next few days too. If you dare, throw me out. Wait, don't do it. Even if you throw me out, I will crawl back. Anyway, I will definitely rely on you. I should have known not to comfort this guy. In the end, I ended up hurting myself. The little yellow-haired boy felt like crying. So, when Minato Namikaze came to see Jingai the next day, he still had heavy dark circles under his eyes, and it was obvious that he had not slept well. Chapter 335 Children make choices, adults want everything. Jingai asked with amusement, didn't you sleep well last night? It's okay. The little yellow-haired boy smiled bitterly and said, Shenshu keeps laughing, but he insists on coming to my room to sleep. I can't stand him. It seems that the Rope Tree has made the little yellow-haired boy very upset. Jingai raised an eyebrow and asked, Did what happened yesterday have a big impact on you? Namikaze Minato straightened his attitude, thought seriously for a moment, and replied, Teacher, it actually had a great impact on me. Although I can adjust my mentality, considering my 3 years of hard work, I am somewhat unwilling to be surpassed directly. It's right to be unwilling, everyone has such thoughts. Patting the little yellow-haired boy on the head, Jing'ai couldn't help laughing. Many people think, why am I so weak even though I work so hard? Why are some people stronger than me even though they don't work so hard? To put it bluntly, it's talent. Some people can only achieve so much even if they work hard their whole lives. It's just like the many genin in Konoha. Many of them are working hard, but at such an old age, they can't even pass the Chunin exam. Do you think the Chunin exam is difficult? Is the Chunin exam difficult? The little yellow-haired boy thought about it and shook his head subconsciously. He didn't know what others were thinking, but at least in his opinion, Minato Namikaze, the Chunin exam was really not difficult. Then the question is, why do these people always fail the assessment? Jing'ai continued to ask, is it because they don't work hard? This is just the Chunin exam, which is relatively simple in your eyes. What about the special Jonin exam and the Jonin exam? There are so many ninjas in the village, but the number of special Jonin and Jonin is so small, and the growth rate is pitifully slow. Yes, there are so many ninjas in Konoha, but the largest number are genin. Many genin choose to give up, with the mentality of just being able to survive. There are many people who persist in working hard, but not many of them can successfully pass the Chunin exam. As for the assessments for special Jonin and Jonin, there is no need to mention it. Comparing the numbers, the pass rate is just a few %. Teacher. The little yellow-haired boy raised his head and asked, so which is more important, talent or hard work? Snapped. As soon as he finished speaking, the little yellow-haired boy was hit hard in the ass. Jing'ai blew on the palm of the hand that hit him and said unhappily, only children make choices, but adults must have both. It seems to make sense, but it hurts so much. The little yellow-haired boy rubbed the back of his head and felt that he had asked a very stupid question. If you want to become a strong person, you need both talent and hard work. Of course, luck is also important. Some people are not without talent, but they are just too lazy and can't endure hardship. Such people can never become strong no matter how talented they are. And some people are very talented and work very hard, but their luck is very bad. For such people, let alone becoming strong, it is even a problem whether they can grow smoothly. They may be defeated on their first mission. So let's get back to the point. Don't be influenced by Kushina. Jinchuriki cannot be replicated. After all, there are only a few tailed beasts in the entire ninja world. Jing'ai put his hands behind his back and seriously reminded Minato that you have talent, you have worked hard, and your luck is not bad, so you should have a positive attitude. Don't be influenced by Kushina, work hard to be yourself, and you will be successful. Yes, teacher, I understand. The little yellow-haired boy straightened his back seriously. Tell me about these 2 missions. Jing'ai took the initiative to ask about the mission. Jiraiya will deal with the problem with Rope Tree, but the little yellow-haired boy is his apprentice, and some things need to be handled by him as his teacher. When talking about the mission, the little yellow-haired boy became shy. Master Jiraiya taught me in Nawaka very seriously, and he was also very responsible, except that he liked to run to some strange places. This was the only thing that little yellow hair was not satisfied with. That is, Jiraiya couldn't control himself and would go out to have some fun while on a mission, which, in his opinion, was a bit outrageous. Did you go to the rope tree? No. Looks like I need to have a good chat with Tsunade. Jing'ai said to himself. The little yellow-haired boy was instantly embarrassed. Shenshu, brother, don't blame me. It's because the teacher is too cunning. He got the words out of you without you noticing. Don't blame me. The little yellow-haired boy made a bitter face and silently prayed for 3 seconds in his heart for the rope tree that had bothered him all night. Next, use all the sealing techniques you have learned. Is teacher. At Jing'ai's request, Minato Namikaze carried out his orders very seriously. He had basically mastered the common sealing techniques and seemed very proficient at it. The next step was to learn the sealing techniques that were unique to the Uzumaki clan. I just don't know what expression the little yellow-haired boy will have on his face when Kushina becomes his teacher. I guess it will be exciting. After encouraging his disciples, Jing'ai left because he had other things to do. Orochimaru returned to the village yesterday and reported on his work. Today, he sent someone to deliver a letter, preparing to invite him to dinner. When Jing'ai arrived at the appointment on time, he found that he was not the only one invited by Orochimaru. Jiraiya and Tsunade were there too. As soon as they met, Tsunade became unhappy. Orochimaru, you invited us to dinner, can't you just notify us both at the same time? That's right, the arrogant Orochimaru is not reliable at all. Jiraiya still hasn't let go of what happened yesterday, and when he heard Tsunade's complaints, he immediately stood up for her. Facing the accusations of the two, Orochimaru calmly put down his teacup and said to them, "Actually, I only invited Shizuka-kun today, but Jiraiya was so shameless that he insisted on coming along, so I had no choice but to invite you as well." Depend on feelings of old lady or incidental? Tsunade directly gave Orochimaru a middle finger. A frustrated Jiraiya was doing the same thing. Ignoring the two angry people, Orochimaru said to Shizuka, "Yesterday when I went to the Hokage's office, I met the envoy from the daimyo's mansion. He didn't look very happy. Maybe the old man made the daimyo angry. It's normal." Jingai had just poured himself a cup of hot tea and hadn't drunk it yet. After hearing this, he smiled and explained, "The daimyo wanted to interfere with the village's military operations before, but he came forward to mediate, but was rejected by the village and caused quite a stir. As a result, just after the new year, there was a commotion over disarmament, and then the village turned around and negotiated with the Sand Village. How could the daimyo not be angry? Okay, let's play like this, right? When I came forward to ask you to negotiate, what did you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, say? It is said that the daimyo cannot interfere in Konoha's affairs. I kept dragging my feet on paying you, and you tried to force me to abdicate. As soon as I got the money, I negotiated with the Sand Village. As the daimyo of the Land of Fire, I don't care about my reputation at all. It seems that the relationship between the daimyo and the village will become very interesting in the future." Orochimaru seemed to be gloating over someone else's misfortune. "Orochimaru, the relationship between the daimyo and the village has deteriorated, and everyone will be affected, especially the old man. It's fine if you don't care about the old man, but you are gloating over his misfortune." Chapter 336, Taking Kushina to Chase the Rebel Ninja? What does the old man's business have to do with me? Orochimaru asked calmly. Of course, Jiraiya's face slowly turned red. Pooh, I didn't expect you to be such a big Orochimaru. You don't even care about the old man's affairs, and you asked me coldly, what does it have to do with me? I despise you. Too lazy to pay attention to the unreasonable Jiraiya, Orochimaru said to himself. How to choose is the old man's business. As the Hokage, this is his responsibility and obligation. Besides, is it possible for us to interfere in the fight between the Hokage and the daimyo? Orochimaru didn't know whether others were interested or not, but he definitely didn't want to get involved. If you don't believe me, ask Tsunade if she's willing to take care of these things. Orochimaru brought the fire to Tsunade's head. Tsunade, who was enjoying her meal, opened her eyes wide. Hey, why are you dragging me into this? This kind of thing is not my business. If I really intervene, I'm afraid the old man will be the first to be unhappy. So just eat and drink, and don't think about these nonsense. See it? Orochimaru raised his eyebrows at Jiraiya with a half-smile. You win. Jiraiya, looking frustrated, said he didn't want to talk. Jingai, how are the two summoning beasts growing? Orochimaru asked this question while eating. Jingai, who had almost finished eating, put down her chopsticks and wiped the oil from the corners of her mouth with paper. Not bad. It grows very fast, but it eats a lot. Its upper limit is definitely higher than that of the 10,000 snakes, at least that's what I think. Your experiment was very successful, but it's a pity that the other test subjects are gone. If you sell this, you will definitely make a lot of money. The growth rate of Gold Fang and Black Fang is really a bit scary, and their strength is also exaggerated. Fortunately, there is not much else in the sea except for a lot of prey, which is enough for the two psychic beasts to hunt and grow. If these two snakes were placed in other places, it would be a question whether they could be kept alive. So delicious. When it comes to money, Tsunade gets excited. Orochimaru, you are a loser. Your experiments are simply a waste of money. That's right, they don't even want to leave the good stuff for us. Jiraiya couldn't help but criticize Orochimaru for his mistakes. Perhaps the test subjects he killed were of very high value, but unfortunately Orochimaru never felt sorry for them. I have other ways to make money. What I need are the experimental records and results. What a research madman. Faced with Orochimaru who only cared about research and not money, no matter how dissatisfied Tsunade and Jiraiya were, they were speechless. Besides, Orochimaru made these things himself, so it's Orochimaru's business how to deal with them. They could complain a few words, but there was no way they could interfere with Orochimaru and stop him from doing research that would cost him a lot of money. It's just like interfering with Tsunade and not allowing her to gamble, or interfering with Jiraiya and not allowing him to have fun with his little sister. It's outrageous and totally unrealistic. Having said that, Orochimaru changed the subject. The village suffered a great loss. Although there has been no interruption in ordinary tasks and commissions, high-level mission commissions need someone to carry out. The old man's meaning is very clear. He hopes that we can join in. In theory, S-rank and A-rank missions, especially Jonin and Jonin, can perform such missions. Out of caution and mission completion rate, the third Hokage would usually choose the village's elite Jonin to carry out these missions. The extremely high task completion rate can attract more clients to confidently entrust tasks and entrustments to Konoha. I just came back. Jiraiya rubbed his face in frustration. The old man picked 2 very good missions for me, which took up most of my time for half a year. I have always been depressed when it comes to these 2 tasks. Not only are they difficult, but they are also very time-consuming. Be prepared, it looks like the old man won't allow you to rest for too long. Tsunade began to sympathize with Jiraiya. This guy had finally returned to the village, and he probably wouldn't be able to rest for a few days before a new mission would be issued. At that time, Zilla will need to rush to carry out the mission. The old man is so partial. Jiraiya complained once and said nothing else, because he was in the wrong. After all, he had been hiding outside for 2 years. Even if the third Hokage specifically assigned him some difficult and time-consuming tasks, he had no choice but to accept it. And you? During this critical period, Tsunade had no choice but to stay in the village. She will also take on the tasks that need to be performed. As for Orochimaru, it depends on the situation. After fighting a war for such a long time and finally coming back, under normal circumstances, Orochimaru should rest for a while. The old man wants me to act quickly. Orochimaru was prepared for this. During the war, there were too many tasks and commissions piled up. Even if he needed a rest, he could only shorten his rest time. After finishing all the piled-up tasks and commissions, he would make up for it with the vacation later. It seems that no one can escape. It's better to be quiet and comfortable. There's no need to go out on missions. Jiraiya began to feel jealous after taking a look at Jingai, who was drinking tea and watching the fun. Envy. Who said he doesn't need to carry out the mission? This matter made Tsunade a little unhappy. The pressure brought by this girl Kushina was getting bigger and bigger. As the head of the Embu, do you also need to carry out missions? Orochimaru and Jiraiya looked over curiously. Under the curious gazes of the two, Jingai had no choice but to explain, I promised Kushina before that as long as she becomes a perfect Jinchuriki, I will take her away from the village to carry out missions, and take a walk around the ninja world and have some fun if there is time. But the missions I carry out are all Embu missions, unlike you. I have the final say on what mission to carry out, how difficult it is, and how long it takes. Dark missions are different from general missions. Dark missions have a lot of room for operation. For example, if you want to collect intelligence information about certain people, or intelligence about a certain country or a certain village, Jingai can adjust by himself how to collect it and how long it will take. Jiraiya and the others don't have this ability. You can only carry out the commissions and tasks issued by the client and cannot do any other tricks. Recently, the Embu has an additional mission to hunt down rebellious ninjas, so I plan to take this opportunity to take Kushina out for a walk. Chasing the rebel ninja? When he can catch up and when he can come back is naturally up to Jingai himself. He can travel around under the pretext of carrying out the mission. As for the rebel ninja, it would be the best if we catch them. If we don't catch them, it means they are too cunning and good at hiding. Wait until all the intelligence is collected and then catch him next time. The main point is to follow your heart. Depend on. I'm so envious. This is not a mission, this is clearly a trip. Jiraiya was feeling jealous, and Tsunade also felt jealous. Why not just say you're taking your sister out for a trip and be done with it? Why bother arresting the rebel ninja? Chapter 337 Daimyo, I want to replace the third Hokage. We are different. In this situation, Jingai couldn't help but hum these lyrics. Snapped. The chopsticks in Tsunade's hand broke with a sound, Jiraiya was frowning, and Orochimaru tilted his head. The lyrics seemed quite interesting. What about Minato, is he leaving with you? No, Minato will stay in the village for the next period of time. I have arranged a learning task for him. He needs to learn a lot of sealing techniques to lay the foundation for the future. So you can only carry out the mission alone with Rope Tree. Okay. Hearing that Minato wanted to stay in the village to study, Jiraiya had no choice but to give up. He was planning to take Minato for a walk, but there was no way around it. Minato was much more perceptive than Noeki and learned things faster. In comparison, this silly boy Shenshu is really a bit slow in reaction. The more I compare myself to him, the more I feel that this silly boy Shingshu is very similar to me. 3 days later, Jiraiya left the village with Noeki reluctantly. Noeki was not reluctant to leave the village because he was reluctant to leave his good friend Little Yellow Hair. After Jiraiya left, Tsunade also set off. As for what mission it was, Jingai didn't ask. He believed that Tsunade could complete the mission successfully and return. Orochimaru left relatively late. Bump. The valuable vase shattered. The famous man was shaking all over, and in a rage, he cursed loudly in the palace. What does Hisaratobi Hiruzen mean? Sand Village and Konoha have successfully negotiated and ended the war. I have not argued with him about these things. I just hope that the business cooperation between Konoha and Sand Village will be led by the daimyo prefecture. Why did he reject me? The daimyo has suffered a lot from the third Hokage during this period. Not to mention the peace talks, which were suspected of interfering in Konoha's military operations. After being rejected, he was angry for a while and then chose to accept it. Even though he was forced to abdicate by Konoha, he still endured it and gave the money to Konoha, and gave the full amount at once. As a result, when the daimyo wanted to take the lead in the business cooperation between Konoha and Sand Village, he was rejected, which was something the daimyo could not tolerate. Is the business cooperation between Konoha and the Sand Village any different from the cooperation between the Fire Kingdom and the Wind Kingdom? There is a difference, but it's not big. But whoever takes the lead can make more money, so the daimyo wants the daimyo prefecture to take the lead in this matter and try to make more money to make up for his losses. Because of the war, Daiming Prefecture lost a lot of money. As a result, his proposal was once again rejected by the third Hokage. He wanted to make money to make up for the losses caused by the war, and the third Hokage also wanted to. Once the daimyo prefecture takes the lead, Konoha will not only become passive, but a lot of its money will also be taken away by the daimyo prefecture. For the development of the village, the third Hokage decisively rejected the envoy from the daimyo prefecture. When the news got back to Daiming Prefecture, Daiming was immediately devastated. Neither Hashirama Senju nor Tobirama Senju treated the daimyo in this way. Why does Saratobi Hiruzen have the right? The daimyo was so angry that he even broke his favorite vase. The guards, maids, and staff in the palace were so frightened that they dared not breathe, fearing that the daimyo disliked them and would drag him out and chop him up the next moment. The daimyo may not have a good way to deal with the third Hokage, but these people in the palace can be killed without making a sound. The guards and maids were terrified, and the daimyo's lavishly employed staff were not much better. It's not like the daimyo had never done such a thing as killing his staff to vent his anger when he was in a bad mood. After a long scolding, daimyo's emotions finally stabilized a little. Everyone in the palace breathed a sigh of relief for some reason. Having been with the daimyo for a long time, they knew that when the daimyo stopped swearing and throwing things, that was when his anger began to subside. After taking a sip of wine to calm his temper, the daimyo pointed at several staff members and said, "Tell me how I should deal with this bad guy Saratobi Hiruzen." That's right, the daimyo used the word bad guy to describe the third Hokage. Forehead. Several staff members looked at each other and wiped the sweat from their heads nervously. I wonder what you think. Can I drive him down? The daimyo had had enough of the third Hokage after losing face time and time again because of him. At this moment he had only one thought in his mind, which was to drive the third Hokage away. Upon hearing this, the staff were immediately shocked. It would be no less difficult to remove the third Hokage from the position of Hokage than to kill him directly. Sir, there has never been such a precedent in the past, as the daimyo does not have the authority to decide whether a Hokage is qualified to serve as Hokage. In other words, I have to endure this? No, what I mean is, since the Hokage is unwilling to give face to the daimyo, then we can find a way to discredit him. The aide continued to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. He was afraid that he would accidentally say something wrong and then be dragged away and chopped by the daimyo's guards. The grass on the grave of that unlucky guy has grown 3 meters high. No one wants to be the next unlucky person. Whether the Hokage can be driven down is still an unknown, but it is relatively easy to ruin a person's reputation, even if the other person is the Hokage. Because the daimyo had been angry with the third Hokage since the outbreak of the war, his staff had more or less collected some intelligence information about the third Hokage and even the Saratobi clan. I just hope this information can be useful one day. Make him look bad? The daimyo put down his wine glass and asked curiously, "Is there anything wrong with Saratobi Hiruzen?" As the daimyo of the Land of Fire, the daimyo basically doesn't care about anything other than normal eating, drinking and having fun, except money. As for what kind of person the third Hokage was in private and what bad things he had done, the daimyo never paid any attention. The staff standing in the front replied nervously, "Saratobi Hiruzen has a very good reputation in Konoha and even in the entire Land of Fire, but we have noticed that there are some problems with the development of the Saratobi clan." What do you mean? The one I want to target is the Hokage Saratobi Hiruzen. What are you idiots doing targeting the Saratobi clan? Chapter 338 Heitake Sumo applies to join the Ambu. Seeing that the daimyo was about to get angry, the staff member was so scared that his legs went weak and he quickly explained. At the beginning of Konoha's establishment, the Sarutobi clan was just a relatively successful small to medium-sized ninja clan in Konoha, because he gathered many ninja clans around him to resist foreign enemies. At the beginning of Konoha's establishment, the Sarutobi clan led these clans to join Konoha. So I got better treatment. However, the Sarutobi clan began to develop unreasonably after Sarutobi Hiruzen became Hokage. Someone from the Sarutobi clan became Hokage and developed faster. Is there any problem? The daimyo didn't think there was anything strange about this. That's exactly where the problem lies. The staff members secretly breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the daimyo was beginning to take it seriously. According to the family property held by the Sarutobi clan, it is not enough to support the rapid development of the family. Even the famous big families in Konoha cannot achieve such development. There must be something wrong here. Yes, how did the Sarutobi clan develop? Although you are relatively unfamiliar with the ninja system, don't forget that the daimyo just likes to enjoy himself, which does not mean he is stupid. The daimyo will also recruit some ninjas to work for him, even secretly training some ninjas. Although the process and results are a bit hard to describe. However, after recruiting and personally training ninjas, the daimyo also realized how difficult and time-consuming it was to train a qualified ninja. As a daimyo, he has such thoughts, so the question is, how did the Sarutobi clan develop? Without sufficient family industrial chain, where would so much money come from? The Sarutobi clan does not run a bank and cannot print as much money as they want. Moreover, this family entered a period of rapid development only after Sarutobi Hiruzen became Hokage. In other words, the third Hokage is suspected of corruption. Send someone to investigate immediately. Remember, investigate slowly and don't be impatient. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you'd better pray that you are clean, and also pray that the Sarutobi clan does not swallow up Konoha's resources and money for development, otherwise you will be in trouble. Konoha, Umbu Base. A younger brother of Nara Shikashin's family, he became a temporary assistant in the Umbu minister's office. For general matters, you can consult the two squadron leaders, Eagle and Tiger. They are veterans of the Umbu and their loyalty is not a problem. For more troublesome matters, you can ask Senior Liu Xian for help. If you don't need to notify me, try to handle it yourself as much as possible. Shizuka is about to take Kushina out. Before leaving, he needs to arrange matters with the pharmaceutical department and the Umbu. The pharmaceutical department is simple, it's all puppets guarding it. In the near future, the pharmaceutical department will not produce any drugs or medicines. If anyone comes to pick up the stock in the warehouse, they just need to pay and be settled. Just send someone to keep an eye on the accounts. As for the money, the puppet will be responsible for keeping it and deal with it when Jing comes back. As for the dark side, it is more troublesome. Because there are many things that need to be dealt with, fortunately the people of the Nara clan are reliable, and most of the big and small matters can be handled by the replacements. If there are more troublesome things, you can consult with the two squadron leaders. If you really can't handle it, contact him through a puppet. Jing-ai can remotely control and process. Even if he was not in Konoha, he controlled the puppets to do things, which was the same as him handling it himself. Even the third Hokage could not find any fault with it. Can I say no? Nara Shikazui really wanted to ask a question, but he didn't dare. Actually, he was supposed to stay in the family to manage the family deer herd, but because of lack of manpower, he was pulled here to take the blame. In fact, Jing-ai wanted to let Nara Shikaka come, but this guy was too young, and his young age always made people feel uneasy. Even if Jing-ai was willing, the people in the Umbu were still worried. So Nara Shikazui was drafted into the army. If you have any questions, you can find Shikaku. As for the Umbu matters, you and your nephew can discuss it. I will be back to the village soon. It won't take long to capture a rebellious ninja. You are so shameless to say that. Are you going there to catch the rebel ninja or just to have fun? It's just a matter of your words. Trouble. Why did you find me? It must be Nara Shikashin. You bastard, can't you just stand me doing an easy job? He insisted on sending me to the dark side to take the blame. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. After Jing-ai left, Nara Shikaka looked at his sighing cousin with sympathy and raised his hand to pat his shoulder to comfort him. Fortunately, I quickly put my raised hand back because I was afraid of getting beaten if I patted my uncle's shoulder. Look at it more positively. Our Master Jing is just so casual. But come to think of it, this is also a kind of trust. Uncle, think about it, besides Master Jing, who else can trust us so unconditionally? Get out. Nara Shikazui glared at his nephew and said angrily, don't think that I won't beat you just because your father is the clan leader and my brother. Did you or your father do this? Didn't we agree that Lu-jin would take the blame? Why did it become me? Uncle Shikama went to the Jonin class. Nara Shikaka scratched his head embarrassedly. In fact, it was his suggestion to let Nara Shikazui take the blame, but Nara Shikaku didn't dare to say it out loud because Nara Shikazui would really beat him. His uncle is one of the more irritable people in the family, so the blame can only be put on his father. Nara Shikashin, Nara Shikaku, is still a child and cannot bear the blame for this. Well, it better not be you, or I'll beat your ass. Nara Shikazui snorted and sat on the chair with a look of despair. Nara Shikaku. Fortunately, I was smart and hid it in advance, otherwise I would be in trouble. After leaving the Umbu, Shizuichi arrived at the place where he had agreed to meet with Heitake Sakumo. As soon as they met, before Shizue could speak first, Heitake Sakumo took the initiative to say, "Shizue, I want to join the Umbu." "Join the dark side?" Jingai said in surprise. "Senior, if you join the Umbu with your situation, it would be a waste of your talent. You should know that if you join the Umbu, your past honors will be gone. After putting on the mask, you will be a member of the Umbu, walking in the darkness, and you will no longer be the white fang of Konoha in the past. It's not impossible for a strong man like Heitake Sakumo to join the Umbu, but it's unnecessary." "No, then no. I don't think I can live in the glory of the past anymore." Heitake Sakumo gave a wry smile. The third Hokage still had no intention of summoning him, and Heitake Sakumo was starting to get anxious. After Jingai's advice, he finally realized how he had offended the third Hokage. Unfortunately, he wanted to apologize but couldn't open his mouth, and he was too embarrassed to take the initiative to go to the Hokage's office to explain. The third Hokage simply ignored a person named Heitake Sakumo. Now was afraid that the village needed strong men to perform various tasks, so he didn't think of him. This is a form of refrigeration. So what if you are a hero? As long as you are not used, everyone will gradually forget you over time. Chapter 339, Disguise of Self-Exposing Identity. What is a hero? As time goes by, the villagers will gradually forget even their own first generation, let alone a Konoha white fang. Since it was difficult to deal with Heitake Sakumo and he was felt to be a threat, and since Danzo Shimura was not in a position to take action, the third Hokage decisively chose to deal with it coldly. Just make Heitake Sakumo a transparent person. Even if you were once a hero of the village, as long as you give the cold shoulder to others, who will remember you after a while? You are not given the opportunity to make merit or to perform, so let's see how you can get by. Want to be Hokage? Isn't that a bit too naive? Compared to Shimura Danzo's false accusations and means of manipulating public opinion, the third Hokage's approach was undoubtedly more astute. Although it took a long time, it was at least safe and would not ruin his reputation or leave room for gossip. As for what Heitake Sakumo thinks, the third Hokage doesn't need to consider it. At worst, when asked, I can just say I have plans. However, the third Hokage overlooked one point, that is, Heitake Sakumo was the kind of person who could not sit still. He was a pure samurai ninja who was eager to fight and eager for recognition from others. This kind of cold storage treatment made Heitake Sakumo feel uncomfortable all over. So, unable to hold back any longer, Heitake Sakumo finally lowered his head and went to find Jingai. The Hokage's office clearly didn't want to use him. Although they didn't target him, they wouldn't use him either. At least, there was someone else in the village who could replace him, so Heitake Sakumo could only stay at home and rest. What's even more tragic for Heitake Sakumo is that there is someone in the village who can replace him. Therefore, the third Hokage would not activate him. At least it won't be activated until Heitake Sakumo gives up on becoming Hokage. Unless there is no one available, you, Heitake Sakumo, should just stay at home. Although entering the Umbu will give you the chance to carry out missions and fight, the aspect of being valued and recognized will undoubtedly be seriously downplayed. Because of the special nature of the Umbu department, it is impossible to create a heroic character. Once you put on the mask, no one cares if you are a village hero or not, you are just a member of the Umbu. Having agreed to it, Shizuichi personally brought him to the Umbu base. After signing a confidentiality document, Heitake Sakumo officially became a member of the Umbu. Senior, although you are stronger than Hawk and Tiger, as you are a new member of the Umbu, I can only give you the position of a small captain and let you lead a small team to carry out tasks. As for higher positions, you still need to work hard on your own. I have to say some ugly things in advance, so that Heitake Sakumo won't feel bad and think that I look down on him. The dark side is not the place to talk about the face of the cards. Even if you, Heitake Sakumo, are very strong, you are still a newcomer when you come in, unless you are exempted from the rules. Shizuichi and Sune don't belong to this type, they are airborne. He parachuted down and took control of the Umbu. As for Heitake Sakumo, he can only work his way up from the position of team leader. Giving him the position of team leader directly is already a consideration of their past friendship and his ability. If we directly give Heitake Sakumo the position of squadron leader, it will probably cause dissatisfaction among many people. As for the captain? Sorry, there is no such position in Umbu, at least not in Konoha's Umbu. For a special department like the Umbu, sending out a squadron is considered a major operation. A large team is simply impossible. I will work hard. Heitake Sakumo believes that with his own ability, he will be able to become the squadron leader sooner or later. He is confident of this. When choosing masks and equipment in the logistics department, looking at Heitake Sakumo picking out a dog head mask and giving himself the codename White Fang, the muscles on Jingai's face couldn't help but twitch a few times. Even if he joins the Umbu, he is reluctant to give up the title of White Fang. Never mind. Most of the missions performed by the Umbu are not allowed to be seen in public. It's okay for White Fang to be White Fang. Even if someone links him to another and guesses his identity, it doesn't matter. Jingai didn't know how to describe this typical behavior of revealing one's identity. For example, the future 50-50 god of war, Heitake Kakashi, with his family chakra weapon on his back and a white ponytail, even if he is wearing Umbu gear and a mask, one can instantly identify his identity. Look at the current Sakumo Heitake. Is there any difference between him and the future Kakashi Heitake? No, even worse than Heitake Kakashi. At least Kakashi Heitake wouldn't give himself a code name like 50-50. After handing Heitake Sakumo over to Eagle, Jingai decisively evacuated. MMP, how did this big guy get into my squadron? This person is on the Hokage's blacklist. Wait, I'm the captain of the Umbu squadron, so I'm not under the jurisdiction of the Hokage's office? That's fine, just treat them as ordinary colleagues. Soing assigned 3 teammates to Heitake Sakumo, gave him a task to collect intelligence, and sent Heitake Sakumo away. As soon as he joined the Umbu, he was given a mission. Heitake Sakumo was very happy and set off with his teammates full of motivation. Is the task you gave him a little bit beyond the standard? The tiger came to the eagle and asked in a low voice. Ing tilted his head and looked at the other party. Then what do you say we should do? Let him stay in the village on duty. Tiger was speechless for a while. Forget it, make your own arrangements. He is someone the minister has assigned to your squadron anyway. He has nothing to do with me. Get out. For a newcomer, especially a rookie squad leader, it is indeed a bit excessive to carry out a dangerous and extremely difficult mission right after joining the Umbu. But who made this team leader called Heitake Sakumo? If you give him a normal task, he probably wouldn't be happy about it. Since he is full of energy, let him go to the Mist Village to gather information. The Mist Village is in chaos right now, which can give him enough opportunities to show his abilities. Jingai didn't care or ask what task Heitake Sakumo was assigned. After all the Umbu matters were arranged, Shizuichi set off with Kushina. Before leaving, Namikaze Minato reluctantly came to the village entrance to see them off, but as soon as he arrived, he was driven away by Shizuka. I'm just taking Kushina out for a stroll. Do you still need to send me off? Don't you know this is unlucky? It feels like I can't come back. So Jingai decisively told the little yellow-haired boy to get out of here as soon as possible. Go back and learn your sealing and physical skills, and don't do any unlucky farewell here. It's understandable to send someone off when going to the battlefield, but it's just a small mission and a trip at the same time. Why are you seeing them off? Don't think I don't know you want to come along. No way. After leaving the village, they walked to a small river. Jingai sat directly on a rock by the roadside, signaling Kushina to hurry up and not drag her feet. Chapter 340. I am the only heir, I don't have any guilt. What happened? Kushina felt inexplicably guilty. She avoided looking into Jingai's eyes, for fear that Jingai would see something. I said, tell them to come over here quickly. Don't think I don't know that you went to discuss going out to play with your sisters. There are Shizuka's puppets everywhere in Konoha. How could he not know that Kushina secretly ran out to find Uchiha Mikato and Hinata Miwi? I went to see someone the night before I was going to leave, and we chatted for a long time. What else could it be for, other than to get the other person to go on the journey together? Show off? Non-existent. With Kushina's personality, she must have gone to find a partner. Cough cough. As soon as these words came out, Kushina was choked. She kept coughing, her little face turned red, and her big watery eyes looked at Jingai in disbelief, as if saying, how did you know? That's right, for this trip, no, for this mission. Kushina decided to bring Uchiha Mikato and Hinata Miwi along. She didn't tell anyone about this, but Jingai still found out about it. My puppets are everywhere in Konoha. How do you think I know that? Jingai didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he raised his hand and gave Kushina a slap on the head. Besides, you have a special identity. My puppet has been following you all the time. Even if you become a perfect Jinchuriki, without sufficient combat experience, you will easily suffer losses from the enemy. Can I let you run around without any worries? Even though Kushina is very powerful now, that is only her strength on paper. If a real fight breaks out, the little girl will definitely suffer everywhere. If you run into some ninjas who are good at scheming and plotting, you will definitely be eaten to death. Ah, how could this happen? Kushina sat on the ground in frustration, sitting like a duck. Fortunately, although I looked very disappointed on the surface, I was actually very happy in my heart. Jing'ai cares a lot about my safety, so he always lets the puppet protect me. When she thought of this, Kushina felt pink bubbles filling her heart. The nine-tailed fox in the sealed space felt it was a bit spicy to watch Kushina touching herself and couldn't bear to watch it anymore. I raised my hands to cover my eyes and decisively chose to go to sleep. Human emotions are indeed weird. Animals are more straightforward. When they fall in love, they just go for it. When the job is done, they just pat their butts and leave. Although they are very intelligent and clever, the tailed beasts think differently from humans and tend to think in an animal direction. Now that Jing'ai has discovered it, there is no point in hiding. Kushina happily took out the flare and fired it. After a while, Uchiha Mikoto and Hinata Mui appeared with packages. Looking at Jing'ai who was sitting on the rock with a smile on his face, their faces turned red with embarrassment. So embarrassing and shameful. I should have known not to agree to Kushina. When Kushina invited them to hang out together, the two of them agreed almost immediately. The two were happy to be able to hang out with Kushina, and with Shizuichi also on the team. So the three of them hit it off immediately. Kushina hid like a thief, and Uchiha Mikoto immediately asked Uchiha Fugaku for leave, saying that she wanted to accompany Kushina out to play. Uchiha Fugaku agreed without even thinking about it. I even told her that this trip out can be reimbursed by public funds, plus a vacation bonus. So play with confidence and play boldly, don't be mentally burdened. The situation with Hyaga Miwi is more troublesome. The Hyaga clan is not comfortable with letting someone from the main family run around, let alone a girl from the main family. When he heard the news, Hinata Hayashi's attitude was one of rejection. But when Hinata Miwi said that it was Shizuichi who took Kushina out on his own initiative and Kushina invited her, Hinata Hayashi's attitude took an 80-degree turn. Go ahead, don't worry and go boldly, he will take care of the family side. With Shizuka around, do we still need to worry about Hinata Miwi's safety? No need at all. What's more, he hoped that Hinata Miwi could have more contact with Shizuka. This girl from the main family was good in every way except that she was too shy. When you have nothing to do, learn more from Uchiha Mikoto, look at others, and when you have nothing to do, run to Jing's family to bring the two sides closer. You don't have any awareness at all. Now that the opportunity to get closer has come, will Hinata Hayashi refuse it? Okay, now that you're all out, just have fun without any worries. With you around, Kushina will definitely have more fun. Let's go. The two of them were so embarrassed that their toes were about to scratch the soles of their shoes. Jing'ai didn't laugh at them and decisively announced that they were going to set off. The fact that Uchiha Mikoto asked for leave to go out and play did not cause any waves in the police department or the Uchiha clan, and Uchiha Fugaku did not even tell other members of the clan. The Hyaga clan is in more trouble. After knowing this, the elders of the family were somewhat unhappy. When the old clan leader fell ill and was unable to handle things, the elders could only turn to the young clan leader Hyaga Hayashi. After all, it was the young clan leader who approved Hyaga Miwi to escape. Young patriarch, Maihoi is a member of our clan after all. If she runs away like this without any guards, wouldn't that be too dangerous? Yes, you should know that the forces of the entire ninja world are eyeing our main family. Once they have the chance, they will not hesitate to take action. Once the white eyes are out there, it's going to be trouble. Facing the elders who kept complaining, Hyaga Hayashi calmly sipped his tea. He waited until they had said enough before he slowly spoke. Do you think Master Jing'ai is not strong enough to protect Maihoi? Or do you think someone can snatch her away from Master Jing'ai and dig out her Byakugan? Forehead. Got it. When we didn't say. After having long-term contact with Jing'ai and learning from Jing'ai for a long time, Hinata Hayashi realized a truth, that is, one should not indulge the elders of the family casually. The more you spoil them, the more outrageous things they will do, and then you will have to clean up their mess. At the beginning, Hinata Hayashi felt a little guilty because he was afraid that he would not get the support of the elders by doing so. As time went by, and with Jing'ai's instigation, Hyaga Hayashi gradually realized that I had no guilt at all. I was the only heir, so I had no guilt at all. Unless I die suddenly, no one can threaten my position as the young patriarch. If that's the case, then what am I afraid of? Just go ahead and it's done. So after Hyaga Hayashi acted unreasonable and unapproachable, the family elders indeed became much more obedient, and some of them even thought that what he did was right. Only in this way can a patriarch have the dignity and momentum that he should have. Thus, the door to a new world for Hinata Hayashi opened. Chapter 341 Raise the Troops Day. use the troops for 1 hour. From here on, Hinata Hayashi did a lot of things that even his father couldn't do. For example, improve the status of the separated families, reduce the exploitation of them, and strictly prohibit insulting and arbitrarily punishing those who have separated families. Although these things made many elders of the clan dissatisfied, unfortunately these people could only complain at most and could not do anything to Hinata Hayashi. The old patriarch is seriously ill and it is a question how long he can live. The young patriarch can take over at any time. At such a critical moment, wouldn't it be asking for trouble to go against the young patriarch? So the bottom line was constantly being pulled out little by little. It is the family's plan for Maihui to get close to Master Jing'ai. In this case, you should all stop worrying about it. If you have nothing to do, you can bring some gifts to visit the orphans and widows in the family. We were wrong, young patriarch, please stop talking. We can't guarantee that we won't ask about Hinata Mui's affairs in the future, so you can arrange it as you like. Rather than showing off their presence and asking about Hinata Mui's affairs, these elders are more afraid that Hinata Hayashi will ask them to put on a show. When these elders thought about the fact that they would need to bring gifts and put on an ugly fake smile to comfort the orphans and widows in the family, they felt as uncomfortable as if they had eaten fly shit. Oh, when did the family become like this? Why does the young patriarch always force us to do things we don't want to do? Why do we always give in? The first stop after leaving the village, Jing'ai chose to go to the Whirlpool country. Even if Kushina didn't say it, Jing'ai knew that the girl really wanted to go back and see her former home. Even though there were no people she knew, no people of her tribe there, and only ruins remained. Because of Jing'ai's puppet, Kushina and the other two didn't need to worry about safety and other issues along the way, they could just have fun. This was Kushina's first time leaving Konoha, as was Hyuga Miya, and Uchiha Mikato had been on missions with the family team, but she had rarely left the village. It is said that 3 women together can make more noise than a group of ducks. This is not unreasonable. Kushina and Uchiha Mikato always had endless things to talk about. Even Hinata Mui, who was always very quiet and rarely spoke, became much more cheerful and chatted non-stop with the 2 little sisters. The 3 girls would even spend a long time commenting on a small animal. This left Jing'ai, who was following behind, staring at the sky in silence. He used to think that boys of this age would be childish, noisy and boring, but it turned out that girls were not much better. Jing'ai, do we need to take a boat? After 2 days, the group arrived near the coastline. Kushina looked around and there seemed to be no dock nearby. They couldn't walk all the way to the land of whirlpools by treading water, right? The distance between the 2 sea areas is not short. There will definitely be no problem with Jing'ai himself, and the same goes for Kushina. Although Uchiha Mikato is a gentle girl, she is very strong. Only Hinata Mui is weaker. If they really go forward like this, Hinata Mui will be the first one to collapse. As the saying goes, you need to raise an army for 1,000 days to deploy it for a single day. Have you forgotten? Jing'ai looked at the vast sea and said something that made the 3 of them look puzzled. They all understood what this meant. But are there any soldiers living in the water? At this time, even Kushina had forgotten that Jing'ai had a summoning beast, because the presence of his summoning beast was really too low. Just as the 3 were puzzled, a huge black shadow appeared on the sea. The shadow was huge and curved, and it was constantly approaching the coastline at an S-shaped speed. Kushina, there is a powerful creature approaching. It is very fast and quite powerful. Knowing that Kushina had little experience, Kyuubi took the lead in reminding her to be careful. What? A powerful creature is approaching? Hearing this, Kushina was startled, and Uchiha Mikato and Hinata Mui, who were standing beside her, stepped back a distance belatedly. No, I'm still standing here, what are you afraid of? It seems that you have to take the spirit beast out for a walk when you have nothing to do, otherwise after a long time, even the people around you will forget about Gold Fong. Boom! The water surface suddenly exploded, and a huge golden snake raised its long upper body from the nearby sea. The exploding sea water scattered with the sunlight, making the scales of the golden snake sparkle with golden light. So big! Even though she was used to the Ninetail's presence, Kushina couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise when she saw Jinya rising to the surface and raising his body. Cut! In the sealed space, Nine-tailed Fox was somewhat dissatisfied after hearing this. What do you mean by big? Is it possible that my nine-tail is very small? Even among the nine-tailed beasts, my size ranks in the first tier. Judging purely by size, the nine-tailed beast can even be said to be the largest of the nine-tailed beasts. It's just that because of its slender and streamlined shape, the nine-tailed beast doesn't look that strong. If it were together with the eight-tailed beast would appear to be more sturdy, while the nine-tailed beast would appear smaller, creating a visual impact. In fact, the nine-tailed fox is very large, and its 9 tails alone are enough to scare people to death. Master Jingai. His master finally came. Jinya was as happy as a child that was hundreds of meters tall. He shook his huge head that was big enough to swallow a cow and quickly approached the coastline. Golden Tooth, long time no see, you've grown bigger and bigger, where's Black Tooth? Watching the psychic beast getting closer and closer, Jingai looked up and found that this guy was really huge. It seemed that it was almost catching up with the 10,000 snakes. It was estimated that in 2 or 3 years, it would definitely surpass the 10,000 snakes. As to whether his strength is as strong as Wan Qi, it is still uncertain, because according to his age, Jinya is still a child, the little baby type, and Wan Qi is already an old guy and a seasoned veteran. Jinya narrowed his eyes and said happily, "My lord, Black Fang likes to explore the seabed and catch some strange food. Do you need me to call him? No, let it explore. You just need to take us to the land of whirlpools." With the strength of Gold Fang and Black Fang, they can really explore the sea at will. In the entire ninja world, except for those powerful ninjas, the perverts in the 3 holy places, and the tailed beasts, there is really no creature that can pose a major threat to them. Most creatures in front of them are food. Therefore, Jingai does not need to worry about the safety of the 2 spirit beasts. Hearing this, Jinyi quickly lowered his huge head and rested it on the beach so that Jinyi could jump on it. It's too ugly to climb directly, it's easier to jump. With a ninja's physical fitness, this height is not a problem at all. This psychic beast is so big. Standing on Jinya's head, Hinata Miwi seemed very excited. She spoke and gestured with a red face. Does this girl like big ones? It's really big. Kushina agreed and Uchiha Mikoto nodded. They have seen many psychic beasts, but one of this size is indeed rare. Chapter 342 Returning to Homeland, full of doubts. A group of people stood on Jinya's head, and Jinya turned around and swam into the sea, much faster than any ship. As Jin Fang began to approach the island of Whirlpool Country, the atmosphere within the team suddenly changed. Kushina, who was originally cheerful, gradually lost her smile as sadness enveloped the little girl. Sensing Kushina's loss and sadness, Uchiha Mikoto and Hinata Miwi could only hug her shoulders and comfort her silently. In the past few years, Kushina has been telling herself that when she returns to her hometown one day, she must not be sad or cry. But when that day really came, Kushina couldn't help it. Looking at the island of Whirlpool Country from afar, golden beans began to drip. Jingai didn't have a good solution to this problem. Perhaps crying could solve many problems. Jingai, why do you think the Whirlpool Country was attacked? The Uzumaki clan has no intention of starting any war. We just want to live peacefully in the Whirlpool Country. Suddenly, Kushina asked this question. She asked the same question to Uzumaki Mito, and all she got in return was a sigh from Uzumaki Mito. Bloodline, talent, and various inheritances. After thinking for a while with his head down, Jingai gave the general reason why the Uzumaki clan was attacked. The most important reason is that the blood of the Uzumaki clan can perfectly suppress the tailed beasts, and each village needs such blood power and powerful sealing techniques to seal the tailed beasts. This is the fundamental reason. Even Konoha wants to get the Uzumaki clan to seal the 9 tails, and other villages will have the same idea. So, the people who attacked the Whirlpool Country were from all villages. Kushina got the point. Since the Uzumaki clan's bloodline and various sealing techniques caused trouble, who did it? The 5 major ninja villages are the key suspects. Even Konoha is a big suspect. I guess so. The Mist Village and the Cloud Village should be the main forces. Jingai thought about it and did not defend Konoha, because Konoha knew what happened at the beginning. It's just that Konoha did not help the Uzumaki clan. There is another doubt. Konoha did not help the Uzumaki clan, so how did the Uzumaki clan's legacy come to Konoha? How was Kushina brought to Konoha? It's not like the Uzumaki clan is holding on until the reinforcements from Konoha arrive and carry out a rescue, and only Kushina is rescued. There are too many doubts. What about the village? The seeds of revenge have unknowingly taken root in the girl's heart. Umbu once followed Shimura Danzo to the land of whirlpools. In addition to the Umbu, there were also many supporters of the Senju clan. However, most of the supporters of the Senju clan died in the battle, and the Umbu also suffered heavy losses. In the end, you were brought to the village and the huge legacy of the Uzumaki clan. That's all I have to say. As for what Kushina will think, it is not something Jingai can control. If Kushina wanted revenge, Shizuichi wouldn't stop her. Thank you Jingai. Kushina sniffed hard and said with red eyes. No one else would tell me this, including Sister Tsunade. Jingai didn't know for a moment whether to laugh or feel helpless. Would you believe me if I said Tsunade didn't know much? Tsunade didn't know much about the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Mito and the 3rd Hokage were the insiders and knew all the causes and consequences. I believe. Kushina rubbed her eyes vigorously. Mito-san always looks guilty when she faces me, but Tsunade-san doesn't. She truly treats me as her sister. As if remembering something, Kushina subconsciously touched her butt. Tsunade had hit me here before, and it was pretty hard. Master Jing'ai, we are here. Goldfong approached the coast of the island of Whirlpool Country. Jing'ai brought the three of them to the land of the island of Whirlpool Country and let Jinya return to the sea. The once prosperous Whirlpool Country is now only a pile of ruins. From the various traces on the ruins, one can still see how fierce the war was. The land of Whirlpools is a country founded by the Uzumaki clan. Don't think that the Whirlpool Country is weak. In fact, apart from the 5 major ninja villages, the strength of the Whirlpool Country is also unique among many small countries. It is not easy to break the seal of the Whirlpool Country. A barrier protection shield can stop most enemies. Even if one of the 5 major ninja villages wants to conquer the land of Whirlpools, it will not be easy. It will require sending a large and powerful ninja army. In addition, the land of Whirlpools is located on the ocean, and among the 5 major ninja villages, only the land of water and the land of lightning have the ability to transport large numbers of ninjas. So Jing'ai was absolutely right when he said that they were the masterminds and the main force. When they arrived at their former home, Jing'ai thought Kushina would cry loudly, but the little girl held back her tears and, accompanied by her 2 little sisters, walked through the ruins of the Whirlpool Country. At night, Kushina had no appetite to eat and went into the tent to rest early. Master Shizuichi, is Kushina okay? Uchiha Mikoto was accompanying Kushina, while Hinata Miui carefully moved towards Shizuka. Turning his head to look at this shy, introverted girl, Jing'ai suspected that if he pinched her face, she would blush all day. It shouldn't be a big problem. Go to bed early, we'll leave tomorrow. Yes. Hinata Miui nodded obediently. The next second she realized something was wrong and raised her head sharply. Leaving tomorrow? Aren't you going to stay here for a few more days? Kushina had finally left the village and came to her former home. Even if it was only a ruin, shouldn't she stay for a while longer? Go and rest, you will know tomorrow. Jing'ai smiled and didn't explain. Oh. Hinata Miui crawled into the tent in a daze, and looking at Kushina who wrapped herself in the quilt, she felt a little confused. She wanted to ask Uchiha Mikoto for advice, but was afraid of disturbing Kushina, so she had to keep all her questions to herself. The next morning, Kushina became full of energy and seemed to have recovered from yesterday's sadness. The speed was so fast that even Uchiha Mikoto and Hinata Miui found it incredible. Jing'ai, let's go to the rain country today. I want to see the place where you once fought. Kushina had wanted to go to the land of rain for a long time, mostly because of Jing'ai, and also because she was very curious. Is there really a place in the world where it rains all the time? It is good. Shizuichi agreed to Kushina's request. After the 4 of them had eaten, Jing'ai called out Jinya. Thank you. Kushina looked at Jing'ai with gratitude, and under the puzzled gazes of Uchiha Mikoto and Hinata Miui, she signed a summoning contract with Jinya. The summoning contract is not single. One summoning beast can sign contracts with many ninjas, and conversely, one ninja can also sign contracts with multiple summoning beasts. Chapter 343 The Disadvantage of Too Many Ninjas in the Family. As for why Kushina wanted to sign a contract with Jinya, Jing'ai guessed that in the future, all kinds of ships in the waters of the Water Kingdom and the Lightning Kingdom would be in big trouble. Once the seeds of hatred take root and begin to sprout, the enemy's nightmare begins. Being targeted by a perfect Jinchuriki like Kushina is definitely enough to cause trouble for the Cloud Village and the Mist Village. There is also a summoned beast whose power is more terrifying than that of an elite jonin. When the two are combined, one can easily guess what will happen to the ships of these 2 countries. Just knock on the door? That's not realistic. Therefore, if Kushina wanted to retaliate, she could only start with the opponent's naval forces. Among the 5 major ninja villages, Konoha and Sand Village have basically not developed much naval power. The Uegakuer is sandwiched in the middle. In addition to seeking profits, the Uegakuer develops its naval power more to resist the harassment of the Kumigakuer. The naval forces of the Mist Village and the Cloud Village are the most powerful. The Mist Village is far away on the ocean, so it is natural for it to develop its maritime power. As for the Cloud Village, it is more for the pursuit of interests and the seizure of interests. There is a reason why Onoki calls the Cloud Village a banditry of barbarians. As long as there is some benefit that can be snatched, the Cloud Village will not let go. Even if they have to snatch it from others, the Kumigakuer will still snatch it. Due to the environment, the Kumigakuer was given the nickname of bandit barbarians. Of course, not many people in the ninja world dare to use such a name. No, just be a little more ruthless when you strike. Jing'ai smiled and nodded. How can you persuade someone to take revenge? Not only should you not persuade them, you should encourage them instead. You need to encourage them more. Kushina jumped up happily and hung on Shizuichi, biting his face hard twice. Hinata Miui blushed immediately and turned her head away. Uchiha Mikoto looked at Kushina with a smile, which made Kushina feel a little embarrassed. Let's go, we're going to the rain country. After staying at the ruins of the whirlpool country for a day, Kushina suppressed the sadness and hatred in her heart. She believed that she should not carry such heavy negative emotions. Besides, it's better to leave negative emotions to the enemies. Why is it that my family is destroyed while those who attack the whirlpool country can live well? Hatred will not be resolved over time, it just means that the time for revenge has not yet come. Afterwards, with the help of Jinya, the group returned to the coastline of the Fire Kingdom and then turned around to head towards the Rain Kingdom. Just when Jingai was taking his sister to travel around, there was a slight change in the wind direction in Konoha. The war is over, and the village chose to negotiate with the Sand Village, which made many villagers feel incomprehensible. Even though the Hokage's office issued an announcement, there were still a large number of people who believed that this was an excuse for the village's failure in the war. Didn't they say that the village could defeat the Sand Village at any time? In that case, why negotiate with them? This is a disguised admission of defeat in the war. It's just a group of people with radical views complaining and protesting. As financial problems arose, and he could no longer provide financial subsidies to the family and certain families without telling anyone as before, ninjas from families such as Sarutobi and Shimura were forced to accept a large number of missions and commissions to earn money. Because of the war, the village has accumulated a large number of tasks. A large number of ninjas have joined in and entrusted them with clearing up the accumulated tasks. This should have been a good thing. The bad thing is that this large number of ninjas are not just carrying out some temporary mission commissions, but are instead long-term missions. Then the problems started to arise. Apart from the accumulated mission commissions, the number of missions and commissions that Konoha can obtain every day is limited. As a result, many ninjas will find that the tasks and commissions that they could receive in the past by taking turns are now difficult to receive, and they even have to fight for them. There is no such thing as being picky anymore. If your team is slow, the mission will be taken over by others. This is a tough time for the vast majority of civilian ninjas, as they have poor ninja basics and are weak in strength. When they form ninja teams to carry out missions, they also need to undergo mission screening. Otherwise, if you accept a dangerous mission, not only will you be in trouble, but the success rate of the village's missions will also be affected. Now, a large number of family ninjas are pouring in. These family ninjas are generally stronger than civilian ninjas, and can perform tasks faster and more efficiently. The failure rate is also lower. It's okay in the short term, but over time, those ninjas who haven't received any mission commissions and can't make any money will be unhappy. In order to help the family solve the financial problem, the third Hokage could only start with mission commissions. Try to leave as many tasks and commissions as possible for the family's ninjas. As time went by, there were fewer and fewer mission commissions suitable for civilian ninjas. Fewer mission commissions meant no money to be made, and no money would mean hunger. It sounds outrageous that ninjas could not make money and went hungry, but in fact, this happened from time to time. Even the 5 major ninja villages are the same. It's just that under normal circumstances, this kind of thing wouldn't be triggered, so not many people care or pay attention to it. So when those ninjas who couldn't get any missions and couldn't make any money got together with some radical elements in the village, the wind direction in Konoha changed. Once again, a group of people appeared in the village and stood on the streets to protest. Hiruzen, we can't let the situation continue to develop. If it continues like this, more and more people will protest. As a beneficiary, Mito Kato had no way of blaming the third Hokage for anything. He could only persuade him, hoping that he would be more restrained and delegate as many tasks as possible to the mission department, so that the large number of civilian ninjas in the village can take on missions and earn money to support their families. I know, but there are too few jobs that the village can provide. When the financial subsidies are insufficient, a large number of ninjas will pour in from each family. Assigning more tasks and commissions to family ninjas will invisibly reduce the tasks for civilian ninjas and cut off the way for others to make money. In this way, it would be strange if those ninjas and their families who have difficulty making money or cannot make money do not protest. But the third Hokage had no choice but to either take care of the ninjas from several families to stabilize the situation, or sided with the civilian ninjas. The logistics department already has enough people crammed in here. If there are any more, it will probably be a heavy burden on the village finances. What should we do if we want these family ninjas to stop stealing jobs from civilian ninjas? Find a way to provide them with jobs so that they can just focus on their work without having to run around to grab task commissions. But no matter how crowded the job market is, there will always be a time when it is crowded. There are a group of ninjas crammed in the Ministry of Finance, a group of ninjas crammed in the logistics department, and a group of ninjas crammed in the medical department. Even so, there are still a large number of ninjas waiting to be fed. For the first time, the third Hokage realized that having too many ninjas in the family was a problem. Chapter 344 Focus on the Police Department. In the past, there was no need to worry about money. The Sarutobi clan increased their military strength like crazy, and they were not afraid of any number of ninjas because the village finances would back them up. Now the village's finances can no longer support it, and all kinds of troubles have followed. We can't let a large number of people draw a salary without doing anything. If that happens, the finances will not be able to bear it, and there will be more people protesting. Is there no other way? The third Hokage was so worried that a lot of his hair fell out. Just as Jingai expected, with financial problems, even if the war was over, the third Hokage would not have an easy time, because the mess was too big and it would not be so easy to solve. Midaman N hesitated for a moment and said, according to the allocation of financial funds, the pharmaceutical department and the Umbu can arrange for a lot of people to enter, but Hinata Shizuka will not accept them. The pharmaceutical department is almost becoming a department exclusively for puppets. As for the dark side? Sorry, I don't want ordinary people. You can't squeeze it in even if you want to. I'll talk to Tsunade when she gets back. Tsunade was not in the village, she was out on a mission. It will take some time to come back, and Jingai, the head of the Umbu, also ran out under the banner of carrying out a mission. As for the return time, it is tentative. If you want to get someone in, you can only talk to Tsunade. There is no hope at all if you talk to Shizuka. What do you think of the police department? The third Hokage suddenly brought up this point. In fact, the police department can really squeeze in a lot of people, because the police department has jurisdiction over too many areas, and the public security cases in various places have already made the Uchiha clan overwhelmed. Although the Uchiha controlled the police department, they could not assign all the family ninjas to work there. Theoretically, for the fortress people, the police department is the most suitable choice besides the pharmaceutical department and the dark department. But the police department is an exclusive department of the Uchiha. If you want to send people there, you have to ask the Uchiha whether they agree. Police department? You really dare to think so? Midaman Yen was stunned for a moment. Of course we can, but we need the Uchiha's consent. Besides, once our people enter the police department, whose orders will they take? The family ninjas behind their F4 group would definitely not be willing to follow Uchiha's orders. But you're stuffing people into the police department in order to get more people jobs, but you're unwilling to follow Uchiha's orders. Isn't this a bit ugly? Besides, he had received benefits from the Uchiha before and promised others that he would not cause trouble. It's not fair to do such a thing right away. It would be fine if it was just Uchiha, he had done it, and at worst he could be shameless and go find Uchiha Fugaku and appeal to his emotions, and talk to him about the difficulties of the village. I believe that no matter how unhappy Uchiha Fugaku is, he will not refuse. The question is how to bypass Jingai, the middleman? I'll go talk to Uchiha Fugaku. Seeing that the third Hokage fell silent, Midaman N had no choice but to take over this task. The third Hokage already has enough troubles, and he doesn't want to show up. Yuditen Koharu is even more unreliable, so Mido Kato N has no choice but to take action himself. The third Hokage, who had been silent for a long time, nodded slowly and reminded Mido Kato N, if I am not mistaken, Uchiha Fugaku will definitely ask Jingai about this matter. In other words, we can't avoid him in this matter. It's a good opportunity to ask about the Umbu and the pharmaceutical department. You're right, we can't go on, or it will cause more trouble. A group of people protested in front of the Hokage's office building. The third Hokage could choose to ignore it, but as more and more people joined in, it meant that if it was not dealt with, there would be the possibility of a catastrophe. It is good. Nodding, Mizutomanen stood up and left the Hokage's office. When he walked out of the Hokage's office building, Mizutoman's head was about to explode when he saw the people standing on the street and complaining. Who would have thought that the rapid growth of the family, leading to too many ninjas, would cause a host of problems under such circumstances? The family behind him is okay. Although there are many ninjas, at least they are still within the controllable range. The situation of the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan is more serious. There are really too many ninjas in these two families. How happy you are when your troops are developing rapidly, how uncomfortable you are now. I hope there won't be any new troubles. Shaking his head, Mizutomanen forced himself not to think about it. He had enough troubles to deal with, and he didn't have time to think about these possibilities. In today's F4 circle, Danzo Shimura has completely become a transparent person, and Koharu Yudatan is just a decoration. It's good enough that she can maintain the medical department. Don't expect her to do much. All kinds of trivial things are on the shoulders of Mito Kato-en and the third Hokage. Mito Kato-en proved with his actions that it is not easy to become the right-hand man of the third Hokage. Minister, Lord Menyen wants to see you. In the police department, the arrival of the uninvited guest, Vitamin N, directly changed the atmosphere of the entire department. Because Vitamin N is also one of the most unpopular people in the police department. Let him come up. Judging from the position of police minister, Uchiha Fugaku's status is actually not lower than the other party, and he is also the head of the Uchiha clan. However, the inaction of the top leaders has led to the Uchiha being constantly marginalized. Even if they have the same status, no one will recognize it. Fortunately, this is the police department, and Uchiha Fugaku needs to maintain his status and position, so he did not go out to greet Mizuto Kato-en, but asked his secretary to bring Mizuto Kato-en to the office on the second floor. Knowing this well, Mizuto Minyen did not make any further fuss and followed the secretary to the office on the second floor. If it were Danzo Shimura or Koharu Yutane, they would definitely ask Uchiha Fugaku to come and see them as soon as they opened their mouths. Mizuto Minyen arrived, and Uchiha Fugaku stood up and closed the door. Closing the door on his own initiative was considered as giving Mizuto Minyen enough face. You came to my office on your own initiative, and I stood up and closed the door on my own initiative, and we took a step back from each other. I wonder what has brought Elder Vitamin N here? Or does the village have a special mission that needs to be carried out by the police department? The village does not have any special missions for the Uchiha to perform. Mizuto Minyen secretly complained in his heart, the village has already had enough tasks and commissions, where would the tasks come from for the Uchiha to carry out? So why are you here? The village wants to negotiate with the police department to transfer a group of ninjas to work in the police department. Vitamin N confessed his purpose. Chapter 345. This is a good opportunity to kill someone with a borrowed knife. What do you mean? If these words had not come from the mouth of the advisory elder Mito Minyen, Uchiha Fugaku would have turned hostile and cursed on the spot. You guys are really born in the year of the dog. You just took benefits from the Uchiha not long ago and made all kinds of promises that you would not target the Uchiha again, and now you turn around and play this on me. Do you really think Uchiha is a ball of dough that you can mold however you want? Uchiha Fugaku's originally expressionless face suddenly turned dark, and Vitamin N, who was sitting opposite him, knew that he was angry when he saw this. I think the advisory elder should know that the police department is an exclusive department for the Uchiha, right? Even the title of adult was omitted, which shows how angry Uchiha Fugaku was. Send people to the police department? How could you think of it and say it out loud? I knew it wouldn't be that easy. Mizuto Minyen sighed inwardly. It is not easy to convince Uchiha Fugaku, but in order to help the third Hokage reduce his burden, Mito Kato-en needs to bite the bullet and continue the talk even if it is difficult. Vitamin explained, Uchiha clan leader, I believe you are aware of the recent changes in the village. A large number of clan ninjas have taken away many mission commissions, causing many civilian ninjas to lose their way to make money. As time goes by, this problem will become more and more serious. Too many ninjas in civilian families? Uchiha Fugaku's face turned red with anger, and he said sarcastically, I remember that the Uchiha and Hyuga families are the only ninja families in the village. To be honest, I am very curious, how do these so-called civilian families train so many ninjas? How about asking the elder to share some experience? Share your uncle. Of course, it was all made with money. Mito Kato-en didn't care about Uchiha Fugaku's sarcasm. It was already considered restrained enough that Uchiha Fugaku just made a few sarcastic remarks to him. If it were someone with a bad temper, he might have cursed on the spot. I know Hiruzen made a promise to the Uchiha. This time I come to discuss this matter with you, it is not to embarrass the Uchiha. If you are worried, you can contact Shizuka and ask Shizuka to be the middleman and talk to the Hokage's office. How about that? You feel like you are being tricked. I, Mizuto Minyen, am telling you the truth, and you don't believe me? Okay, then you find a middleman to negotiate, is that okay? Ask Jing'ai to be the middleman to negotiate? I need to think about it and contact Master Jing'ai. I hope you will consider it carefully. If you have any results, send someone to the Hokage's office to inform me. Mito Minyen didn't argue too much. He had realized that he could not reach an agreement with Uchiha Fugaku and he needed to find Jing'ai as a middleman. After seeing off Mito Minyen, Uchiha Fugaku wanted to smash the table. Fortunately, he can endure it. After sitting alone in the chair and sulking for a long time, Uchiha Fugaku took out a scroll and took out the puppet inside. No matter what, it is right to contact Jingai first. After all, Jingai was the middleman in the previous incident, so it would be right to find him. Is something wrong? In the forest near the border of the Rain Country, Jingai and his group stopped here to rest and planned to enter the Rain Country tomorrow. The main reason was that Jingai wanted to bring more prey into the Rain Country. It saves you the trouble of looking for a suitable one in the Rain Country. It turned out that someone was calling him. After identifying the voice, I found it was Uchiha Fugaku. He raised his hand and waved, signaling Kushina, who was leaning on his arms, to go play with Uchiha Mikoto and the others for a while, as he had some important business to deal with. I'll go over first. Kushina obediently stood up and gestured to Shizuka. Jingai smiled and nodded. Sir, this is what happened. Uchiha Fugaku immediately told him about Mito Kato's visit to him. After hearing this, Jingai burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, I said before that the mission department would be in chaos for a while. Who could have thought that conflicts would erupt so quickly? That's right, how great it was when things were developing in the beginning is how miserable it is now. So what do you think? Continue to hold the police department in check, or agree with the Hokage's office's suggestion? Uchiha Fugaku hesitated. Sir, I don't know. He really wanted to refuse, but he felt it would be bad to refuse. You need to take a long-term view. By the way, have you dealt with the internal affairs of the Uchiha? No. Speaking of this, Uchiha Fugaku began to grit his teeth. I was worried that if the noise was too loud, I would be noticed and questioned by the Hokage's office, so I have been preparing in secret. Uchiha Fugaku is going to take action against the elders of the family, at least some of them. Hinata Hayashi only threatened the family elders with words, but Uchiha Fugaku was different. He really dared to use a knife against the family elders. He really meant it, not just talk. Does your excellency mean to agree to them? Why not agree? This is a good thing. For the Uchiha, it is not a good thing to keep holding the police department. Besides, the police department is indeed short of staff. The village is constantly developing and the area that needs to be governed is increasing. It would be good to add some people in. But there is one thing you need to pay attention to: the command authority cannot be lost, and the people stuffed in cannot become an independent team. They must be broken up and stuffed into the Uchiha team separately. The matter of the family elders can be handed over to the Hokage's office to handle, killing two birds with one stone. How can you play like this? Uchiha Fugaku's eyes widened. This was really killing someone with a borrowed knife. And many more. He has been preparing in secret and has not taken action yet. Isn't it because he is worried that it will cause too much commotion and lead to accountability from the village? Now someone is handing you a knife, why not take it? No, just push the person who handed the knife out and let him do it. It would be best if you do it yourself, but these people are your clansmen after all. If someone overturns the verdict in the future, you will be in a passive position. It will be different if the Hokage's office helps. At that time, all the faults will be the Hokage's. This kind of pot cannot be considered as belonging to the Hokage's office, it can only be considered as the contemporary Hokage's. I'm afraid that the third Hokage will die or retire in the future, and if the case is overturned, the blame will only be put on him. Seems like it's actually possible, but will the Hokage's office agree to this? Sir, I feel that the Hokage's office might reject these requests. Uchiha Fugaku knew very well that the third Hokage was a man who valued his reputation, and would not show up in person even if he did something shady. The third Hokage would most likely not agree to such a thing as killing someone with a borrowed knife. Chapter 346. Has Koharu Tsuneya changed her personality today? Just go and talk. Jingai smiled and said, don't worry that the Hokage's office will refuse, because they are already in a hurry, and our Hokage has the royal black gloves. Shimura Danzo? Yes, it's him. He has caused so much trouble. It's time to find him something to do. I believe the people in the Hokage's office will agree. By the way, you can tell them that this is my idea. Yes. Uchiha Fugaku agreed respectfully with a stern face. If there's nothing else, that's it. I'm busy here. Come to me if you have any questions. After ending the call, Jingai smiled and looked towards Konoha. Danzo, the stage is ready for you, so you must perform well. Jingai, the barbecue is ready, what do you want to put on a good show? Nothing, I'm here. Jingai happily ate the barbecue made by Uchiha Mikoto. On the police department side, Uchiha Fugaku decided to go to the Hokage's office in person to show his sincerity. After leaving the police department, Uchiha Fugaku came to the Hokage's office alone. The moment he walked into the Hokage's office, the third Hokage and Mito Kato and knew that Uchiha Fugaku agreed, but there were some conditions. After closing the door, Uchiha Fugaku went straight to the point and said to the third Hokage and Mito Kato, Hokage-sama, Kato-sama, I have already contacted Shizuichi-sama, and he said that the police department can send someone, but there are conditions. You said. The third Hokage took the pipe out of his mouth. Midaman also sat up straight. Uchiha Fugaku put forward the conditions he wanted. First of all, the police department can accept about 100 people, but these people cannot form separate teams. They need to be disbanded and join the Uchiha teams and accept the Uchiha's arrangements. The village doesn't give much money to the police department, and it can be said that the police department is mostly supported by the Uchiha themselves. Being able to accept 100 people is a sign of great sincerity, but the Uchiha needed the initiative. We can't allow these ninjas who joined the Uchiha to act like the boss, enjoying the good things from the Uchiha while not taking the Uchiha seriously. If it were any other family ninja or a civilian ninja, Uchiha Fugaku would not worry about these problems. But those ninjas who entered the police department were from the Sarutobi, Shimura and other families. If we didn't strangle them first, who knows what they would do. If anything goes wrong, the first person to take responsibility will be Uchiha Fugaku and the Uchiha clan. I have seen the Uchiha's sincerity. It is only natural to join Uchiha's exclusive department and accept their orders. The third Hokage made a huge concession. Of course, the reason why the third Hokage was so easy to talk to was not only because Uchiha was able to arrange hundreds of people into the police department, but more because of Shizuka's face. In addition to the police department, he also wants to send people to the Umbu and pharmaceutical departments. If Yijing makes trouble at this time, how can I help my tribesmen and allies arrange work? Anything else? There is some instability within the family, which has affected the normal development of the family, so I hope that Lord Hokage can help clean up these people. After all, they are all members of the same family, and I can't do it. Uchiha Fugaku looked sad and uneasy. He told the third Hokage very clearly that the conflicts within the Uchiha clan needed to be resolved, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. These people must be dealt with, otherwise the conflicts within the Uchiha will become increasingly serious. My goodness, is this a plan to kill someone with a borrowed knife? The Hokage's office knew something about what happened within the Uchiha clan, and the third Hokage also knew that Uchiha Fugaku was making preparations in secret. I just didn't expect that Uchiha Fugaku would throw the matter to the Hokage's office at this critical juncture. It's nonsense that he couldn't bear to do it himself. If you can't bear to do it, then what preparations have you made? It was obvious that he just didn't want to bear the stigma of killing his clansmen, so he threw this stigma out and let the Hokage's office take it. Wow, you Uchiha Fugaku are really brave. Mizuto Minion couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. That's what Jingai said. The third Hokage was silent for a while and then asked. Uchiha Fugaku nodded and said sincerely. Master Shizuka said that if ninjas from other families joined the police department, it would relieve a lot of pressure and burden on the Uchiha clan. He agreed, but he was worried about the conflicts within the Uchiha clan. He was worried that these radical factions within the Uchiha clan would do something that would affect everyone. I understand. You can go back first. I need to think about it. I will send someone to inform you when there is a result. There was no way the third Hokage would agree to something like this on the spot. Whether he accepted or refused, he would need some time to calm down and have some time to negotiate with others. Subordinates retire. Uchiha Fugaku turned and left the Hokage's office. The third Hokage held the pipe in his mouth and lit the tobacco. Midaman stood up and walked towards the door, and said to the Hokage guard ninja at the door, "Send someone to notify Lord Yutain Koharu and Lord Nara Shikashin to come over. Oh, and also notify Lord Akimichi Tofu." Yes. The Hokage guard ninja on duty at the door quickly agreed and arranged for someone to notify them. After receiving the notice, Nara Shikashin and Yutain Koharu rushed over immediately. As for Akimichi Norifuge, the fat man was lying at home. He said that he was not feeling well and would not attend the high-level meeting. The ninjas from the Hokage's guard team had no choice but to return to the Hokage's office to report. The third Hokage didn't care about this. It doesn't matter whether Chiodaya Kufang comes or not. Even if this fat guy comes, he will just be a spectator watching the show. Don't expect him to come up with any reasonable suggestions. Even if he has ideas, he will keep them to himself. Therefore, it makes no difference whether he is in the high-level meeting or not. Now that everyone was present, the third Hokage didn't waste any time and just talked about the village's plan and then explained Uchiha Fugaku's conditions. Hiruzen, what do you think? Are you ready to agree? Strangely, this time, Yutain Koharu did not angrily accuse Uchiha Fugaku of being audacious and presumptuous, but instead showed some unusual movements. Nara Shikaksen looked at the old woman in surprise. Has she changed her personality today? Wrong. Among the people who were assigned to the police department were the ninjas from the family behind her. This was a good thing, and there was no reason for Yutain Kohara to cause trouble. At this moment, she was hoping that this matter could be accomplished. Although she disliked Uchiha, but as long as this matter is beneficial to her, she will not object, and it is even more impossible for her to get angry and curse at others. The third Hokage did not answer this question, but instead sought advice from Narashika. Narashika thought for a while and replied, "Hokage, the police department can arrange work for hundreds of ninjas at this time, which is enough to show the sincerity of Uchiha. The police department is a department exclusive to Uchiha. It is not convenient for Uchiha to command hundreds of people to form independent teams. It is only right that they should have the right to command." Narashika said something fair and impartial. The Uchiha have shown enough sincerity, and it is a bit unfair to go against others on this matter. As for helping Uchiha Fugaku kill people, Narashika did not mention it. He didn't need to worry about this matter or give any advice. Menyen, what do you think? Chapter 347 Re-employment of Shimura Danzo. I think what Liu Xian said makes sense. In addition to Uchiha Ching, we also need to pay attention to Jingai's attitude. He is the middleman after all. If the village makes things difficult for Uchiha, that is, if it does not keep its promise, it will be very difficult for him as the middleman. Midaminen's words also lean towards the Uchiha. There is no way. We cannot afford to offend Jingai. Not to mention that offending Jingai will be bad for everyone, and they also want to send people to the pharmaceutical department and the Umbu. You offended Jingai and still want to force people in? Dreaming. Usually, when Midamin spoke for Jingai, Yutain Kohara would grit her teeth in hatred and feel unhappy. But today, she was very quiet, as if she was the one who liked to be invisible. She didn't make any suggestions and remained silent the whole time. Liu Xian, thank you for your hard work. After a long time and careful consideration, the third Hokage gave Narashika a hint. Narashika nodded, stood up and left the Hokage's office. The next thing to discuss is how to solve the internal problems of Uchiha. This sensitive topic is better left to be discussed within the F4 group. After all, Narashika is still an outsider. At least he is not a member of the F4 group. Even Akimichi Tofu is not in this group. It's not that Chiodao Chufeng is not qualified, it's just that this cunning fat guy is unwilling to join in. Otherwise it would not be F4, but F5. Uchiha Fugaku had a good idea. He actually asked us to kill people and help stabilize the Uchiha family. As soon as Narashika left, Yutain Kohara's true nature was revealed. Midaminyen said quietly, I need a favor from you. This kind of thing is obviously not a good thing. The best outcome is to stay away from it and let Uchiha Fugaku handle it himself. At most, you can't see anyone in the Hokage's office. Instead of asking Uchiha Fugaku to borrow a knife. But at this critical juncture, they really have to be used as a knife. But there are also benefits. Shizuka is the middleman. Since this is what he meant, it means that after dealing with the Uchiha matter, we will have a chance with the pharmaceutical department and the Umbu. The advantages have been explained. As for the disadvantages, do I need to say more? Once the situation gets going, the Hokage's office will be the first to be hit. This is a bad reputation. Even if you find reasonable excuses, you will inevitably be criticized by others. Some people don't look at the process, they only look at the results. The Hokage's office killed the Uchiha elders. As for why? Who cares? So who is going to do this? The person who took action will certainly not be able to escape the infamy. The third Hokage is the Hokage, he would never do such a thing, and Mido Kato and Yutain Kohara would not agree to it either. Danzo Shimura. Suddenly, the three of them looked at each other in tacit understanding. None of the three people who knew the truth said it out loud. Finally, the impatient Yutain Kohara couldn't help but say, Hiruzen, Danzo has caused so much trouble. We all united to protect him, so he can get the ending of retirement at home. If someone else handled it, Danzo would definitely not have a good time. I think he should be allowed to make amends for his crime. That's right, make amends for your crime. Danzo Shimura is a sinner, and the Uchiha elders are also sinners. Although killing them may not sound good, at least it is to stabilize the development of the village. This is a good thing. I'm afraid Danzo will take this opportunity to propose some conditions. Shimura Danzo is not a fool either, he will definitely take the opportunity to get benefits. Mido Kato is sure that he will not show up unless his conditions are met. When it comes to taking action, if Shimura Danzo is happy, he can do it. If he is not happy, he can just watch. Someone will take action anyway. He just needs to be in charge of command. Be in charge of command and be responsible for this matter when the time comes. I will talk to him personally. I believe Danzo will stand on our side. The third Hokage took on this task. Yutain Kohara is more of a hindrance than a help. Mido Kato is neutral and doesn't want to pay any attention to Shimura Danzo. Asking him to persuade Shimura Danzo would really make things difficult for him. Then, only Sarutobi Hiruzen would go into battle personally. The third Hokage was willing to step forward, and Yutin Koharu and Mito Kato were also happy to accept it. Of these two people, one can't control his emotions when he's anxious, and the other doesn't want to meet Danzo Shimura at all. Only the third Hokage is the most suitable person. That night, the third Hokage arrived at the place where Danzo Shimura was imprisoned. In fact, the place where Shimura Danzo lived had not changed. It was still the same yard as before, but he no longer had freedom and was under heavy surveillance. Regarding the arrival of the third Hokage, Shimura Danzo acted calmly. Before the third Hokage could speak, he said first, "Sarutobi, I knew you would come here because there are some things that only I can do and you can't. As a Hokage standing in the sun, you need to take care of your feathers, but as a root in the shadows, I don't need to." If it weren't for the internal meeting of the trio, no one would have leaked the news, and the third Hokage would have suspected that Danzo Shimura had planted people around him. Who was installed? Yutin Koharu or Mito Kato? Totally impossible. All I can say is that Danzo Shimura knows Sarutobi Hiruzen well enough. The third Hokage slowly sat down, put down the pipe in his hand, picked up the teacup on the table, and took a sip of hot tea. The Hawk elders within the Uchiha are unstable. The village needs to eliminate them. You need to take care of this matter. What can I get? Shimura Danzo is also very direct. You have to give benefits, otherwise there is no hope. You can be free. As long as you don't leave the village and don't come into contact with anyone casually, you are free. This is the greatest benefit that the third Hokage can give to Danzo Shimura. No more. First of all, it's not worth it. Secondly, Shizuka can't get along with Tsunade, so giving Shimura Danzo some freedom in secret is his sincerity and bottom line. When will we do it? Be it freedom in the open or freedom in secret, it doesn't matter. For Danzo Shimura, as long as the third Hokage starts to use him, it's a good thing. Because once you enable it, you will continue to use it. As the number of times increases, Shimura Danzo will have the opportunity to slowly get back what he had lost. I will arrange it. The third Hokage stood up, picked up the pipe on the table, and walked outside without looking back. Once the arrangements are made, the Hokage guard will come to inform you. You just need to be there, and you don't need to worry about anything else. Chapter 348. It is easy to share adversity, but difficult to share prosperity. In order to prevent Danzo Shimura from taking advantage of the opportunity to cause trouble, the third Hokage decided to deprive him of his right to make suggestions, and he only needed to be an apparent commander. Don't worry about the rest. Can't control it either. Having grown up together until today, the third Hokage knows all too well his rival's ability to stir up trouble. If you give him just the slightest chance, he can get you into big trouble. Now thinking back on what happened to Kushina and Shizuka, the third Hokage felt a tightness in his heart. Damn Danzo, can't you let me be more careful? Everyone likes a black glove who is capable, can take the blame, and is not afraid of being criticized. But things changed after this black glove started messing around. The current situation of the third Hokage is quite embarrassing. He has tolerated Danzo Shimura again and again, and he can't throw him away, nor does he dare to use him casually. As for the treatment of Danzo Shimura, it was even more outrageous. The third Hokage had this thought before, but he cut it off as soon as it came to mind. It is not difficult to deal with Danzo Shimura, but the difficult part is how others will view him after you deal with Danzo Shimura. Yutin Koharu, Mito Kato and others will definitely come up with other ideas. We can share hardships together, but not prosperity. Have you forgotten how much help Danzo Shimura has given you, how many contributions he has made, and how many blames he has taken for you? You even dealt with him. What about us? Next time we make a mistake, will you kill us with a knife? I hope there won't be any conflicts. At this point, the third Hokage could only hope that Danzo Shimura would be more stable, think carefully about himself, and not get sick again. Anshin is hiding. This is good for everyone. Danzo Shimura was the one who took the blame on the surface, but the ones who did it were the Hokage guards of the third Hokage. The Umbu would definitely not get involved in such matters. Even if the third Hokage wanted to borrow someone, Shizueichi would not allow it. The Umbu do evil things, and their evil intentions are directed at outsiders, not their own people, so you should seek help from others. Therefore, the only people the third Hokage could mobilize were the Hokage guard and several family ninjas behind the F4 group. Uchiha Fugaku wanted to use the third Hokage to deal with several elders of the family, so he certainly couldn't let the family's ninjas participate, not even the clan leader's guards. Therefore, the third Hokage can only suffer, and then the ninjas of the Sarutobi and Shimura families can only suffer. The cleanup plan was simple and not complicated, but Uchiha Fugaku just couldn't make up his mind. The attitude of the Hokage's office had been bothering him. Now that the Hokage's office is here to help, all the concerns are bullshit. On the third night after the plan was finalized, the elders of the Uchiha clan received a notice from the clan leader. The family wants to hold a high-level meeting, but because the content is too radical, it cannot be held in the ancestral hall to prevent the village leaders from noticing. The Uchiha elders did not think much about this reminder. Although their ideas were not in line with those of the young clan leader Uchiha Fugaku had always been more restrained and steady since becoming the clan leader. No one would think that Uchiha Fugaku would attack them, unless Uchiha Fugaku was crazy. In an underground base on the edge of the Uchiha clan's territory. The base here was built by Uchiha Fugaku's father, the previous head of the Uchiha clan. When Uchiha Madara rebelled against the village, there was a lot of commotion. The relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan once reached a freezing point. In order to prevent the village from really attacking the Uchiha clan one day, many similar bases were built in the Uchiha clan's land. It is usually hidden and not used, but can come in handy at critical moments. As time went on, the Uchiha people realized that the village had no intention of attacking the Uchiha people, and these underground bases lost their due function. Today's Uchiha high-level meeting will be held in this base. As for why it is not in the family ancestral hall but in the combat base, hasn't the reason been given? Worried about being noticed by the village leaders. This makes sense, right? At least a few radical elders thought it was reasonable and that Uchiha Fugaku's arrangement was not wrong. The time was almost up, and several elders came to the base with their guards. Little did they know that from the moment they entered the base, they had stepped into a trap set by Uchiha Fugaku and the third Hokage. The huge base seemed a bit empty. Apart from a few elders, there were only a dozen guards. As the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku was always the last to arrive at every meeting, so the elders did not suspect anything. The clan leader asked us to hold a high-level meeting. Could it be that he promised some benefits to the Hokage's office again? Alas, I once thought Fugaku was a good boy who could lead Uchiha to glory. Who could have thought that he was actually a spineless person? It would be better to use the family's money to buy the Hokage's office. When will this hell of a life of constant targeting end? It was a mistake for us Uchiha to join Konoha. Uchiha Madara was even more wrong. I think the next Hokage should be someone from our Uchiha clan. It should be the Uchiha clan's turn anyway. Inside the base, all kinds of outrageous words were spoken, and the Uchiha elders were extremely courageous. This is also why Uchiha Fugaku can't wait to get rid of them. If these people are not cleared out, there will always be a huge disaster within the Uchiha clan. Once these family elders start to make trouble, many clan members will follow them. By then, even the clan leader Uchiha Fugaku won't be able to handle it. There was a heated discussion inside the base, while outside the base, groups of ninjas surrounded the base under the cover of night. Shimura Danzo took the lead. The third Hokage, Yutin Koharu, and Mito Kato watched from afar. As for Uchiha Fugaku, he didn't come. He waited for news at home. It's almost time. The third Hokage nodded to Danzo Shimura, indicating that he could take action. Inside the base, some elders expressed their dissatisfaction. Why hasn't the clan leader arrived yet? Although he is the clan leader, he is our junior. Doesn't he know that he should respect his elders? When the clan leader arrives, we should have a good talk with him and educate him. Who? A cry of surprise startled several elders. Afterwards, the impact of the battle spread to the base. Chapter 349 Don't try to fish in troubled waters, I will always keep an eye on you. Several elders looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. The base was attacked? This is Uchiha's territory. Who the hell has the guts to come here and attack the Uchiha elders? The battle broke out suddenly. As the guards standing outside discovered the enemy, the battle broke out and the guards standing inside the base quickly rushed out of the base. But when these guards rushed out of the base, they were dumbfounded. The entrance to the base has been surrounded by densely packed ninjas, and the leader is none other than the most hated high-ranking member of the Uchiha clan, Danzo Shimura. Danzo, what do you mean? Does the village want to attack us Uchiha? Then, several Uchiha elders left the base and came to the entrance of the base, asking soul-searching questions. Everyone, why are you not sleeping in the middle of the night and gathering in this damn place for a meeting? Are you plotting something? Danzo Shimura looked at the pairs of Sharinans and suddenly felt itchy, with an urge to dig out those eyes. You fart. The elder Uchiha, who was thought to be older, was so angry that the 3 Magatama Sharinan in his eyes were trembling. Defamation. He is slandering us. Even if you really did something like conspiracy, you must never admit it, because once you are blamed, the end result will be death. Facing the elder Uchiha's abuse and swearing, Shimura Danzo looked at him coldly and waved his hand. Elder Uchiha is plotting a coup, take them down. Yes. Following Chimera Danzo's order, the surrounding ninjas rushed forward together. A new battle is about to begin. Uchiha ninjas are very strong, especially those who have opened their eyes. The strength of these Uchiha elders is not weak either. Even though they are old, they are at least jonin. They have the strength of a jonin and the standard 3 Magatama Sharingan. When ordinary jonin meet them, they can only run away with their tails between their legs. Unfortunately, these Uchiha elders and guards were facing enemies that were more than 10 times their number. With such a number comparison, no matter how strong the Uchiha ninjas are, they can't cause any trouble. Not to mention, the ninjas of the Hokage Guard and the ninjas from the Sarutobi and Chimera families are also not weak. They are not comparable to those civilian ninjas of mediocre strength. The sounds of fighting and shouting spread all around, but strangely, no one came to check. In the past, whenever there was something in the village, the Umbu people would arrive first, followed by the police department, but today there was no such people. Danzo, you will die a miserable death. Why? The guards around them kept falling, and even though there were more fallen enemies, several Uchiha elders knew that their lives were coming to an end. They couldn't understand why the village attacked them. Are they going to clean up the Uchiha? No, the village doesn't dare to do that. Killing a few elders and annihilating the entire Uchiha are two different things. The former will not cause much noise, but the latter is serious. Once the Uchiha goes crazy, Konoha's losses will be incalculable. Furthermore, as the battle continued over time, no one came to check on the situation. Elder Uchiha, who was quick-wit, realized that he had been tricked. He was betrayed by Uchiha Fugaku and the village leaders. What the hell is this high-level family meeting? This is clearly a trap targeted at them. Uchiha Fugaku, you will not die well. Crack. Danzo Chimera was like a ghost in the dark night. He held the weapon in his hand, cut the opponent's throat, and grabbed with his left hand to forcibly pull out one of the opponent's Sharingan. Just as Danzo Chimera sneered and put the Sharingan into his pocket, preparing to continue picking at the eyes, a pair of green eyes lit up and a hoarse voice reached his ears. Take it out and put it down. What the hell? Chimera Danzo was startled and turned around to see that it was actually a puppet. Damn it, how long has this thing been hiding here? It didn't show up earlier or later, but just jumped out when he was about to gouge out his eyes, forcing him to leave his eyes behind. The enemies fell one by one, and the battle ended. The third Hokage and others also came up, and as soon as they came forward, they saw that the puppet was staring at Danzo Chimera. Take out the Sharingan, this thing belongs to the Uchiha. As the puppet warned Danzo Chimera again, black shadows appeared around him. The number of black shadows increased rapidly, and in just a moment they exceeded the number of ninjas who were surrounding him. Each black shadow has a pair of iconic green eyes, and there seems to be flames burning in the green eyes. It is particularly eye-catching in the dark night. Danzo, you took the Sharingan? The third Hokage didn't look very happy. The Sharingan and the bodies of the Uchiha people are all valuable research materials, but these things belong to the Uchiha people. If they are taken away without permission, there will be conflicts. Look, Jingai's puppet jumped out to warn immediately. Humph. Knowing that he couldn't be willful at this time, Danzo Chimera took out his Sharingan with a dark face, threw it on the ground, and turned away angrily. After the things were taken out, the puppets did not continue to target Chimera Danzo, but quickly collected the bodies of the Uchiha clan, including the Sharingan, and then retreated into the night. Looking at the densely packed puppets, they retreated. Yuditen Kohara tried hard to control her emotions. How many puppets has he placed in the village? I don't know, but there must be a lot of them. Haven't you noticed that since these puppets started to spread all over the village, the number of incidents of poor public order and assassins infiltrating has decreased? The third Hokage put his hands behind his back and said quietly, only Jingai himself knows how many puppets he has deployed. To put it bluntly, the entire Konoha is under the control of puppets, and Jingai knows exactly what happens in the village. The dignified Hokage is unable to control every tree and blade of grass in the village, but it is Shizuka, the head of the Umbu, who controls everything in the village. This feeling is a bit bad for the third Hokage. Mizuto Minion is more honest and chooses to look at the nose with his eyes and the heart with his nose. As long as Jingai doesn't cause trouble openly, he will remain neutral. He doesn't care about these things and doesn't want to care. The Hokage's office. Koharu was about to say something but stopped herself. Is there any secret at all? The other party knows what you do. The third Hokage replied calmly. Tsunade has promised that the Hokage's office building and other important places in the village will not be spied on or eavesdropped by puppets. If you are worried that your secrets cannot be hidden, then say less and do less. Send someone to inform Uchiha Fugaku that I have done what I promised him. I hope he can make coordination and arrangements as soon as possible. The village must not be in chaos. After saying that, the third Hokage turned and left, leaving behind a confused Koharu Utane. What does it mean to talk less and do less? Are you clicking on me? Door. Subconsciously, Utane Koharu wanted to complain to Mito Kato-en, but Mito Kato-en left without looking back. He decided to go and inform Uchiha Fugaku in person. As for Utane Koharu's complaints, whoever wants to listen can go and listen, don't look for him. The Uchiha clan chief's compound. Chapter 350, I can't move Jingwon, so I can't move Daming? The Hokage's office has already taken care of what it promised you. Hokage-sama hopes that you will keep your promise and coordinate with the police department as soon as possible to accept the ninjas arranged by the village to work in the police department. By the way, the bodies of those people and the guards were taken away by Jingai's puppets. They are not in our hands. After conveying these words to Uchiha Fugaku, Mito Kato-en left decisively. It is finally over. Looking up at the sky filled with dark clouds, Uchiha Fugaku's worries finally subsided. It's going to be bad weather tomorrow. Several restless elders have been dealt with, but the internal affairs of the Uchiha will not end there. There are still many things waiting for Uchiha Fugaku to deal with. As for the corpse, Uchiha Fugaku didn't care. As long as these bodies are not taken away by the village's top leaders, it doesn't matter if Jingai takes them away. If the body can be sent back, it will be buried secretly. If it cannot be sent back, it will be pretended that nothing happened. Whether Jingai wants to do experiments or use corpses, Uchiha Fugaku doesn't care. Less than 3 minutes after Mizutomanen left, a black shadow entered the clan chief's courtyard. The black shadow entered the Uchiha clan chief's courtyard, left a scroll and left. Uchiha Fugaku picked up the scroll and took a look at it. As expected, the scroll contained the bodies of several elders and their guards. Nothing was missing, even the Sharinon was there. Only one Sharinon was dug out. Uchiha Fugaku then understood why Jingai's puppet took the corpse away. The Sharinon that was dug out should have been done by the village's high-ranking officials, and the person most likely to be suspected is definitely Danzo Shimura. The puppets will collect corpses just to prevent the corpses and Sharinon from falling into the hands of higher-ups. I didn't mean to take it away. Jingai had no interest in studying corpses, and as for the Sharinon, this thing was no different from a decoration in his hands. Without realizing it, I owed someone a favor. Uchiha Fugaku clenched the scroll in his hand, feeling mixed emotions. If you owe someone a favor, you have to pay it back. But what can Uchiha do to repay it? Profits? Money? Loyalty? Or women? The third Hokage arrived at Danzo Shimura's residence. Danzo, you shouldn't do this. It will cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Shimura Danzo had a gloomy face and gritted his teeth and said, Sarutobi, you are becoming more and more of a coward. You will only keep bowing to that brat Hyaga Shizuichi. It's just a pair of Sharinon, it's not something precious. But there is no loot in the promise. The third Hokage's voice began to rise. He was on guard against everything, but he didn't expect that Danzo Shimura would still cause trouble. Do you know how many puppets he has placed in the village? If he wants, you, Shimura Danzo, and the Shimura clan can be blown up at any time, and the body of Salamander Hanzo is in his hands. You should understand what I mean. Gone. It's just an ordinary puppet, but the puppet made from the corpse of Salamander Hanzo is definitely a powerful weapon. It can be described as a terrifying mobile biochemical gas. Puppets are not afraid of being injured or dying. Just imagine what would happen if a puppet carrying a poisonous substance ran around the village a few times. It can definitely poison a large number of people. Looking at the silent Shimura Danzo, the third Hokage repeatedly warned him, don't try to provoke him anymore, he is not our enemy. It is good. Shimura Danzo clenched his teeth. So what are you going to do with me? Are you going to keep me under guard? The task of taking the blame has been completed, what next? Do not. The third Hokage shook his head and looked into Shimura Danzo's eyes. You will be granted temporary freedom, just as I promised you before. I won't break my promise. The village's finances are in trouble, the war has just ended, and we are facing many troubles. Our relationship with the daimyo is getting worse. I hope you can stabilize yourself. All these troubles are almost driving the third Hokage's head to explode, so he sincerely hopes that Danzo Shimura can behave himself and not cause trouble. In the final analysis, it's all because of your cowardice. Shimura Danzo sneered and said, the village and the daimyo's office are only in a cooperative relationship, not a superior-subordinate relationship. Since the daimyo is unkind, we should put some pressure on him and let him know that without Konoha, he, the daimyo, is nothing. You can leave this matter to me, and I will give you a satisfactory answer. Since we can't do it with Jingai, let's do it with Daming. You bastard, if I take you seriously, you are the daimyo. Without Konoha, you are shit. How dare a thing that can't even guarantee its own safety threaten Konoha? It's simply courting death. The third Hokage would be courteous to the daimyo, but Shimura Danzo would not. If you dare to make trouble, I will put pressure on you. There is no doubt that Danzo Shimura would dare to do this. Nothing can happen to the daimyo. The third Hokage was somewhat tempted. He really wanted to put some pressure on the daimyo, but he was afraid that things would get out of hand and could not be resolved, leading to him being blamed. You have to know that putting pressure on the daimyo is more exaggerated than forcing the emperor to abdicate. Once it is exposed, not to mention the village or the land of fire, accusations will come from the entire ninja world. I understand. The daimyo cannot be in danger, but the people around him can. I will make him realize the importance of Konoha, and I will also make him know clearly that the so-called daimyo will also face crises. It is definitely not possible to kill the daimyo directly, but there are too many people in the daimyo's mansion, and killing a few important people will not have any impact on Konoha, but it can also increase the daimyo's vigilance and sense of crisis. Danzo Shimura felt that it was the third Hokage's weak character and constant concessions that led to the daimyo becoming increasingly excessive. You want to ride on Konoha's head and shit on him? Are you worthy enough? After a moment of silence, the third Hokage turned and left, leaving behind a few words. You cannot use the people from the various departments. You can select a group of people from several families, but the number cannot be too large. This matter has nothing to do with the Hokage's office and the village. You can put pressure on me and choose the people yourself. I can support you, but this matter cannot have anything to do with the Hokage's office or even Konoha. As long as there is no evidence left, what you do depends on your ability as Shimura Danzo. You will get a satisfactory result. I'm not afraid of you using me, I'm just afraid of you not using me. As long as you are willing to use me, you can't leave me. Shimura Danzo's goal was achieved. Cleaning out the Uchiha elders is only the first step, the daimyo is the second step. As for Jingai, he has suffered several losses in a row and will not seek death again in the short term. My dears, please be careful not to catch a heat cold. Qianqian caught a heat cold accidentally. I took some medicine and slept until the afternoon before I started writing. Please take care of your health, moi.
Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today.